Aether Chronicles, Birth of a Legend. Chapter 1, The Darkest Night. Arthur Reynolds was a young man with an insatiable love for books, devouring everything from fantasy epics to science fiction adventures. For him, reading wasn't just a hobby, it was a sanctuary, a place where he could lose himself in the creativity of others. He would do this to get away from his mundane life, where his parents spoiled his siblings and only supported him with the basics that someone would need to survive. Arthur had put himself through college with a decent job. Hopefully, the next arc of that web novel drops when the author gets back from holiday, he mused, leaning back in his chair. It'd be great to see if the main character gets the last 3 girls. That brought a small smile to his face. After that, he went back to reading while tapping his finger on the chair. Hours later, Arthur felt his body ache thanks to working out at the gym a few hours ago when he got off a long shift at work. I need to take a day off today. My arms are hurting since Mark convinced me to go gym, he thought while stretching with a relieved sigh as his back popped. Following that, he stood up only to hear several cracks from his stiff body, thanks to sitting in the same position for hours, and mumbled before walking out of the room to go grab a drink, "Let's go get a glass of water." Just as he started making his way downstairs, someone suddenly shouted, which made him jump. "Big brother! Will you give us a lift to our friends?" a girl's voice echoed out through a big house. Arthur chuckled when hearing her request, but answered while reaching the bottom, "I wish I could, Maria, but I have to go pick up Dad from work in half an hour. You know how he is when I'm late. Ugh, he would freak out." "Thanks anyway, bro," his younger sister replied cheerfully before leaving the house, followed by her twin, Mark. "Don't worry about it, I'll get one of my friends to pick us up," the teenager said with a wave as the front door closed. Following that, Arthur watched his siblings rush out, pausing outside to wait for their friends, who pulled up 10 minutes later. He had always been close to them despite the parents' treatment of the 3 of them. "Damn kids, always out and about," he mused with a smile. "Hopefully, I don't have to save Maria from another jock. My jaw still hurts after that last fight." Despite their closeness, he had always felt like an outsider in the Reynolds family. They were the favorites of the family, leaving him to his own company. Yet, he couldn't deny the quiet warmth he felt seeing them happy. "At least they let me live here while paying next to nothing for rent, unlike some parents out there," he mused while walking to the kitchen. After grabbing his drink, he retreated to his room, seeking the solace of its quiet walls and his novels. Hours passed, and he picked up his dad on time before getting back to reading until a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Heart pounding, Arthur rushed out, his mind racing with worry. As he reached the living room, the scene froze him in place. His father was on the phone with a pale face, speaking in a panicked voice. That's when he noticed his mother standing nearby, tears streaming down. She was trembling while sobbing as she clutched her jumper. The air was thick with dread, and his stomach sank as he realized something terrible had happened. "What happened?" he asked after taking in everything. His father turned to him with a concerned expression before speaking, and the response made his stomach drop. "The twins have been in a terrible accident. We need to get to the hospital now. Let's go." Following that, the 3 of them rushed to the car and made their way to the hospital while ignoring the traffic. When arriving, they rushed inside and were told to wait in a private room by an understanding but firm nurse. Arthur sat in the hospital as his family sat around crying as more folk members turned up to support his parents. What were they thinking, driving that fast, he thought, frustration bubbling to the surface. But he pushed it aside while remembering all the times that he spent with the twins and how they got on well despite their parents' favoritism, which annoyed him to no end, but he'd never take it out on them. It was never their fault. Maria tried to make it right when she was 6, he thought with a warm smile as the memories flowed back. Afterward, they were told by a nurse that the doctors were checking over his siblings in the next room. Arthur's heart was hammering in his chest as he anxiously waited for the news, and 10 minutes later, they returned with grim expressions. "Mark has lost a significant amount of blood. Stabilizing him has been a challenge because of his rare blood type. and we haven't got a stock of it on hand," a doctor said in an apologetic voice. After the news sank in, the man continued, "But this time, it was about his sister. Maria's condition is even more critical, a lung and kidney burst from the impact. The hospital hasn't been able to locate suitable donors." When his mother heard that, she broke down sobbing as the despair overwhelmed her. His father, though shaken himself, wrapped his arms around the crying woman, holding her idly as she wept. "I understand this is an incredibly difficult time for your family," the doctor said softly. "But I must be honest, their chances of recovery are slim to none under these circumstances. If we can find the right donors, we can proceed with the operations, but time is running out." Arthur sat silently, his hands clenched into fists as his thoughts swirled. "We share the same blood. I'm healthy enough and can save them." The weight of the situation pressed on him, but his resolve hardened. "I'm 23 and lived a good life. They are only kids with their whole lives ahead of them." Rising from his chair, he approached the doctor, his voice steady yet filled with emotion as he spoke words that stunned everyone in the room. "Excuse me, Mark can have as much of my blood as possible, and Maria can have the organs she needs. I'm strong enough to handle it." "They're not." Gasps filled the room as his family stared at him in shock and disbelief. But Arthur's gaze didn't waver, his determination shining through, as he wanted to do everything for the ones he loved. "I should be fine. I'll just have to adapt to the situation and live with fewer organs," he mused with a nervous smile. "Plus, life isn't so exciting for me anymore, beyond books and gym." The doctor's expression softened, a mix of concern and admiration etched across his face as he regarded him before speaking. "There's a chance something could go wrong, young man. But what you're offering, it's an honorable and selfless act for your siblings." He nodded and turned to his parents, who stood there rooted to the spot and started talking with a warm smile. "Tell the twins that I love them. Remember what you used to tell me when I was a little boy, Mom." Arthur concluded with a chuckle, while admiring the setting sun. "The darkest night makes for the brightest stars. I've never forgotten that, even after all these years. But I'll be back soon. Got to bail out the twins once again." His mother looked guilty as she grabbed his hand and spoke in a quiet voice, "I'm sorry for the way we treated you. You're a wonderful son and great sibling. Thank you for being there for them." He was about to walk away, but his father expressed in a pain-filled voice, "I hope everything works out. I'd like to correct my mistake and get to know you more, son. It's been years since we spent time together." Arthur looked at the older man and realized his dad had never been horrible to him, but they were never close. He smiled before leaving the waiting room and followed the doctor through the hospital. Hours later, his eyes flickered open, his surroundings blurred and disorienting. He was lying on a cold, metal table, the world fading to white. A panicked beeping echoed in his ears, a stark contrast to the stillness of his thoughts. His body felt heavy, as if he were floating in and out of consciousness. Amidst the chaos, one voice broke through with a tinge of respect. "I knew this would happen, but this young man saved his siblings," the doctor whispered. "Drop some power stones, reviews, and comments, as it will help the book grow." Chapter 2, Raegar Blackwood. Exhaustion enveloped Arthur's entire being, pulling him under like a gentle tide. Yet, beneath the weariness and fading pain, a quiet sense of peace bloomed in his heart, warm and comforting. As his world turned black, a voice echoed through the void, strong yet kind. "Selfless. Now go forward and make another family happy. But this time, boy, make sure to truly live instead of reading." Arthur smiled as an unknown force pulled him along, with glimpses of his life flashing before his eyes, which showed many of his experiences. This brought a smile to his face, but that changed when, unexpectedly, a funeral scene appeared. "May he rest in peace," a man said solemnly, stepping away to leave the Reynolds family alone in their grief. A young girl hobbled forward, her legs trembling, her teeth clenched in determination. She reached out and rested her hand on the cold tombstone, tears streaming freely down her face. Her voice cracked as she whispered, "Thank you, big brother. You saved us. You gave us a chance to live, and I won't waste it this time. I'll never forget about you, Arthur." Seconds later, the girl's resolve broke, and she sank to her knees, wailing uncontrollably. Her twin brother approached, his face tense as he struggled to contain the storm of emotions within him. He tilted his head back while staring up at the sky, his voice shaky as he muttered, "Thank you, big bro, rest in peace, and I hope you find the happiness you deserve, wherever you end up." When Arthur laid eyes on his siblings, a wave of relief and joy washed over him. They were alive, safe, and whole because of his sacrifice. A soft smile spread across his face while he thought, at least they survived. The idiots can carry on living their lives. Suddenly, his attention was pulled somewhere else as something tugged him toward a vast planet, which made his eyes widen in surprise, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a dark, damp place. Confusion overwhelmed him as he realized he couldn't move his limbs, yet he had the strange sensation of floating, weightless and adrift. "Where am I?" he wondered. Seconds later, Aether heard a muffled woman's voice, which scared him, but he soon realized he was safe, allowing him to calm down. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as an unseen force seized him. Moments later, a bright light engulfed him. He threw up his hands to shield his face, only to freeze in horror. His palms were slick, glistening with blood. "Oh, he has your beautiful white hair, darling," a man's voice rang out. This made him cry. All Arthur heard was a baby's cry, which shocked him even more. "I reincarnated? This stuff actually happens? What the fuck," he thought. Following that, a woman's soft voice spoke to someone else, "Turn off the light, Yuki, he needs to get used to the outside world." "Yes, mistress," a girl answered in a cheery voice. Arthur kept his hands tightly over his eyes, trembling slightly as everything was intense and emotions in haywire, but the woman's voice broke through the silence, warm and overflowing with love. "My little Rhaegar," she whispered in a caring tone, "the light won't hurt your eyes anymore, darling. You'll be fine." "Rhaegar? Is that my new name?" he wondered. Slowly, he lowered his arms, only to be struck speechless. Before him was a breathtaking woman in her late 30s, her snow-white hair cascading around her face, framing her striking bright red eyes. Beads of sweat clung to her skin, proof of the exhaustion and effort of bringing him into this new world. Yet, despite it all, her beauty and presence radiated an undeniable strength and warmth. "There you are," she said with a big smile, introducing herself. "Welcome to the world, baby, I'm your mother." Arthur's gaze was fixed on the woman, his mind swirling with confusion. When he started to spiral, a memory from his grandmother back on Earth surfaced, her voice gentle yet firm, cutting through the storm within him. "Science helps us understand how to live longer," she had once told him on her deathbed, "but feelings give us the reasons to want to live, Arthur. Live every day as if it's your last, and I'll be happy watching over you, my dear." Her words echoed in his heart, a lifeline that grounded him in this strange moment. With a deep breath, he washed away the confusion and fear, remembering the old woman's wisdom and finding the strength to move forward. "So, I'm Rhaegar now. I like that name," he thought, a small smile spreading across his baby face. His mother's eyes lit up with joy at his expression, her heart swelling with love. Without hesitation, Rhaegar reached out with his tiny hands, and in an instant, she gathered him into her arms, holding him close. As she embraced him, a powerful wave of warmth and love surged through his body, flooding every corner of his being. It was so overwhelming, so pure, that the emotions he couldn't yet understand broke free. Tears filled his eyes, and he began to cry as the torrent of feelings was too much for him. When this happened, his mother frowned, peppering his little face with kisses, which made him laugh. The sounds of a happy baby giggling echoed throughout the room just as a man's voice spoke, who he assumed was his father. "Can I see little Rhaegar, Victoria? I'm dying to hold him." "Yes, husband," his mother replied, handing him over. When Rhaegar caught sight of the man, a smile tugged at his lips. As his father's eyes locked onto his, a proud, loving grin spread across his face. His light blue hair was cut short, which matched his light green eyes. "He also has your eyes," his father said with a playful chuckle. "I'm afraid we'll have to fight off all the noble girls. They're going to want to take him from us." His mother giggled softly, her eyes twinkling as she looked at her husband, speaking with a love-filled smile. "Looks like you've captured his attention, Alaric. He hasn't stopped looking at you." Rhaegar quickly looked away but couldn't deny that he was happy with his new parents, who seemed to shower him with nothing but love. He couldn't help but gaze around the room, his curiosity piqued. The surroundings were unlike anything he had ever seen. "Looks like it was ripped from a fantasy novel," he wondered while admiring the room. Stone walls that seemed straight out of a medieval story he read back on Earth. Just as he let himself be lost in the awe of it all, his father's voice brought him back to reality. "Looks like our son seems more aware compared to the other children. He's listening to us speak right now." When Rhaegar heard this, he glanced at his father with a grin before turning to his mother and raising his arms toward her. The white-haired woman's face lit up with joy as she beamed, quickly sweeping him into her arms with a radiant smile. "Looks like he wants to be cuddled by Mama," his mother snickered. "Could you send Yuki and Saki in, please?" Rhaegar watched Alaric smile as Victoria booped him on the nose, and this made him giggle once again. "So curious already, wait until you meet Yuki. She's been dying to see you, handsome." He smiled just as the door opened and his head snapped to the right when hearing the noise, only for his eyes to go wide as he internally exclaimed. "Cat people." A woman with pink hair, dressed as a maid, walked inside, but he quickly noticed a pair of cat ears twitching nervously as her bright blue eyes locked on him, causing the newcomer to smile. "I see the young master's birth was problem-free, my lady," the woman said with a warm smile. "I'm glad. Come meet little Rhaegar, Saki, and bring little Yuki in," Victoria said while sitting up. "He's a very curious boy." When hearing this, his gaze landed on a little cat girl who stepped into the room and also had the same pink hair as Saki, but had big blue eyes. Rhaegar noticed her pink tail swaying side to side. She also wore a maid's outfit. "She must be 10. I'm not sure, it's hard to think too much," he thought with a cute yawn that made the three giggle as he smiled at her. His mother noticed where he was looking, causing her smile to grow wide as a twinkle appeared in her eyes. Seconds later, she teased the little cat girl, "Looks like you have an admirer already, Yuki. Come over here and hold him." The cat girl shuffled forward a little hesitantly. She approached. Victoria, sensing her uncertainty, patted the bed with a warm smile. "Get comfortable, you don't want to drop him," she said gently. Yuki held Rhaegar with a warm smile, whose eyes widened in awe as she gazed at him. "He's so cute. And has the white hair of the Veil-Throne family, my lady," she murmured, her voice filled with wonder. Chapter 3, We Can Start Today. His mother nodded at the girl's words, a soft smile on her lips as Yuki was booping Rhaegar on the nose, which made him laugh. Soon after that, Victoria and Saki began chatting quietly as the older maid attended to her. "She's a real-life cat woman just like in anime," he mused with fascinated red eyes. His little hands reached out instinctively, stretching toward her ear, but he couldn't quite reach it. Yuki noticed his attempt and couldn't help but smile warmly. "Do you want to touch my ear, young master?" she asked in a gentle voice. Rhaegar's gaze locked onto her, his curiosity and innocence shining through. The warmth in her tone made him smile. She lowered her head so he could grab her fluffy pink ear, which felt soft to his touch. While doing that, he got excited and started thinking as his fingers ran through her fur, "So soft. I could stroke these all the time." Following that, his mother took him back to feed. That was a whole new trauma that he forced himself to get over as he needed to eat or his new life would end. Time flew by and the years passed while doing the same thing until he could walk and crawl. Rhaegar thrived in his new family, a complete difference from his past life. He felt loved and seen for who he was. By the time he was 6, he had grown curious and adventurous, often exploring every corner of the sprawling manor. Much to the dismay of his mother and the staff, who were constantly on edge, fearing he might get into trouble. During that time, Rhaegar had discovered that he belonged to the noble Blackwood family, a revelation that left him shocked. His father was a count who ruled over a southwestern territory of the Dawnfire Empire in a world called Sylvara. Adding to his fascination was the fact that his mother came from the influential Valethorn family, a powerhouse in the western regions. Once he had learned all this, he turned his attention to his new home, which looked like it came straight out of a fantasy movie. Each hallway seemed endless, filled with fancy decor and paintings of the previous Blackwood generations. Yet Rhaegar's boundless curiosity twisted into mischief. His antics caused no end of trouble for the maids, who spent countless hours searching for him. One constant in his early life was his maid, Yuki. A calm and ever-reliable presence who seemed to always be nearby, ready to help him whenever he needed. Whether patching up a scraped knee or gently guiding him back on track. They grew closer the older he got, even though she was 10 years older. The two loved spending time in the library reading about the world they found themselves in. He also had 3 older siblings whom he only saw in passing. Isabella Blackwood, the eldest, who resembled their mother and was mistaken for her sister, which made the family laugh. Though she carried a colder demeanor, she wasn't unkind to him. The age gap between them left their relationship non-existent. He later discovered that she attended the prestigious Dawnfire Magic Academy, located just outside the capital. His other 2 siblings were Lyra Blackwood, who also studied at Dawnfire, and his brother Jasper, who took a different route and joined the Imperial Army. Throughout the Empire, they knew Isabella as a genius. He could hardly contain his excitement about starting his magic studies. No wonder Mother looks so young for her age. Aether is strengthening every part of her body, he mused when Yuki mentioned it. While studying one day, he overheard his father speaking with the house steward, Alfred, about the Dawnfire imperial family. His father had been summoned to Erinder City, the empire's capital, to attend the crowning of the new empress. Rhaegar asked his mother if he could go, but she gently but firmly shook her head. "The roads are dangerous, darling," she said, her voice filled with concern. "They're full of bandits and monsters. It's too risky until your father can deal with it." She quickly distracted him with his first display of magic, her fingers weaving a pattern in the air while she muttered something. Seconds later, he watched as a glowing white bird materialized, fluttering gracefully around the room. Its delicate wings shimmered with an ethereal glow before disappearing into his chest, leaving a relaxing feeling behind. Rhaegar's face lit up, a look of pure awe crossing his features at his first taste of magic. Magic, he thought, his red eyes sparkling with wonder. Victoria couldn't help but smile at his excitement. "What you just saw is ether," she explained. "It's the essence of everything around us. It flows through all things and allows us to wield magic. The more you possess, the stronger your magic can become." As she spoke, she conjured another display, writing his name in the air with swirling colors. Each letter danced and glowed before fading into nothingness as she placed her finger against his chest. "Everyone has an ether pool within them," she continued, her gaze softening. "But for you, we'll have to wait until you're 15 to discover what element you'll unlock and to see how vast yours will be." Rhaegar's brow furrowed in frustration. Despite his annoyance, his mother pressed on as she taught him the basics. Thanks to his mental maturity far beyond his current age, he was able to absorb her lessons with ease. By the time their discussion ended, he had learned that meditation was key to replenishing and expanding his pool, among other things. There were specific spots around the manor, places rich in energy, where he could meditate. So the key to magic in this world is imagination, he pondered while sitting in his room. What if I can picture the spell even better as I've watched loads of anime? Would that mean I don't have to use a chant to activate it like normal people? This piqued his interest like nothing before. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, he relentlessly pursued every scrap of knowledge of magic in the family library until he harassed his parents and the maids. He wore down his mother, father, and Saki with countless questions, forcing them to share every detail. They told him everything they knew about ether and magic until he couldn't learn anything else. As the years passed, Rhaegar's transformation was remarkable as he trained with his father and the guards. He grew into a handsome, confident young man who had a passion for learning sword fighting until he could unlock his ether pools on his birthday. Rumors spread across the province that the Count's new son was a genius. His chiseled features and piercing gaze made him the subject of affection, with women of all ranks and ages vying for his attention. But despite all that, his mind remained focused on one thing, mastering the magic that fascinated him so deeply. One day, Rhaegar was wandering around the manor, only to find himself in a guard station. That's when he bumped into Old Man Roderick, the commander of his father's Blackwood guards. "Hello, little master. What can I do for you?" he said with a big smile as he put some paperwork down. "Morning, Roderick. It's good to see you. I was wondering if you could teach me how to fight, please." Beyond what I've learned so far, Rhaegar asked in a respectful tone that his mother had been teaching him so he could communicate with people over the years. The older man's eyebrows rose in surprise. He shook his head before asking in a curious tone, "Why do you want to fight, little master? You're only 11 and want to train even more." Rhaegar fixed the man with a determined gaze. "I want to start early and learn how to dual wield. I've been studying a book by the renowned Alara Crowhust. She claimed that to become a powerful ether mage, I must strengthen my body to support my ether pool when it manifests." Roderick's eyes widened in surprise, but before he could speak, the older man sprang to his feet and saluted. "It would be an honor to train another member of the Blackwood family," he said with an excited expression. "But be warned, little master, this won't be easy. You may come to hate me when it's over." "Never," he replied with gleaming red eyes. "I want to become the strongest and will do anything to achieve that." The commander nodded while standing up. "Let's go talk to the master, and if he agrees, we can start today." Following that, Roderick led Rhaegar through the Blackwood Manor until he saw his father training with the soldiers. When Alaric saw his commander and son standing there, he smiled before speaking, "What brings you two here? Has Rhaegar been causing trouble again?" "I've done nothing. I'm here to ask you if Roderick can train me like he did with big brother Jasper," he responded, which caught his father off guard. Alaric's expression changed to one of surprise, causing him to question, "What happened to all the books? Bored with them?" Rhaegar shook his head before explaining, "No. I just want to train my body so I can be a stronger ether mage when I join an academy. Drop some power stones, reviews, and comments, as it will help the book grow." Chapter 4, You're Still a Child. "Who gave you this idea, boy?" his father Alaric asked while brushing his blue hair out of his face. "Alara Crowhust," Roderick replied with a chuckle. "That lass is always haunting you, master. You two were close, weren't you?" His father let out a hearty laugh, then revealed something that left him stunned. "That woman and I are old friends," he said with a nostalgic smile. "I once explored dungeons by her side, but when Dahlia's father offered me the title of Count, I had to set that life aside." "Who's that, father? I haven't read about the Empire's rulers apart from the current one." "Magic and fighting have caught my attention," Rhaegar questioned. The two men looked at him like he was an idiot and also with respect before laughing as Roderick questioned with an amused expression, "Tell me who the current ruler of our empire is?" He grew confused at the question but nodded either way while answering, "Yes, Alexander Dawnfire." Alaric stepped forward and spoke with a tired smile. "Well, he has stepped down from the throne and passed it to his eldest daughter, Dahlia, who is the strongest ether mage on Caldora." Roderick nodded in agreement, adding, "She's the one who led the decisive victory in the northern wars against the Stormrun Kingdom. It's no surprise the Emperor chose her over the other princes and princesses." Rhaegar frowned slightly, curiosity flickering in his expression. "The Stormrun Kingdom?" he asked. The name was unfamiliar, and he hadn't learned much about the other kingdoms on the Caldora continent. All he knew was that it was massive compared to the ones on Earth, with many realms, but only one empire, which he belonged to. Northman Little Master, the Blackwood commander answered. They used to raid the northern provinces, but thanks to your father and Dahlia, we won the 10-year-long war that forced them to sign a treaty of peace. Rhaegar nodded in fascination before his father finally gave his answer. Yes, Roderick can train you, but don't slack on your studies, and your mother wants to take you to her noble meetings. His excitement shone briefly before he nodded earnestly. Yes, father. I enjoy studying and won't neglect it. Over the following weeks, he began meeting regularly with Commander Roderick, who took charge of his training. The grueling regimen started with running laps around the manor grounds to build stamina, accompanied by intense physical exercises to strengthen his body. Roderick then introduced him to dual-wielding techniques. Each session pushed him to his limits, but his determination never wavered while getting stronger. His father was proud as he watched him grow. On the day Rhaegar turned 12, Alaric approached him with a sly smile and issued a challenge that he couldn't refuse. How about a duel, his father said. The offer lit a spark of excitement in him, and he eagerly accepted. The training yard buzzed with anticipation as the Blackwood guards gathered around, their eyes keenly watching the young master. Among them, he noticed Yuki off to the side, her cheers ringing out in encouragement. Gripping his training swords tightly, Rhaegar took his stance. Across from him, Alaric readied himself, exuding confidence. I won't use magic or go all out, his father said, his tone teasing but firm. You're still a child. Rhaegar nodded in agreement, then burst forward with a surprising burst of speed that caught many of the onlookers off guard. He aimed a quick strike at Alaric's legs, but the older man moved just as swiftly, raising his blade to block the attack with practiced ease. The clash of wood echoed through the training yard, drawing cheers and gasps from the watching guards as his mother quickly cheered for him. Seconds later, Rhaegar charged at Alaric, his training swords whirling in a flurry of strikes. His muscles burned, and his breath came in sharp bursts, but his determination drove him forward. Each swing was faster, stronger than the last. His mind focused on finding an opening in his father's defense. The older man moved like a force of nature, calm, unyielding, and controlled. With every clash, he parried his son's strikes. When he feinted to the right and lunged for his father's unguarded side, Alaric spun with startling grace, disarming him with a single motion. Rhaegar stumbled back, sweat dripping from his brow as his training swords clattered to the ground. Before he could recover, Alaric closed the gap and lightly tapped Rhaegar's chest with the flat of his blade. It's over, his father said, his tone firm but not unkind. You fought well, son. One day, you'll surpass me, but today isn't that day. Rhaegar fell to his knees, gasping for air, but he looked up with a fiery determination in his eyes. Not yet, father. But I will. Alaric smiled, offering his son a hand. That's the spirit. Following that, he continued training and learning about the history of Caldora, which interested him. While he was sitting in the library, going through what he had studied, Yuki suddenly appeared out of nowhere and made him jump. God, woman, where did you come from? He asked. The cat maid giggled before answering, young master, don't look so afraid. I'm not here to bite you. I want to test you. Rhaegar narrowed his eyes and accused the pink-haired woman, as he knew she was up to something. What are you scheming, you mischievous cat? You can't trick me again. No tricks, young master, she replied honestly, but he didn't miss the twinkle in her eyes. I want to see how much you've learned. Yuki got comfortable and asked her first question with a grin. Can you tell me the 3 kingdoms of the south and what deathly place do they border? Rhaegar narrowed his eyes as he explained everything he had learned since reading about the continent. The southern regions border the Forgotten Wastes. Then there are 3 nations, if I remember correctly. First, the Nytheria kingdom controls the central part, a realm ruled by vampires and steeped in ancient traditions. He thought for a few seconds before continuing, Then there's the Corveth Kingdom in the east, the homeland of the demons, known for its fierce warriors and powerful mages. Lastly, we have the Lunathar Kingdom in the west, a land of demi-humans, where many races coexist. Yuki's smile widened as the test continued until sunset, and she suddenly stood up, which surprised him. Come on, young master. The mistress wants to take you to a social gathering to spread your wings now that you're 13. Rhaegar sighed but didn't fight the cat woman who helped him prepare, and when he was ready, she gave him a satisfied smile, very handsome. The girls will go crazy over this white hair of yours, young master. It's a very rare trait, after all. He chuckled as they made their way to the entrance, where his mother, Victoria, stood alongside Lyra Blackwood. She looked like the female version of their father, with flowing blue hair and the same light green eyes. The younger woman turned to him with a smile, "Evening, little brother. I'm glad you're coming with me. You can chase off all the noble boys when they become bothersome." Rhaegar chuckled before nodding, "Yes. Mother wants me to learn how to interact with people and she thinks this will be the best way." Lyra nodded in agreement as she explained, she did the same with Isabel and Jasper before they left. After talking for a while, his sister walked over to their mother, who was in conversation with the guards assigned to escort them to the gathering. Rhaegar, meanwhile, settled into a nearby chair, pulling out one of his books to pass the time as he waited. He started reading about dungeons, which interested him, as they worked a lot like the games he played back on Earth. They had ranks, different monsters, treasure, and bosses, causing excitement to well up inside him. Rhaegar soon discovered that the Drakenwood Magic Academy in the northwest boasted dozens of dungeons available for students to explore during their spare time or used for occasional tests held by professors. The other academies also had dungeons, but they focused more on studying and academic assessments. Drakenwood, however, offered a unique balance, incorporating practical experience alongside theoretical learning. Despite its appeal, Rhaegar knew it was the lowest ranked among the 4 major magic schools in the Dawnfire Empire, often overshadowed by the more prestigious institutions. Yet, it was this very combination of theory and hands-on learning that drew him in. While sitting there, his mother's voice reached his ears, "Come on, darling. The carriage is waiting." Rhaegar closed the book with a soft snap, tucking it under his arm before following the 2 women. Though he often attended noble gatherings, his quiet nature ensured he didn't get much attention like his brother Jasper, a fact that didn't bother him in the slightest. His thoughts drifted to something far more intriguing. He had recently discovered that he could feel ether in the air, its power just out of reach thanks to not having his pool. It was a discovery that stirred something deep within him. Chapter 5, Vapor, Mist and Fog. Another year passed by. Rhaegar was training hard with Commander Roderick and his father while studying in the library in his free time. He also found out that he could pull in small amounts of ether, which excited him. It was a hot summer's day, and he was sitting at the back of the garden while meditating after he was finished reading. He was now 14 and only had a few months until he could finally take the ether test. "I can wait to find out what element I'll get and how big my pool will be," he mused while coming out of his meditation when hearing a noise coming from nearby. Rhaegar opened his eyes to find Yuki standing before him, her expression serious yet graceful. At 24, she had blossomed into her full beauty, her long pink hair tied back in a ponytail, and her glowing blue eyes sparkling in the morning sunlight. "Why do you look so serious, Yuki? Can't you smile once in a while?" he teased while standing up. The cat woman turned in his direction with a beautiful one, which caught him off guard, causing her to giggle. "It seems the young master loves this maid's smile." Rhaegar chuckled, "You're right, but that doesn't mean you can stand there like one of father's guards. They're like statues when on duty." When the young woman heard this, she shook her head, "Young master, they do not want to fight you anymore. The master and Sir Roderick shouldn't have trained you because half of them plead for me to talk to you out of it," she said with an amused smile. He looked at the pink-haired maid with narrowed red eyes, quickly denying her allegations. "I do not hurt them, Yuki. Now you're acting like my mother." She started laughing. "It's true, though, young master. You beat them up too much, even though you're half their age. No wonder Master Veilthorn wants you to come to his estate. The journey west. I forgot about that, he replied with a sigh. Yuki shook her head, revealing, I've packed plenty of books and the Aether Chronicles. It will help you learn more about magic and ether control. When Rhaegar heard this, his smile grew wide as he suddenly hugged the cat woman, causing her cheeks to turn red. Following that, they returned to the manor's entrance, where they were met by Victoria and Saki, who smiled as the two entered. The women started gossiping, causing Yuki's cheeks to grow redder. He ignored this before greeting them, Hey mother, Saki. When do we leave for grandfather's? Soon, we are just waiting for Isabella to join us, his mother answered with a sweet smile. She should be here any time now. Rhaegar nodded to himself, his curiosity piqued. He reached for a book among his things and sat down, flipping it open. The cover caught his eye. High-level spells and ether collection methods. His lips curved into a small smile as he muttered. This must be the new one father brought back from the city. He began skimming the pages, intrigued by the techniques within. His hand reached for another book, drawn by the title, Basics for Learning How to Master Dual Wielding. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow, his enthusiasm shifting to something that interested him as much as magic. Now this. He thought with a grin. This could be just what I need. With that, he began studying sword techniques, determined to expand on the lessons his father had taught him when he was 8. Rhaegar immersed himself in the material, eventually turning to the first book. He opened the book and began reading so quickly that it left his mother, Saki, and Yuki in surprise, though the younger maid couldn't help but giggle. Victoria cast a glance at the pink-haired girl and asked, Why is he always buried in books? Doesn't he sneak out to meet the girls in the city? Yuki shook her head. No, my lady. But, I must admit, I have noticed him watching me from time to time, and now he's started to flirt with me. When the white-haired countess heard this, she got excited. So he likes older women then? Should I take him to noble meetings? It may help him learn how to interact with people. That is a good idea, my lady, Saki commented with a warm smile. He will go to one of the magic academies like you and the master did at 16. Victoria smiled, turning to Yuki, who was busy looking at Rhaegar with a knowing expression, and it seems a certain cat maid likes a handsome younger man. Rhaegar was busy with reading, oblivious to the conversation unfolding between the three women. Had he been paying attention, he would have certainly listened in, but a spell named Fractured Pulse caught his attention. Eagerly, he read through the description and gulped. The mage channels raw ether through their body, causing their veins to glow with energy. This surge enhances their muscles, tendons, and bones, granting them extraordinary speed, strength, and endurance. The mage can land rapid strikes and deliver powerful blows, though the toll on their body is considerable. Oh wow, this spell is so cool, he internally celebrated. Rhaegar absorbed the knowledge and saved it for when he unlocked his ether pool. Not long after that, his mother appeared with a smile, Time to go darling, grandfather is waiting for us. He looked up from the text, giving a quiet nod before rising to follow the group out of the manor now that his sister had arrived. As they made their way to his father's carriage, Rhaegar noticed a dozen soldiers standing at attention. These soldiers would be protecting them on their journey on the King's Way, a road that stretched across the empire and toward the lands of the Veilthorn family. He stepped into the carriage and sat next to Yuki while he continued to read. They pulled out of the manor as his mother spoke. If weather permits it, we will reach father's manor in 8 hours. Why does grandfather want to see me? I'm needed in the capital, so I'll head there after, Isabella questioned in an icy tone. He looked up just as Victoria answered, I don't know sweetheart, he just asked to see you and Rhaegar. There will be a carriage there to take you back to the academy. Thank you, mother, the white-haired young woman replied before she noticed he was looking at her. Belle, do you know the spell Fractured Pulse? Rhaegar suddenly asked his older sister with excitement as he read more about it. Isabella looked at him with narrowed eyes while answering in an annoyed tone. Don't call me that. But yes, I've heard of it. It's an enhancement spell that boosts your power at the cost of being fatigued afterward. Only tier 3 mages at the fog level can use it. The ether consumption will damage a weaker person like yourself. Is it because of the smaller ether pools? I know the mage ranks equate to a mage's overall power, just like yours and father's, which is massive compared to Big Brother Jasper, he asked while ignoring her obvious annoyance. The young woman bristled, but she answered in a firm voice when their mother gave her a pointed look. Yes, you're correct. If someone weak tried to use that spell, it could permanently damage their magic pools, causing them to become unstable. She paused, glancing briefly at the others, adding, "It's not a spell to be taken lightly." Rhaegar nodded in response, then fell silent as he sensed the shift in his sister's demeanor. Her annoyance was obvious. He didn't fully understand the cause of it, he decided not to press the matter. Instead, he turned his attention back to the book in his hands, his focus shifting to the ether ranks section. He memorized the details, knowing that understanding the different levels of ether would be invaluable to him in the future. Rhaegar sat back in the carriage, the rhythmic sound of the wheels turning against the road lulling him into a thoughtful state. As he flicked through the pages of his book, his mind focused on the 4 main ether tiers that would shape his journey in the coming years, tier 1 to 4. These are crucial, he mused, determining not only someone's power but also the size of their ether pool. His fingers paused as he reached a section detailing the levels an ether mage must pass through before getting to the next tier. If I remember correctly, he thought, they are vapor, mist, and fog. Rhaegar frowned slightly as the carriage jolted over a bump as he continued to ponder, each of these levels is a milestone. Vapor for beginners, mist for those with some control, and fog for those that are close to reaching the next tier. He closed the book and started looking out the window, only to see farms and other dwellings that belonged in a fantasy world. Chapter 6, Your Older Girlfriend. Rhaegar was enjoying the landscape, as he still couldn't believe he had found himself in a fantasy world. While admiring that, his mother, Isabella, and Yuki, were chatting about mundane stuff. He sat there distracted when he spotted a town in the distance, a branching road leading away from the one they traveled. As he gazed at it, memories from the many books he read surfaced. This was Emberfield, one of the farming settlements near Blackwood Manor. Following that, the journey was peaceful as the hills changed to grassland that stretched in all directions. Rhaegar loved this world as it was something new and he could explore it when he was older. I can't wait to join Drakenwood and conquer their dungeons, he pondered as his red eyes glowed. That should help me improve my skill and ether pool. After that thought, Rhaegar retrieved the Ether Chronicles, a guide he had started recently. He flipped through its pages until he found a section that caught his interest. As he read, he discovered something intriguing. Using ether in the form of magic would increase both its size and storage capacity. The concept fascinated him, the possibilities were running wild in his mind. However, his enthusiasm died out, and boredom soon set in. Closing the book, he turned his attention to the world outside once again. The sun was dipping below the horizon, casting the landscape in hues of orange and gold. Rhaegar noticed they were coming to a halt near the edge of a peaceful lake. It's time to camp for the night as we left home late and the sun will go down, his mother said to everyone, causing Yuki and Saki to step out of the carriage. The cat girl held the door open for them and he smiled at the beautiful maid, which caused the young woman's cheeks to turn red. Following that, the Blackwood guard started setting up the tents. Rhaegar wandered around while taking in the surroundings. This place looks good to stay, but something is giving me a bad feeling, he mused. Nothing unusual occurred, allowing him to relax as he made his way toward his tent. Upon entering, he found his mother arranging his bunk, while Isabella worked alongside Saki, who was assisting her with a few tasks. Rhaegar remained silent, his gaze briefly lingering on the scene before he sat in the corner to be out of the way. Crossing his legs, he closed his eyes and meditated, his breathing steady as he focused on centering himself amidst the calm of the evening. Minutes into his meditation, Rhaegar sensed the ether flowing through the air. It was subtle at first, but then it became vivid, elemental energies swirling around him like a quiet, invisible dance. Water and earth were the most abundant, their presence steady and grounding, while fire and ether flickered brightly, fueled by the campfires. As he focused, the energy seemed to take on form, appearing as tiny dust motes glimmering faintly in the dim light. This is what the book says Tier 1 ether mages can do when unlocking their pools, he mused while the sound of campfires crackled and soldiers' laughs echoed through the night air. Rhaegar settled into his meditation, and within moments, he sensed the subtle currents of ether surrounding him. The energy danced and shimmered in the air, captivating him entirely. He quickly noticed that the elements of earth and water were common, their presence dominating. Fire, light, and dark flickered in the mix, but their energies were far less prominent. Must be because of all the water and earth in the surroundings, he thought, piecing together the natural balance of the environment. Following this, his mother handed him a plate of food with a smile. "Eat up, darling, we'll be at grandfather's estate by tomorrow afternoon," she revealed. Rhaegar nodded before asking, while looking around, "Thanks mother, where's Yuki?" Victoria's smile shifted into a playful grin as she teased, "She's in her tent." "I see you miss your older girlfriend." His cheeks flushed a deep red, surprised by the sudden remark. He had only ever been around his mother, Yuki, her mother, and the other staff at home, none of whom had ever made him feel this kind of awkwardness. "Everyone knows you like each other and she is a wonderful woman, son," she said while sitting down and teased him with a grin. "Your father and I expect you to bring home a few girlfriends in the future. Like I said before, I want many grandbabies to spoil." Rhaegar's face turned even redder at their laughter. Without a word, he hurried out of the tent, leaving Victoria and Saki's giggles behind. He made his way to the adjacent tent, where Yuki was cleaning up. As he approached, her sparkling blue eyes met his, and for the first time, he truly noticed just how beautiful she was. He shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought before speaking. "Can I join you? Mother won't let me read in peace with her teasing." The cat woman nodded with a big smile. "Come in, young master, make yourself comfortable." Rhaegar slumped down and relaxed the meat, which was delicious. He offered some to Yuki, but she politely declined. "No thank you, young master. I've already eaten while you were busy reading." Following that, the two of them sat in silence only for him to notice she was reading a romance novel like most 24-year-olds do. He found it baffling because he knew love was a strange concept. "My parents didn't love each other back on Earth and were in a loveless," he pondered. "But my new ones do and it's obvious." After finishing his dinner, Rhaegar placed the plate aside and settled into meditation once more, tuning into the currents of ether that flowed around him. Hours passed in peaceful concentration until a gentle nudge brought him back to reality. Yuki's sweet voice reached him as she spoke. "Do you want to join me for the night, young master? The weather's worsened, and you'll get wet if you return to your tent." Rhaegar looked into her big blue eyes that were hopeful and nodded, "Yes, I will in a minute." The pink-haired maid nodded with a beaming smile. "Okay young master," she said before climbing into her bunk. He watched as Yuki settled in, her excitement barely concealed by the effort to mask it. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of anticipation and mischief. Rhaegar couldn't help but smile to himself. What's the point of being scared of her? We've grown up together, and she is comfortable around me, he thought, the familiarity between them making the situation feel more comfortable than awkward. Rhaegar got up only to have pins and needles, which made him yelp, causing Yuki to look at him with a strange expression as he shook his feet. When the maid realized what he was doing, she giggled. "Are the cave goblins tickling your feet?" she questioned with a giggle. He looked at her with a confused expression as he answered, "They have gone fuzzy and it's annoying." Yuki nodded with a playful smile. "That's what I meant. Now come join me, young master." "It's getting colder," she said, lifting the cover. Rhaegar hesitated, taking slow steps toward her, making the cat woman smile mischievously. "I won't bite," she teased, "unless that's something you like to try young master." He stopped in his tracks, narrowing his eyes at her. No biting, Yuki. You already got my ear that time and made me jump. Her laughter only grew louder as she nodded, still amused. As you wish, young master. Now get in, or you're sleeping on the floor. Rhaegar, heeding her playful warning, climbed into the bunk. Almost immediately, Yuki wrapped her arms around him from behind, her chest pressing softly against his back, which made him feel weird. It was something he had never experienced, but the warmth and comfort of her embrace soon made him feel groggy. As she gently ran her fingers through his snow-white hair, the rhythmic motion lulled him into a deep, peaceful sleep. Sometime later, explosions woke Rhaegar up, causing him to jump out of bed just as someone grabbed him. He panicked, but Yuki's quiet voice reached his ears. We're under attack, young master. I need to get you to safety. Following that, they left the tent as the Blackwood soldiers were fighting dozens of bandits. He looked around as some of them died, but the rest were burned to a crisp when his mother and Isabella cast a fire spell into the group. Rhaegar's eyes locked onto the approaching bandits, their figures charging toward the catmaid. In an instant, she drew 2 daggers, blocking the first attacker's strike with practice, before plunging one into the second assailant. But before Yuki could recover, a third bandit unleashed a devastating wind spell. The blast sent her crashing through the air, her body slamming into the ground with a sickening thud as she yelped in pain. His heart surged with fury as he watched his mother and Saki rush to her side, but his rage only intensified when the bandit struck Victoria. The blow sent her crumpling to the ground, dropping with a painful thud. Creators. Chapter 7, Fractured Pulse. But it was too late for Rhaegar, as the anger within him had already ignited. How dare they, he thought, his rage boiling over. In that moment, something ancient stirred deep within him, a power awakening that would change everything. His arms gave off a red and yellow glow just as the same voice he heard once before spoke in a caring but firm tone, "It's early, but the time is right for you to awaken. Go forward and show the world your power." Rhaegar was confused, but something told him he could use magic, and without waiting, he cast a spell he created months ago, Stormfire Bullet. A reddish-yellow sphere, slightly larger than a shotgun shell, materialized in his palm. The sheer size of it took him by surprise. There was no time as fatigue began creeping in, but he ignored it while sending another bullet toward the bandit, closing in on Saki. The moment it struck, the surrounding air shimmered with heat as the bullet punched a hole straight through the man's chest. Rhaegar didn't wait while thinking, I need to keep going. Yuki and Mom will get hurt if I don't, and I can't let that happen. He fired again and again, stormfire bullets tearing through the air like deadly meteors. One by one, bandits who had attacked them fell before him, their bodies left smoldering in his wake. I feel weak and it's getting worse, he thought while throwing up. Pain tore through Rhaegar's body, a searing agony that made him cry out, but he ignored it and continued casting spells. 10 minutes later, his legs wobbled. He tried to brace himself against a nearby carriage. But even his arms betrayed him. He collapsed to the ground, his breathing ragged as his vision blurred and his head spun violently while sweat poured down his face and his hands trembled. Sitting there, he started thinking. I may have messed up, he mused grimly, feeling his strength slip further away. It was too early to awaken my magic. Darkness crept in at the edges of his sight, and he could only hope the battle was truly over before he lost consciousness. When the Blackwood guards saw the results of Rhaegar's sudden attack, they rallied and charged, cutting down the remaining bandits. Dozens of enemies dropped dead, their numbers decimated as he tried to stay awake, but it was hard. Young master. Hold on, all he heard was Yuki's panicked shouting, but her voice seemed far away. Rhaegar had burned out and injured himself thanks to unlocking his ether pool a year early, which was unheard of. Seconds later, his eyes flickered open, and a surge of dread coursed through him. The bandit leader was charging toward Yuki, his blade raised for a killing blow, while she was unaware of the danger she was in. His breath caught, his voice failed him, and despair clawed at his chest. I'm not losing her, he thought. Gritting his teeth, Rhaegar stood up just as pain surged through his entire being and tore at his very soul. He forced himself to his feet, drawing on strength he didn't know he had, but appeared in his time of need as ether supporting his body. Without wasting a second, the world blurred as he surged forward, moving with such speed that he became little more than a blur. The bandit leader's blade descended toward the cat woman, but he was faster. His fist ignited with a brilliant yellow glow, a pulse of raw power that bathed his surroundings in blinding light. Gasps echoed as heads turned, the sheer intensity of the ether crackling in the air, freezing everyone in place. "You shall not touch her!" Rhaegar roared, his voice thundering like a storm as his fist collided with the bandit's jaw. Fractured pulse. The impact was cataclysmic. In an instant, the spell unleashed its fury, a dazzling explosion of lightning, earth, fire, and water ether that collided in a violent dance. The ground trembled, and arcs of electricity shattered the air. A torrential surge of water and debris obliterated the bandit leader and the man standing a chance. When the dust settled, Rhaegar stood swaying for a heartbeat, his body trembling from the overwhelming strain. Then, like a puppet with its strings cut, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious, his ether utterly spent and his body damaged. Minutes before Rhaegar collapsed. Pain radiated through Victoria's body, but she gritted her teeth and stood up. She had to get to her son. Yet as her eyes locked onto him, what she saw left her stunned. Rhaegar stood at the center of the battlefield. "My baby can use magic," she muttered as worry overwhelmed her. His hands glowed, casting light across the chaos. Spell after spell erupted from him, each one tearing through the ranks of the bandits with devastating precision. "His arms are glowing," Victoria thought in disbelief. The ether swirling around him crackled, but to her, it was unbelievable as no one unlocked their magic before they were 15. "It looks like fire and lightning magic fused together, but that's impossible. No one can wield two elements like that, not since the last Grandmaster died many years ago." Her heart raced as Victoria tried to accept what she was seeing. Rhaegar, her son, who had never trained in battle magic, was wielding a power that defied every rule the world knew and was killing bandits like a trained ether mage. It seemed like forever passed as she watched her son fight any enemies he came across before collapsing because of exhaustion, which made her sigh as the Blackwood guards killed the last attacker. They began tending to the injured, but Victoria's attention snapped to the leader, who suddenly leaped to his feet. At the same moment, Yuki dashed toward her young master. The man raised his sword, aiming a fierce strike at the cat woman. But what happened next would change the course of her son's life. Her son glowed even more intensely, a brilliant aura engulfing him as the world's ether surged into his body like a tidal wave. Then, with a burst of unimaginable speed, he dashed forward so fast that her eyes struggled to follow. Victoria didn't need to see where he was heading, she knew he was going for the leader to protect Yuki. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the bandit, his figure radiating raw power. Then, Rhaegar spoke words that made her heart plummet, as everyone knew the consequences of using such magic. "You shall not touch her." Fractured pulse. She stood frozen, breath caught in her throat as his fist connected with the bandit leader. Time seemed to slow. For a single heartbeat, there was silence, a fragile, deafening stillness before the storm. Then the world exploded. A shockwave of golden light burst outward, blinding and all-consuming. Lightning arced through the air, searing the ground in jagged streaks, while shards of stone and water surged together in a devastating cascade. The force roared like thunder, a primal blast that shook the earth and sent the dead bandit leader hurtling backward. They watched as Rhaegar stood still before falling down out cold, which made her heart drop. Following that, panic erupted as the guards hauled the injured onto the carriages, but Victoria stepped forward and ordered. "Get my son to the carriage now. We must reach Duke Valethorn's estate immediately." "Mistress. The young master is dying. We have to move now." Yuki cried, her words quivering with desperation. When Victoria heard those words, her world seemed to shatter around her. But she refused to let despair consume her. Her voice, steady, cut through the panic that reassured the young cat woman. "No, he cannot die here," she said with determination. "I'll take him to my mother. She's one of the finest healers I know." Without hesitation, she stepped forward and scooped Rhaegar into her arms. His body was limp, his light fading, but she held him close as if her will alone could keep him tethered to life. Saki's voice trembled. "Mistress, are you going to use that spell? It's dangerous, and you haven't used it since the academy days," she asked, worry etched into her face. Victoria's eyes hardened, a fierce glint sparking within them. "I will do whatever it takes," she replied. She then looked at her eldest daughter, Isabella, and instructed, "Get the caravan to your grandfather's bell. I need to get there as soon as possible so your grandmother can treat Rhaegar." Victoria watched as a flicker of concern appeared in the young woman's eyes before she nodded without saying a word. Following that, she started chanting, causing fire to appear below her feet. Without wasting time, she soared into the sky as a burst of fire to trail behind her while flying west. Drop some power stones, reviews, and comments, as it will help the book grow. Chapter 8, Bone Dry. A short time later, Victoria spotted her parents' estate on the horizon. With a surge of determination, she poured the last of her ether into the spell, propelling herself forward with explosive speed. Seconds later, she crashed into the Veilthorn's garden, causing all hell to break loose. Guards rushed in from every direction and aimed their weapons at her but froze when her father appeared, Duke Griffin Veilthorn, a man with a fearsome reputation. His expression changed to shock as they fell upon his daughter. "Sunflower. What is the meaning of this?" he exclaimed, but soon went wide-eyed when he saw Rhaegar in her arms. "Alicia. Get out here now, our grandson needs you." The Duke's voice boomed across the garden when he realized the situation and called for his wife. Seconds later, a powerful boom echoed through the air. Victoria's eyes widened as she saw her mother emerge above the manor, her figure unmistakable as she moved toward them with purpose. Her father knelt beside the dying Rhaegar, placing a steady hand on his chest, his expression tense as he focused on the fallen figure before him. Griffin's eyebrows rose in shock as his face paled at the condition his grandson was in. "This is serious," he thought. "Ether overload is tearing his body apart." After that, Griffin got angry and asked in a low voice that scared her, "What happened? Why is his body breaking down like this?" "We were on our way here, camping along the Kingsway," she started, her voice growing gentle as she gazed at her son. "That's when the bandits attacked. Amid the chaos, he began to glow with ether, and before we knew it, he was casting spells that destroyed everything they touched." When Griffin heard this, his expression changed just as Alicia arrived and took Rhaegar before scanning him. Victoria looked worried as she questioned, "Can you heal him, mother?" The mature woman concentrated as her energy washed over his body before her eyes opened only to reveal, "We need to talk in private, but I can heal him, but it will take a great deal of ether." Following that, Alicia took Rhaegar while speaking, "Come to the workshop, Vic, and husband, bring me some ether fruit, please." "What type?" Griffin asked. "All of them, bring as many as you can," her mother replied. "You won't believe it." Afterward, they rushed off, with Victoria peppering Alicia for answers, but the older woman shut her down, "Just wait, daughter." Minutes later, the trio arrived at a workshop where her mother put Rhaegar on a bench as Griffin rushed out of the room to get the ether fruit. Once he was gone, Alicia turned to her and revealed, "He's a tetrarch, my daughter. A mage who can use all 8 elements, which is amazing but dangerous." When Victoria heard this, shock made her brain shut down. "A tetrarch? How is that impossible? The last one died hundreds of years ago in the Great War," she exclaimed. Her mother nodded in agreement. "I would usually agree with you, Vic. Scan his inner world," she said while motioning to the sleeping boy. Victoria approached Rhaegar, her movements calm yet deliberate, and gently placed her hand over his chest. Closing her eyes, she channeled her ether into him, feeling the energy flow throughout his body. What she saw was beyond anything she had ever expected, numerous pools of power, each swirling around a larger, unfamiliar one at the center. The sight was alien to her, something she had never encountered in all her studies. As the vision faded, Victoria emerged from the haze, her voice tinged with awe. "I've never seen that before. Not even in the old history books." "You're wrong, daughter," Alicia said while staring at Rhaegar with a curious glint. "There's one legend, well, more of an old myth." Victoria glanced at her mother, her brow furrowed as the older woman recalled the distant memory. "If I remember correctly," she continued, her voice thoughtful, "my grandma once mentioned a being who was adored by the world's ether and commanded the elements like no other." "And you think Rhaegar is this being?" she asked the older woman. Alicia shrugged, her expression serious as she cautioned, "When the boy attends the academy, he must only use 3 elements at most, or things could go wrong. Even that could cause problems." Victoria's brow furrowed in confusion at her mother's words. Sensing her daughter's confusion, the older woman quickly added, "If the other dukes and duchesses learn of him, they'll try to bind him to their families, or worse, some might attempt to enslave him. His power make him a target." "Oh no, they won't," she thought as her motherly instincts kicked in while exclaiming with a dangerous expression, "I won't allow anyone to touch him." Alicia grinned before revealing, "Your father and Alaric would cause chaos across the empire, but that won't stop the nobles' schemes." Victoria nodded just as Griffin entered the workshop with a massive basket of fruits, which he put down while speaking. "What's going on? When will you heal him, love?" "Bring me a lightning and fire fruit," the older woman replied. She watched as her father pulled out 2 small objects and handed them to Alicia, who revealed what she knew. "Griff, our grandson is a tetrarch mage." Victoria watched the big man go white as he stammered, but noticed a glint in the old man's eyes as he exclaimed, "He's going to be a monster. We need to protect him from those greedy nobles and those who would harm him. Put your contacts to good use, darling. When he takes the ether test, we can lie and tell people he's a triarch mage instead," Alicia instructed her husband and daughter. "We also have to be careful with the de Villemont, that Mariah is a sly fox." The older woman pressed a fruit in her hands, crushing it over Rhaegar's mouth, allowing the juice to flow into him. She repeated the process, her movements purposeful. Victoria, unable to understand, watched her mother in confusion before finally asking, "What's going on? Why are you doing that, mother? He needs ether in every part of his body. I can sense that his pools are bone dry and cracking, which will destroy his internal organs," Alicia answered with a focused expression. "And I've been pouring energy into him to heal the wounds." When Victoria heard this, her eyes widened, but a small smile appeared as she muttered, "Thank you for your help, mother. Now, he's my grandson, and I have a feeling this one will come see us, unlike the others," the older woman replied in a cheerful voice. Victoria and Griffin sat quietly, watching as Alicia continued to heal Rhaegar. Slowly, they could see his body mending, his wounds closing, and his breathing stabilizing. However, it was obvious the older woman was growing increasingly exhausted. Despite the visible strain, she pushed forward, her focus unwavering as she ignored her fatigue and continued to pour her energy into healing him. While doing this, Victoria looked at her son with a newfound respect. What could a soul like that be capable of, she thought in amazement while sensing the life returning to Rhaegar just like the mythical phoenix. "We better pray he doesn't turn against us or the Empire, daughter," her father warned, his voice heavy with concern. "It would be the doom of Caldora." He paused for a moment, his gaze distant, as if contemplating the weight of his words. "But I believe his soul is too strong for that." While unconscious, Rhaegar was dreaming about his previous life, and he didn't miss it, as he had a new life to live. Once he came to, pain shot through his body, but soon felt ether flowing into him. "What's going on?" he mused with a groggy mind. "I remember killing those bandits, but after that, nothing." Minutes later, Rhaegar's eyes fluttered open as he regained his strength. He saw a window that showed him a beautiful garden, shrouded in darkness, with a landscape stretching endlessly in every direction. The stillness of the scene only seemed to heighten the confusion in his mind. He groaned softly as he attempted to sit up, but the intense pain coursing through his body made him tremble. Shit, this hurts so bad, he thought, clenching his teeth as the sharp pain sent waves of discomfort through him. As Rhaegar sat there, he felt the ether coursing through his body, gradually mending the last of his injuries. The pain slowly receded, and 10 minutes later, he felt much better. His senses sharpened, and he scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. His gaze landed on a basket filled with strange-looking fruit. What are they? He mused, curiosity getting the better of him. Drop some power stones, reviews, and comments, as it will help the book grow. Chapter 9, A Newborn Fawn. Slowly, Rhaegar made his way over to the basket, intrigued by the food in front of him. He picked one up, turning it over in his hands. It was brown and about the size of a golf ball, which only deepened his confusion. What kind of fruit is this? I'm guessing some kind of fantasy fruit, he thought, still uncertain about what to make of it. Rhaegar continued to examine the fruit, his fingers tracing its smooth surface as he marveled at its unusual appearance. As he brought it closer, an earthy aroma reached his nose, catching him off guard and causing him to think, why does it smell like dirt? With a shrug, he inhaled deeply, and to his surprise, the scent was rich, almost as if the very essence of the earth itself had been captured within the fruit. It was unlike anything he had ever smelled before. But then, as he focused on the fruit, he sensed something unusual, a flow of earth ether coming from it. The sensation was unlike anything he had experienced before. It was a deep, stabilizing force that made him feel more grounded. Are these ether fruits of some kind? He mused after thinking about it for a while. Rhaegar took a bite of the strange fruit. The moment his teeth sank into it, a surge of sensations overwhelmed him. It felt as if minerals flooded his body, the deep essence of the earth filling him. The ether rushed through his body as the taste of metal and rocks filled his mouth, but it wasn't horrible. That was strange, but I didn't dislike it, he muttered before closing his eyes to focus on the energy inside him, only to get another shock. Seconds later, he was floating inside a dreamlike world where 9 pools sat quietly and the atmosphere gave off a calming effect. They reminded him of small containers the size of a soccer ball, but glowing liquid slowly dripped into them. Each one glowed a different color that was the distinct element for ether. Then there was the biggest one in the center, circled by the others, causing him to think, are these my ether pools? Why are there so many and what is this big one for? He immediately noticed 3 distinct types of ether converging, each flowing with rhythm and color. As it gathered, the pool slowly filled. Intrigued, he focused, watching with growing curiosity as the yellow energy finally spilled over into one of the smaller pools nearby. It left some ether in the bigger pool, but not much, he pondered when seeing this. After checking that out, he returned to the real world with a lot of questions just as the door suddenly flew open, slamming against the wall. A large, imposing, blond man stepped inside. He halted abruptly when his eyes met Rhaegar's. For a moment, the two stared at each other in tense silence, the air heavy with unspoken recognition. Despite the years and the unfamiliar setting, he recognized the newcomer as his grandfather, Griffin Balethorn. They had met when he was much younger, along with his grandmother, and even now, the older man carried an unmistakable presence that reminded him of a lion. The man had a mane of thick, fluffy hair framing his strong features, and his piercing red eyes mirrored his own. The only difference was Griffin's sheer size. He towered over 6 feet tall, his frame massive and powerful, like a seasoned warrior carved from stone. Looks like my little grandson has finally woke up, the big man said while closing the door behind him and sitting down in a nearby chair. Everyone else is asleep, he concluded. Rhaegar gave a brief nod before retreating into his inner world, his focus drawn to the lightning and fire pools swirling with energy. A spark of excitement lit within him, and he attempted to cast Stormfire Bullet. The moment he tried, a sharp, excruciating pain tore through his body, which made his world go white for a second, forcing a yelp from his lips while thinking, what's going on? This hurts so much. Before he could recover from the sudden pain that threatened to knock him out, a heavy smack landed on the back of his head, which sent his world spinning while bringing him out of the brain fog by the old man's gruff voice. "Stupid boy. Don't even think about using magic right now," Griffin scolded, his tone a mix of frustration and concern. "Your pool or body hasn't healed yet. You need to fully recover before attempting any of that foolishness again." Rhaegar gave his grandfather a dirty look while rubbing his head. "Why hit me, old man? I was only testing my magic." Griffin chuckled, "The more you try to use it, the worse it will be in the long run. Rest for now, and you'll heal in no time," he said. "Okay, why are there all different ether pools? I remember reading that the most anyone can have is 3, and they're known as tetrarch mages, but I have 9, he asked his grandfather. The older man stroked his blonde beard thoughtfully before responding. "You're right," he said, "but there's something beyond that. The legends would call you a tetrarch mage." He paused, his piercing red eyes locking onto his. "Tetrarch mages are rare, boy. Their power is unmatched, but there hasn't been one in generations. All I remember is that magic flows through them like second nature," Griffin said, a note of pride and curiosity in his voice. Rhaegar hesitated, unsure how to respond, before changing the subject. "If I remember correctly," he began, "it's going to take me a lot longer than the average student to get to higher tiers, or even level up since I have to progress with all 8 elements individually." Griffin sighed but nodded to confirm the news. "Unfortunately, yes, but it's not all bad news. When you reach the next tier, your power will far surpass that of others your age. You won't just be strong, you'll be in a league of your own." "That sounds amazing, but I'm going to have to work hard," he thought. "I've decided that I will train you in hand-to-hand combat, little one," his grandfather suddenly commented. When Rhaegar heard this, he was confused, causing him to ask, "I have 2 years before I start Drakenwood Academy. Will that be enough time to learn? Hopefully, I can start using magic before the ether test when I turn 15, he pondered, as his grandfather was thinking to himself. Griffin stood up with a confused expression after a few minutes of musing to himself. "Yes. I can teach you a fair bit before classes start, but why would you choose to go there? Isn't it the worst of the 4 academies in Dawnfire?" "Yes, but they have dozens of dungeons that the students can explore if they're strong enough, and it goes toward the overall grades," Rhaegar replied in an excited voice. "They also work on merit and not family status. After all, I come from a count's family." His grandfather nodded while rubbing his beard. "Yes, that is a good way to think. The brats in the Dawnfire Academy look down on anything below a duke. You could use my name, but I doubt you're like that." Rhaegar chuckled when hearing that. A spark of determination appeared as he pushed himself to his feet, though his legs trembled from weakness thanks to the damage his body had received. "I don't care about all that, old man," he said, his voice steady. "I just want to learn how to use magic before the enrollment tests." Griffin raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "Ambitious, aren't you?" he muttered, crossing his arms. "Well, if you're that eager, we'd better start as soon as you're able to stand without looking like a newborn fawn." Rhaegar laughed when hearing this before lying down again, as the pain was too much. Seconds later, an older woman with white hair and big red eyes appeared who looked like a mature version of his mother. "What are you 2 troublemakers up to?" she questioned in a tired voice. He watched his grandfather go stiff before turning to the woman with a worried expression. "I was just getting to know our grandson, my love, he's a wonderful boy." "This must be my grandmother Alicia Valethorn," he thought when seeing the mature woman staring at Griffin. "You didn't say that when you smacked me," Rhaegar said with a sly smirk that only his grandfather could see. When Alicia heard that, her eyes narrowed at the old man, who retorted with a shocked expression, "I mean, yes, I smacked him, but that was only because he tried to use his magic," he explained. His grandmother's expression changed instantly, causing Rhaegar to chuckle but let out a startled yelp. "Why did you hit me?" he said while rubbing his head. "Drop some power stones, reviews, and comments, as it will help the book grow." Chapter 10, You Little Gremlin. Don't you go getting your grandfather into trouble, you little gremlin, Alicia said with a playful giggle. But hey, it's good to see you up and causing chaos, sweetheart. Rhaegar chuckled before looking at his grandparents and could feel the love they had for him. He sighed while rubbing his head. Sorry, I didn't know it would hurt. I was confused when waking up. When Griffin heard this, he felt guilty, but Alicia stepped forward and suddenly hugged him before playing with his snow-white hair. I was so worried after laying my eyes on you. Your body was breaking down from the inside out. He stiffened at her words, but his grandmother gave him a reassuring smile as she continued, No need to worry, sweetheart. I healed you as much as I could before running out of ether. You're lucky I'm not charging you for it. Rhaegar laughed as a memory from his childhood popped up when seeing that smile as he instantly recognized it. Little one. Come see your grandmother, his mother, Victoria, called from the back door, her voice warm and full of affection. Rhaegar, however, sat fully immersed in his own little world in the garden, surrounded by the ether toys his father had bought him. He was utterly unbothered by his mother's call, too enthralled with one that resembled a wobbly slime. Slum. Slim. Slime, he tried to speak until getting it right. He held up the toy like it was the greatest discovery of his new life. Victoria crossed her arms with a smirk. I see where I rank compared to a blob of goo. Goo, he repeated her words, which shocked himself as it was the only one he got right on the first attempt. His mother giggled softly, but her amusement faded as a stranger appeared in the garden. Rhaegar froze, clutching his slime toy tightly. She looked a lot like his mother, but something about her was different. She's powerful. The surrounding air seemed to move around her like an unknown force is controlling it, he thought while staring at the newcomer. It felt like a monster was gazing at him until it vanished, which confused him even more. The woman smiled warmly, shooing Victoria away with a wave of her hand before settling down beside him. Without hesitation, she scooped him up and placed him in her lap, her gentle demeanor easing his nerves. No need to be nervous, sweetheart, she said, her voice soothing. I'm your grandmother, but you can call me Nana if you like. Can you say that? Nana? Nah, Rhaegar attempted, his tiny voice struggling to form the word, but it just wouldn't come out right. She laughed, pressing a soft kiss to his cheek. Close enough, darling. We'll work on it after your slime finishes its world conquest. Nana, Rhaegar said, which made Alicia go stiff. She pulled back with a big smile while speaking, I see you remember the day where we helped your slime toy conquer the garden. He chuckled when hearing that. It came to me when you smiled. Seems like you take after the women of our family. You have Alicia's beautiful smile, Griffin commented, with a voice laced with jealousy. The gray-haired woman chuckled softly before sharing the news, her eyes twinkling with warmth. You and your mother will be returning home in a few days. The healing is progressing even better than I expected. Rhaegar's heart soared with surprise and excitement, but his grandfather's commanding voice interrupted the moment. You'll train here until it's time for you and your mother to leave. After that, I'll fly over every evening to continue your lessons. Following that, Griffin said his goodbyes and went to bed, as Alicia stayed behind to heal him as much as possible. While sitting there, he finally realized the strange feeling emanating from her. Grandmother, you're above tier 4, aren't you? Rhaegar asked. I could feel a strange power around you when I was young, but now I know it's your ether. The older, white-haired woman looked at him and nodded. Yes, I am sweetheart, tier 9, to be exact. When Rhaegar heard this, his eyes widened in shock, causing his grandmother to giggle while pouring more ether into his body. This made the remaining pain subside, which made him sigh. That feels a lot better. The sharp pains have gone, he said with sweat running down his brow. Alicia stepped back looking tired herself as she spoke, I'm going back to bed, I've run low on energy and need to recover. You were using water and light ether to heal me, correct? Rhaegar questioned with a curious glint in his red eyes. The older woman smiled before nodding. Yes, it's a healing spell named Mermaid's Touch. I learned it on one of my adventures many years ago. Rhaegar became fascinated, but Alicia commented, get some rest sweetheart and ensure that you eat some of the ether fruits, they will help you recover. Thank you, have a good rest, he replied before getting comfortable on the bed. A while later, Rhaegar found himself restless and couldn't fall asleep. He climbed out of bed and grabbed the basket of ether fruit. His legs felt unsteady as he made his way toward the room's balcony. Sweat beaded on his skin, and he stepped outside, drawn by the soothing touch of a warm summer breeze, which cooled him as it brushed against his body. Following that, he grabbed a blanket before sitting outside. This is peaceful and the ether in the air helps me relax, he mused while picking up a water and light fruits. Rhaegar started eating and soon after that he felt the energy rush into his cores while filling up the two pools while leaving some in the center. He was still confused, but ignored it as he continued eating. After eating a dozen fruits, the water and light vessels were about a quarter full. It was then that Rhaegar recalled how his grandmother had used the spell to heal him. Being the curious goblin his parents often called him, he couldn't resist trying to copy Alicia's method. He focused intently, feeling the ether flow through his body, its energy repairing the damage within. Pain shot through his entire being, but it vanished thanks to the copied spell that dulled it. Rhaegar let out a tired sigh as the last of his ether drained away, leaving him feeling both exhausted and better than before. He slumped into a nearby chair, pulling a blanket over himself. Curling up, he let the comforting warmth lull him into a deep sleep. The next morning, Rhaegar stirred awake to the sensation of gentle fingers running through his hair. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find Yuki gazing down at him. A radiant smile lit up her beautiful face as she greeted him. You're finally awake, young master. Still disoriented, Rhaegar blinked at her in confusion. Before he could respond, she leaned down, her voice soft and filled with gratitude, as she kissed his forehead. Thank you for saving me. I never expected you to appear by my side so suddenly. Always and forever Yuki, he mumbled while sitting up. The morning sun was high in the sky, and he felt much better. Where is everyone? Your grandparents are meeting with the Valmont family, and your mother is healing the injured down in the healer's wing, the cat woman answered. Rhaegar shook his head while grabbing a handful of ether fruit and started eating, which poured energy into his body, but her worried voice reached his ears. How are you eating so much, young master? What? He mumbled, turning to Yuki as he bit into a fire fruit. The fiery taste exploded in his mouth, burning like a mouthful of hot chili, but he powered through and finished it. She watched him with a mix of amusement and astonishment before explaining, a tier 1 ether mage couldn't possibly consume the amount you are. Rhaegar shrugged, it's filling up my pools and healing my body, so it feels good, he replied just as a maid appeared at the door. Young master, Master Griffin has requested your presence at his meeting, Yuki suddenly revealed, her tone calm but expectant. Rhaegar blinked in surprise, momentarily baffled, but he nodded and rose to his feet. As he went to walk out, the cat maid, she smiled warmly and added, I'll be assisting your mother, so I won't be joining you this time. He said goodbye before continuing his walk through the manor's corridors. The floors echoed beneath his steps. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a meeting room where the woman knocked on the door. Come in, his grandfather's voice boomed out. The maid gracefully opened the door, and Rhaegar stepped through, his curiosity piqued. His eyes immediately fell on two individuals seated inside, but it was their distinct appearances that left him momentarily speechless. What are these people? He thought while standing there. Griffin's smile grew wider before speaking, sit down and take a seat, you little gremlin. Drop some power stones, reviews, and comments, as it will help the book grow. Chapter 11, Stop Being So Stiff. Rhaegar stood frozen, staring at the two individuals, both with skin tinted a shade of blue. The man appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, his glowing red eyes and jet black hair giving him an intense, almost predatory aura. His attire, a finely tailored Victorian-era suit, only added to his imposing presence, as though he had stepped out of a forgotten age. But it was the second figure that truly caught Rhaegar off guard. A young woman sat beside the man, her features similar to his, causing him to think, father and daughter. Her luminous red eyes glimmered like embers, framed by delicate yet strikingly sharp features that could make any woman on earth envious. Her high cheekbones and full lips seemed carved to perfection, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Wild blue hair cascaded around her face and shoulders in waves, defying any attempt at order yet enhancing her captivating charm. As the young woman's gaze met Rhaegar's, she offered him a slow, enigmatic smile. The moment her lips parted in a welcoming smile, she revealed sharp fangs, sending a shiver down his spine. Vampires, he thought. What are you doing, Rhaegar? Greet our guests and stop being rude, Griffin asked in a concerned voice. He shook his head and greeted them while introducing himself. My apologies. I'm Raegar Blackwood, youngest son of Count Alaric Blackwood. A well-mannered young man, unlike your other grandchildren, the man said with a chuckle before replying, I'm Vlad von Karstein, king of the Nytheria kingdom, to the south, and this is my daughter Camilla von Karstein. Afterward, he joined his grandfather, who was still speaking. As I was saying, could I gain access to Dreadshade Castle, the one that overlooks Bloodfong Forest? I want to send the boy there to train once he's healed. I tried speaking to Duke D'Ambrose, but he refused to grant permission to the Wintershade Forest in the north. When Rhaegar heard that name, his face turned as white as his hair, which made the young woman giggle as he asked with narrowed eyes, Old man, are you trying to kill me? This smells like a setup. Griffin glanced at him with amused red eyes before answering with a chuckle. You'll be fine. There are only Tier 2 monsters, maybe the occasional Tier 3, but I doubt you'll meet them since the Nytherian soldiers clear them out. Do you think it's wise sending your grandson to that place, Griff? The northern vampires are right to reject your request. Wintershade is no place for a young man, Vlad questioned with a worried expression. Rhaegar looked at the vampire king before retorting with a confident tone, I won't die, especially with grandfather's training over the coming year. Vlad glanced at him with a kind expression while asking, Are you aware of the dangers in the Bloodfong Forest? Yes, he answered with a confident glint in his eyes. Tier 2 to 3 monsters is roaming it like grandfather said along with outlaws, bandits, and rebels from the fallen kingdom to the southwest. The vampire king nodded in understanding. I will grant the boy permission to enter the fortress, but he cannot cause trouble as it's a military city with a guild inside for adventurers. You will be able to sell the monster loot whenever you return. Rhaegar got excited, and everyone could see it, causing Camilla to say, You'll die there, boy. Deadly monsters roam that forest. So what? Laughed as Griffin and Rhaegar approached the guards, who noticed the older man and saluted him. Seconds later, a commander appeared. Good morning, Duke Veilthrone. Here for the Aether test. Yes, Darian, his grandfather replied, pointing a thumb back at him. I want to show the boy around the city. It's his first time here. The man named Darian nodded at Rhaegar with wide eyes, asking a question. Greetings, young master. Are you Jasper Blackwood's sibling? I am, he answered the newcomer. He's my big brother. No wonder I recognized you, the commander said with a chuckle. You have the same face as him but less scarred. Griffin laughed, questioning, how is the boy? I heard he was fighting in the east against the bandit gangs that have infested the area since the Eastern Wars. Darian glanced at the blond man. That he is Griff. Some of the old boys are saying he's one of the finest commanders Dawnfire has ever produced. Word is, even High Command is impressed with him and with your grandson, Reeler. The mention of that name made Rhaegar stiffen, a surge of irritation flashing across his face. Ugh, not that guy. I swear one day I will show him how weak he is, he thought bitterly. His cousin was a year older than him. Their first and only meeting had been less than warm. They couldn't have been more different. Reeler was outgoing, charming, and the undeniable favorite of the entire Valethorn family. Though he was loved by his grandparents and immediate family. Rhaegar, unlike his cousins, preferred spending time on his own and avoided the typical noble behavior of seeking attention or bragging about the family name, which always baffled him. Their pompous actions and condescending attitudes annoyed him, especially when they directed their snobbery toward Yuki and Saki. It was a line Rhaegar refused to tolerate and got into an argument with one of his mother's sisters. "Dumb bitch always insults Yuki whenever she gets the chance," he thought in frustration as he was brought back to reality. "Come on boy, we need to get to the church before the ladies get there." Griffin dragged him back to reality as the two were led into the city. As Rhaegar stepped into the city, he couldn't help but be awestruck by the sights. Cobbled streets stretched in every direction, flanked by sturdy stone buildings decorated with colorful awnings and complex carvings. The bustling roads crisscrossed Dunmara as merchants called out their wares from market stalls that were set up along the walkways, and townsfolk moved with purpose, weaving through the crowds. Dawnfire soldiers patrolled the streets in their polished armor. They greeted citizens with nods. Rhaegar watched this with a curious expression as Griffin suddenly spoke. "You know, boy. You're the greatest gift that your grandmother and mother have ever given me." "Why are you getting sentimental, old man?" he asked his grandfather. "Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Creators. Chapter 16, The Highest and the Lowest. Griffin's piercing red eyes locked onto him, a wide grin spreading across his face as he ruffled his hair. "The only reason I was so hard on you during training is because this world is unforgiving, and you will only attract trouble. That's why, by the time you were 15, I made sure you could take on Tier 2 monsters without breaking a sweat." As they continued, Rhaegar's gaze was drawn to a massive temple that stood before them, its beauty catching him off guard. Its surface, made of gleaming white stone, reflected the morning sunlight. He scanned the structure in awe, taking in the carvings that embellished its walls and the towering spires that seemed to touch the sky. The temple's beauty was both humbling and awe-inspiring. "I've decided against you hiding your powers," his grandfather suddenly announced, his voice steady. "You won't be able to keep them to yourself while growing stronger, so it's pointless to try. But with that decision made, I'll buy you some weapons. You'll need every advantage." Rhaegar felt a surge of excitement when he heard that, but Griffin quickly tempered his joy. "I need to check if the blacksmith is available, but the weapons should be ready by the time I take you to Bloodfong Forest." As they continued, the two spotted Victoria and Yuki, surrounded by the Valethorn guards. The Catwoman flashed him a warm smile, but before Rhaegar could respond, his mother enveloped him in a tight hug, her voice bubbling with excitement. "Now the Empire will finally see how talented my son is," she exclaimed. Rhaegar couldn't help but laugh at his mother's enthusiasm when a tall man with blonde hair and green eyes suddenly appeared, greeting them with a warm smile while wearing priest-like robes. "Ah, my old friend Griffin Valethorn and his family. It's good to see you all in good health," he said in a friendly voice. "Edmund," Griffin said with a big smile. "Thank you for agreeing to take my grandson's Aether test. I know the southern nobles get feisty this time of year. Luckily, Tyrone told me to come to you." The man waved his grandfather away. "Don't worry about it, old friend. Big brother is right, we look after our own. I'm guessing this is the genius grandson you told me about." He stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm Raegar Blackwood." When his grandfather's friend heard this, his smile grew wider as he replied, "Very good to meet you, little Blackwood. I am Edmund Sunfire. Younger brother to Duke Sunfire. Now, let's get to the test. The officials are about to begin." Following that, he led them deeper into the temple, where hundreds of people his age mingled about. Seconds later, Griffin spoke in a cheerful tone, "I'll take your mother and little girlfriend to the stands, my boy. I can't wait to see the reactions of the people when I get back." Rhaegar glanced up at the older blonde man and asked, "Where are you headed now?" "Off to see a man about a monster, you nosy gremlin," Griffin replied with a chuckle, his tone light and teasing. Now go take your test and remember, I want to see several grandbabies from you. So bring home at least 2 girlfriends. What? Rhaegar was surprised and shook his head before pointing at the cat woman standing next to him. Why are you saying get 2 girlfriends? I have Yuki. Griffin, Victoria, and Yuki all exchanged amused smiles as the maid chimed in with a mischievous grin. If there were another girl or 2, young master, I wouldn't mind sharing. I would be a poor maid if I neglected your needs. Ha, he responded while feeling his cheeks going red at the thought. His grandfather started laughing before ruffling his hair. My idiot of a grandson. You are clueless and must get out of the training mentality and pay attention to the ladies of the world. They noticed an older lady with bright green hair in a uniform of the temple staff walking past, causing his grandfather to greet the woman with a charming smile before continuing as his mother gave him a knowing look. Griffin smiled at victory as he continued, You're a handsome young man that takes after myself, so I know you'll find some lovely ladies to bring home when the academy breaks. The Drakenwood Academy is in the northwest, young master, Yuki informed him. You have to pass through the Veilthorn lands to get home until you travel east. Rhaegar nodded in understanding as the group started walking, and he asked the cat woman in a quiet voice, You wouldn't mind me having other women? When the young woman heard this, she turned to him with a radiant smile and a playful twinkle in her feline eyes. No, young master, I encourage it. You'll need people you trust to explore dungeons and traverse dangerous lands. And who better to team up with than a couple of lovers who care for you? So she wants me to have a harem, he thought, a mix of surprise and curiosity crossing his mind. Rhaegar wasn't clueless. He knew exactly what it meant, but romance beyond Yuki had never been something he seriously considered, as he only focused on training and growing stronger. With a small shrug, he pushed the thought aside, deciding to let the future unfold naturally once he joined the academy. Okay, enough of standing around, Griffin's deep voice broke him out of his thoughts. I'll take these 2 to the stands. Now go enjoy yourself. Before he could walk away, Victoria stepped forward and wrapped him in a warm embrace. Enjoy yourself, my son. I know you'll be the best there, she said, her voice filled with unwavering confidence and pride. Rhaegar smiled warmly at his mother's words, but his expression shifted when Yuki stepped forward, her cheeks flushed red. She wrapped her arms around him in a soft embrace, her voice low. I'm all yours, young master. Now go make me proud, she murmured. Before he could fully process what had happened, she quickly placed a gentle peck on his cheek, leaving his heart racing. As Griffin led them away, Rhaegar stood frozen for a moment, his eyes fixed on the pink-haired woman until she disappeared into the bustling crowd. Well, at least I know where I stand with her, he thought with a smile. Who wouldn't want a beautiful, mature woman as a wife? Rhaegar shook his head and made his way into the hall. Inside, groups of young people clustered together, chatting. Some of them turned to look at him as he entered, but his attention was drawn to a group of nobles who were surrounding a lone girl, taunting her. She stood there, looking out of place. Her dress and boots were what the village girls near the manor wore. With dark brown skin and sandy blonde hair, her grey eyes were filled with sadness as the nobles hurled insults her way, completely ignoring the pain they caused. Typical nobility. Always picking on normal people, Rhaegar thought, his irritation growing as he approached the group. As he got closer, he overheard one boy sneer, What is a dirty commoner doing here? You should be at the smaller temple built for people like you. His voice dripped with contempt as he looked down on the quiet girl, his words sharp and mocking. Rhaegar noticed the blonde started trembling, causing him to remember one of his mother's lessons. We are nobles, Rhaegar, we do not look down on normal people, Victoria said while pacing in the classroom. You mean commoners, he corrected. His mother shook her head. No. They are people just like us, darling. Believe it or not, your father came from nothing. He carried buckets of ore in the pits at the age of 10. One day, your grandfather Griffin freed them in the Eastern War, and that's where Alderic led the survivors to become the renowned Blackwood Guards. She stood up and looked out of the window as she continued, he fought his way to becoming a count in charge of people. We are the highest, and they are the lowest, Rhaegar. We must lift them as high as they will go. Anything less is simply not worthy of our name. Anything less is simply not worthy of our name, he mused with a smile. Mother, you belong in the Blackwood family and with father, it seems. Rhaegar's eyes snapped open, locking onto one girl as she raised her hand to strike the blonde. In an instant, he cast Flash Step, the air exploding with a boom echoed throughout the hall, catching everyone's attention as he appeared before the bullied girl. The sheer force of his arrival sent a ripple of shock through the nobles, causing them to stumble back, their arrogance replaced by fear as he spoke with a confident grin, leave the girl alone. You're supposed to be nobles, after all. Now move along before you get a shock. Chapter 17, Wish Me Luck. Rhaegar stared at the pack of nobles, and one of them went a step forward, but a girl stopped him with a wary expression. That's Rhaegar Veilthorn's cousin. They have the same white hair which runs in that family, but this one has red eyes instead of blue. The others, clearly annoyed by this, walked away while he gave them a shit-eating grin as lightning arched across his body, but he was annoyed as people knew who he was. Rhaegar shook his head before turning to the blonde girl with big grey eyes who was staring at him. She had smooth, rich, chocolate-brown skin, sandy blonde hair, and flawless features that any girl on earth would have loved to have. Her eyes sparkled, complemented by a delicate button nose and plump, inviting lips. Haven't seen many dark-skinned girls since coming to this world, but she's gorgeous, he thought while noticing her pointed ears, amazing him. She's a half-elf? Thank you for the help, she muttered in a quiet voice that he barely heard above the surrounding noise. I didn't know people were so unfriendly to half-elves in the capital. Rhaegar smiled before waving her away. It's okay, no need to thank me. I don't like the way nobles act. They are so high and mighty, which is annoying after a while. The girl giggled when she heard that and held out her hand, that he took as she introduced herself. I'm Sylvara. I come from a town far to the south called Duskwater Hollow. It's on a peninsula that is cut off by a dark forest and mountains. I haven't heard of it, he answered. But I'm Raegar Blackwood and I live just outside of the trade city, Southwood. Sylvara's eyes widened before she spoke in an excited voice, I've been there with my father, who is my town's trader. That was our first and last journey together until Julian found me. He found you? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Are you a cat? The girl giggled softly while explaining. No, it's not like that. He visits our town because his manor is on the outskirts. He believes I have a massive ether pool and could become a talented mage. Sylvara's eyes sparkled in excitement as she continued, my father was so thrilled about it that he insisted I accompany him and Julian on their journey back to the capital. They normally travel together. Oh, Rhaegar replied, raising an eyebrow. Interesting. Well, I'd better get in line for the test. Looks like it's getting crowded. He started to walk off, but Sylvara grabbed his sleeve while asking in a sweet voice, can I join you, please? Julian is busy, and I have no friends here. Of course, he answered before grabbing the brown-skinned beauty's hand and dragging her over to the center of the hall. Hundreds of kids were waiting as the temple staff efficiently lined them up. Rhaegar scanned the room and spotted a nearby line as they entered. While standing there, he noticed something, Sylvara's cheeks were dark because of embarrassment. His gaze drifted to their still joined hands, lingering for a moment before he glanced away while letting go. Sorry about that, but we can wait here until we take the test. Sylvara nodded with a smile as Rhaegar turned to a boy who was putting his hand on a translucent gem. Seconds later, it glowed a bright blue just as a man announced, water. He watched the boy get excited and next was a girl with rabbit ears. Moments later, she had two elements as the gem glowed brown and red, causing the crowd to murmur as the same staff member exclaimed, earth and fire. This continued until the nobles were giving Sylvara trouble. Most had one element while a couple had two, impressing the staff, children, and watching adults. When the blonde saw them, she grabbed his sleeve, prompting Rhaegar to reassure her, "Don't worry about them, they won't bother now you're friends with a Veilthorn." The brown-skinned girl looked confused before whispering, "You'd be friends with a commoner like me? Despite belonging to a noble family?" "Yes," he answered with a charming smile. "I don't care about status or rank, merit is what's important to me." She stared at him as if he were an alien, her expression so bewildered that Rhaegar couldn't help but burst into laughter. The tension eased, and they both turned their attention to the other children taking their tests. He watched closely, curious about the results. So far, every child tested had been normal with one element, and a few had two, but none had displayed anything more extraordinary. 2 hours later, it was finally Sylvara's turn. She brushed off her dress, which was clean as they stood in line. Her excitement and nerves were obvious as she turned to him with a radiant smile. "Wish me luck," she said, her grey eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Good luck," Rhaegar said as she walked to the center where Edmund was waiting. The blonde man nodded at him just as Sylvara put her hand on the ether gem, that lit up. As 3 colors appeared, the hall went deathly silent as a bright white, blue, and brown color lit up the surroundings. "She's a tetrarch mage," he was internally shocked. Rhaegar caught sight of Edmund's eyes widening in shock before quickly ushering Sylvara out of the hall, his movements hurried and almost frantic. She glanced back over her shoulder, her brow furrowed in confusion. He met her gaze with a charming smile and a casual wave, hoping to ease her worry. She hesitated for a moment before vanishing through the doorway with Julian. Following that, it was his turn, making his excitement grow. The temple staff motioned for him to step forward for his turn. As he approached the stand, he turned to the right and froze for a moment. His mother and Yuki were nearby in the stand watching him. Rhaegar quickly noticed the cat woman greeted him with a warm smile. Beside her, Victoria silently cheered him on, her hands clasped tightly in encouragement. He felt a surge of determination as he returned their gestures with a small nod. "What is your name, boy?" the official asked. "Raegar Blackwood," he answered. The man nodded before informing him, "Please place your hands on it and don't remove them until I say so," the man informed him in a firm tone. Rhaegar nodded and placed his hand on the gem, expecting something to happen, but at first, nothing did. A heavy silence fell over the hall, confusion etched on everyone's faces. Just as the murmurs began, the hall trembled, and suddenly, 8 brilliant lights burst forth. Red, blue, green, white, black, brown, yellow, and purple erupted in dazzling beams. Gasps of shock echoed through the hall as the colors danced across every surface, leaving the gathered crowd frozen in awe. He blinked against the intense light, his own heart pounding with excitement as he sucked in so much ether that it almost overwhelmed it, but he managed to control it while sending the energy into the 9 pools. While standing there basking in the ether, Rhaegar started hearing the whispers and excitement that echoed throughout the hall. "A tetrarch mage has been born," a man shouted. "The Blackwood boy can use every element." "I feel sorry for him," a girl said. Rhaegar shook his head as the temple official approached him with a respectful look as he spoke. "I cannot believe it, you're a tetrarch mage, young master. I'm sure the temple leader would like to speak to you." He was just about to reply, but more nobles moved in on him and overwhelmed him with questions causing him to get ready to use his magic, but a commanding voice boomed across the temple. "Leave my grandson alone. If you ignore my warning, we can step outside," Griffin warned the crowd while approaching the stage. Rhaegar smiled when he saw his grandfather, and the old man winked at him before continuing, "No one is to bother him, or they will have an issue with the Veilthorn family, and you know the Empress will want the boy to flourish." The nobles quickly retreated, their murmurs fading into the background, but Rhaegar couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. 3 men stood apart from the rest, their predatory gazes fixed on him like wolves sizing up their prey. A nervous lump formed in his throat, and he gulped instinctively, as their aura was too much for him. He felt like heavy weights were pressing down, forcing him to grit his teeth while steeling himself. Griffin's sharp eyes caught the exchange, and his expression darkened with fury. Taking a step forward, he growled, his voice like thunder, "Lucius, Charles, Henry, take your eyes off him, or we can dance like we did back in the academy. Drop some power stones, reviews, and comments, as it will help the book grow." Chapter 18, You're Welcome My Boy. After the speaking, the threat hung in the air, heavy with tension was palpable. The three men exchanged uneasy glances, their confidence faltering under Griffin's piercing glare. They quickly backed off. Rhaegar smiled at his grandfather's display, but the old man dragged him somewhere quiet as the crowd couldn't keep their eyes off him and were whispering among themselves while stealing glances at them. As soon as they moved away from the crowd, a shimmering bubble formed around them, silencing all external noise. He glanced around in confusion, only to notice the Veilthorn guards encircling them. "The other families now know you are a tetrarch mage, which will bring a lot of unwanted attention and distract you from your training. So that's why me and your mother have decided that you will go to Bloodfong Forest immediately," Griffin revealed with glowing red eyes. Rhaegar nodded in understanding just as the old man continued speaking. "You'll spend a year there and use the Nytherian fortress to restock, rest and sell whatever you collect. Can I bring some books? And what about the academy?" he questioned when hearing his grandfather's words. Griffin nodded while chuckling. "Yes, I have some gifts, but they will have to wait until we depart for the forest, and I will collect you before the test day," he revealed with a big smile. Following that, Rhaegar noticed more people pouring into the temple, but the old man did something so they'd appeared outside their carriage and pushed him inside. "Get in and say goodbye to the ladies. Yuki is upset and needs some pampering from her lover." Rhaegar was ready to cuss him out for making a scene, but the sight of his mother and Yuki sitting nearby caused him to shut his mouth. He bit his tongue, choosing silence instead as Griffin started laughing. Before he could think, Victoria leapt from her seat and wrapped him in a tight, almost crushing hug. Her voice trembled with worry as she muttered, "I hope you stay safe out there, and don't let the monsters get you." When hearing the concern in her voice, Rhaegar felt a pang of guilt, but he forced a reassuring smile, patting her back gently. "Don't worry, mother. You know I've been training hard for years. Yes, you're talented enough not to be killed by monsters or outlaws," she said with a smile before looking at him. "You've grown up so much. What you did for that girl would have made your father proud." Rhaegar's cheeks flushed a deep red as his eyes flickered toward the cat woman, who had been watching him with an amused gaze. Before he could say anything, she spoke, her tone light but thoughtful. "She was a pretty girl," Yuki said, her tail swishing lazily behind her. "I admit she seems fragile, sure, but being a triarch mage is the complete opposite. She'll most likely grow into a powerhouse. It doesn't seem like she's bothered," he mused before quickly hugging her, which the maid happily reciprocated with a tight one of her own. As the carriage moved out of the city, Rhaegar noticed the Veilthorn guards forming a protective circle around it. Victoria straightened in her seat and spoke with a firm tone. "Now that you're heading to Bloodfong Forest, you must be cautious of the devils that may appear. Your grandmother gave you lessons about them, so stay alert and watch yourself." "I know, mother," he replied with a smile, trying to reassure his mother. "I'll be cautious and won't put myself in dangerous situations." The carriage went silent after Victoria agreed, and minutes later he felt Yuki's hand slipped into his with a smile as her blue eyes sparkled with affection, but he noticed the concern within them as well. Rhaegar felt embarrassed, but pushed that aside as he turned to the window and watched as the city streets passed by. The two women started chatting about the people they saw in the temple. The two women laughed, recognizing some familiar faces among the crowd, while he remained lost in his own thoughts, contemplating the forest and the monsters that prowled within. Hours later, as the carriage rolled down the Kingsway, it came to a halt when a griffin appeared before them. Rhaegar smiled when seeing the old man and stepped inside while speaking, "Hello everyone, sorry I was later. A friend of mine kept me waiting. Did you get everything you told me about father?" "It must have been hard to get that certain item," Victoria asked in a curious tone. His grandfather nodded with a big smile as he ruffled Rhaegar's hair suddenly. Yes, and some extra as Marius helped me find most of it from the market. But as I was leaving, Dunmara was in chaos as they are looking for him. When his mother heard this, her eyebrows rose before asking, I bet they will try to bribe him with their daughters or gold. Wait until the marriage offers pour in. That's going to be annoying. Rhaegar shifted uncomfortably at the thought of being forced to marry someone he didn't know. Sensing this, Griffin smirked and reassured him, relax, you little gremlin. No one's going to force you into marriage or arrange anything. Victoria chuckled, adding with a playful tone, that only happened to Jasper, she giggled softly. Not that he minds, he and his fiancées are madly in love. Following that, Rhaegar was relieved, and it showed, but Griffin nudged him with a knowing smile as she spoke. Wait until you see what I've got for you. I know you'll love them and some things are an adventurer's dream. Thank you, grandfather. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me, he replied in a grateful voice, as the older man had done a lot for him. Griffin beamed before he suddenly pulling Rhaegar into a bear hug. You're welcome, boy, he said warmly. It's been an amazing time training you over the years. Most of your cousins don't even bother with me or your grandmother, but then there's you. You and grandmother mean a lot to me, he answered the old man who was brushing his long blonde hair. Good, because Alicia loves you dearly and is always talking about little Rhaegar this, little Rhaegar that, Griffin said with a chuckle. Laughter filled the carriage as everyone chatted animatedly, but Rhaegar turned his attention to the window, watching the landscape pass by. Dozens of farms dotted the rolling grasslands, their cattle grazing lazily under the open sky. I can't wait to explore this world, he thought, his glowing red eyes reflecting his excitement. It's so different from Earth, even the animals are bigger. Hours slipped by, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the carriage finally came to a stop beside a gently flowing river, its surface shimmering in the fading light. Griffin stepped outside, followed by the others. Rhaegar was the last out and let out a sigh as the cool air brushed up against his skin, which put a smile on his face. While standing there, his mother and Yuki suddenly hugged him while the old man smiled broadly from the side. Say your goodbyes, boy, Griffin commented. I'm taking you to Bloodfong Forest now, it's best we start sooner rather than later. Okay, he replied while glancing up. Isn't the sun setting? His grandfather nodded before informing him with a gleam in his eyes, yes. I'll drop you off in a clearing, you'll be safe and only if you hide in the trees. Rhaegar felt a surge of panic rising in his chest, but steeled himself. Okay, he said, taking a deep breath. If you think it's best I go now, then I will. He hugged his mother tightly before turning to the beautiful cat woman, who looked upset. Without a word, she pulled him into a warm embrace, her voice soft as she whispered, Take care of yourself, young master. Remember, you cannot leave me alone, you must return. I will, Yuki, he replied with a confident smile. Like I'd ever fall to a monster or a bandit. You know this, you're the one who taught me how to use enhancement magic, remember? The maid beamed, nodding softly. Yes, young master. I know you're strong for your age and have spent years training. I just can't help but worry about you. Rhaegar opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, she leaned forward and kissed him quickly, then rushed back to the carriage. Victoria and Griffin watched the scene unfold, and the old man couldn't resist teasing. Looks like you're quite the ladies' man, grandson. Following that, his grandfather grabbed him by the shoulder and vanished. All Rhaegar could see was a blur as they traveled across Caldora, which made him feel sick until, a while later, the duo came to a stop. They were next to a rushing river with a stone bridge crossing it. Griffin looked at it before speaking. This is the border between our empire and the Nytheria kingdom. The Bloodfong forest is a few miles south. Drop some power stones, reviews, and comments, as it will help the book grow. Chapter 19, The First Tetrarch Mage. Rhaegar was staring at endless grasslands that were littered with woodlands. He spotted a town in the far distance, causing Griffin to explain, "That's Nightshade Grove, a small farming settlement that is home to the Nigerian border guards. They are strong and can fight tier 3 monsters." "Interesting, can I visit there to trade and buy myself some supplies?" he asked the older man. Griffin shook his head before answering, "No, it's too far unless you can fly, which won't happen for a few years." Rhaegar looked offended. "Why's that?" "I have a lot of ether and big enough pools to try a flying spell," he questioned. "Yes, you have," the old man replied, turning to face him. "But that doesn't mean you can use every spell ever created." His grandfather paused, his tone growing more serious. "You can handle 3 for now, but trying to learn more will put a heavy strain on your mind. If I remember correctly, once you become a tier 2 ether mage, you'll be able to learn more. But for now, that's all you can handle." "So it would knock me out just like when I run out of ether?" he asked. Griffin nodded in confirmation. "Now let's get you to the forest, I have some business to attend to in the Nytheria kingdom." Following that, the old man grabbed Rhaegar by the scruff of his neck and continued with his weird teleportation skill, which made him feel sick. By the time they stopped, he was throwing up. Minutes later, Rhaegar calmed down, only to realize he was in a clearing surrounded by primal-looking trees and thick underbrush. The atmosphere gave him the creeps, as it felt like someone was watching him. "Am I in Jumanji? The books didn't say it looked like this," he thought as goosebumps rushed over his body. Griffin started laughing before speaking in an amused tone. "Welcome to Bloodfong Forest, my boy. The place where hundreds of our relatives have trained and dozens have lost their lives." Rhaegar stiffened but quickly steeled himself as the old man pulled out a pile of items, which fell to the ground with a heavy thud. His grandfather leaned over, picking up a wooden case with careful hands. "These will stay with you for years," he said with an excited voice. "They're tier 1 weapons called the Everfong daggers, crafted by an old friend of mine many moons ago." Griffin handed him the case, and Rhaegar opened it to reveal 2 long daggers resting inside. What caught his attention, however, was the faint glow of ether emanating from them. He shook his head in awe before carefully examining the weapons. "What is this? It feels like they are calling to me," he pondered. The inside of the blades curved upwards and were forged from a beautiful black metal that gleamed under the morning sun. The handles were crafted from black wood, looking both durable and tough, designed for a firm grip. "What you're feeling is an enchantment called Return," Griffin revealed with a proud smile. "If you lose them during a fight, just send some ether into the markings and they will return to you." When Rhaegar heard this, his eyes widened, but he asked with a curious voice, "Markings?" "Yes, they will bind to you once you touch them," the older man said while holding the case. "Try them out, boy, see if they accept you as their master." He frowned in confusion, glancing at Griffin with a raised eyebrow. The older man immediately snapped, "Don't give me that look. My friend told me his father crafted them decades ago, but every time someone tries to touch them, they get shocked." Rhaegar nodded and reached for one dagger. As his hand closed around the hilt, a shock coursed through his fingers, though it wasn't as bad as he'd expected. Taking the other dagger, he suddenly felt a sharp burning sensation in his hand. He winced as a tiny knife-shaped marking etched itself into his skin. The burning faded after a few seconds. When Griffin saw this, his smile grew wider as he exclaimed, "I knew they would accept you. I know they're not swords, but you've trained with daggers in the past." "I know, I'll get used to them while fighting," he replied to his grandfather. The older man nodded before handing him a belt, while grabbed a satchel bag and handed it to him. "This is a basic magic bag that I picked up in. It will allow you to carry 500 pounds worth of stuff, but after that, you will need to head to the Dreadshade Castle to sell what you've collected." He strapped the belt around his waist and slung the bag over his shoulder. Griffin then handed him a sturdy wooden box. "This is a basic survival kit," his grandfather said firmly. "It'll help you in the forest, but ensure to keep it dry." Taking the box, Rhaegar opened it to inspect the contents. Inside, he recognized a few key items: an everlight lantern, flame-kindle stones, a water skin, a jar of healing salve, and a small pouch of tea. "Thank you, grandfather," he said while putting the survival kit away. "Don't thank me yet," Griffin replied with a sly smile. "Let's see if you survive the Bloodfong forest before thanking me." With a flick of his wrist, he sent a surge of ether into the small, square package. In an instant, it expanded, and a small tent appeared out of thin air, causing Rhaegar to jump back in surprise. The old man chuckled at his reaction, clearly enjoying the moment. "This is a magic tent," he explained, still grinning. "If you set it up somewhere out of the way, no one will find you." "Okay, this will be useful at night," Rhaegar said, nodding as he carefully tucked the tent away. "Monsters are more active once the sun goes down." Once that was done, Griffin's sudden hug caught him off guard, but the older man said, "Please come back to me, boy. Many of our kin haven't, and I don't want to lose you in there." When Rhaegar heard this, he returned the hug while reassuring the older man, "I'll be fine, grandfather. I need this to grow stronger so I can become the best ether mage in the Dawnfire Empire." His grandfather bellowed with a hearty laugh, ruffling his hair. "Go make me proud, boy. I'll see you in a year. But in case anything happened and I'm not around, head north, and you'll find Dunmara City." Rhaegar nodded in understanding while reading himself as the older man concluded with a chuckle, "Your little girlfriend gave me a pile of books you'd like. I put them in the magic bag and added some of my own that you will enjoy." "Thank you, old man," he said while looking into the bag. Griffin gave a firm nod, offering his last words before vanishing. "Now, grow stronger and slay many monsters." Rhaegar stared at the spot his grandfather was just stood and steeled himself before entering the tree line and started traveling through the forest while readying his blade in case he came across any monsters. Thanks to his training, he could traverse through the underbrush with ease until coming across a small lake with murky water. The place gave him the creeps, but he scanned his surroundings. After he vanished into the trees, Griffin reappeared while watching him vanish as Vlad appeared beside him and spoke in a concerned tone. "Do you think the boy can save the village? Those monsters are tier 3, at least." "Yes, my old friend," he replied, his voice echoing with confidence. "My grandson is far stronger than he appears, and will become a legendary warrior, one who will surpass me, his grandmother, and every Veilthorn that came before him. That is why I spared no expense on the Everfong daggers. They are worthy of the greatness he will achieve." Vlad turned to the blond man, his eyes wide with surprise. "I thought you were buying them for realer. Won't he be angry?" Griffin's expression remained unshaken as he responded, his tone firm. "I don't care. That boy's become cocky of late, and I can't stand that attitude." He paused, his gaze distant. "Rhaegar is our future. He has the drive and compassion to build a better world from the mess we find ourselves in." "You truly believe in him, don't you, friend?" the Vampire King questioned. "You're willing to tear apart the Veilthorns for him? A family you've been building for the last 60 years. "I am. Most of the young men are cocky and bloated on their ignorance while the women are hard to get along with, but then comes Raegar Blackwood, a humble but intelligent boy from a count's family, ended up becoming the first tetrarch mage in generations and is a devil killer." Vlad's red eyes widened and he slowly nodded. "Just know that the Nytheria kingdom will support the boy from any threat he faces. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Chapter 20, Oh no, where am I now? As the morning sun beamed down on the Bloodfong forest, a layer of sweat covered Rhaegar's body while dashing through the underbrush while being chased by an enraged massive rhino-like beast that was trying to kill him. The oppressive aura radiating from the creature told him it was a tier 2 monster known as a Razorhorn, which was the size of a small car, its sheer presence weighing down on his body. Yet, thanks to years of training, Rhaegar pushed through the paralyzing fear. As he ran through the forest, his mind raced, searching desperately for an opening to strike and create an opportunity to escape the nightmare he'd stumbled into. But the beast moved relentlessly, denying him a chance. "How the hell is this thing keeping up with me?" he thought in annoyance while skidding to a stop and pointed his hand at it. Rhaegar started casting stormfire bullets that sliced through the air, lighting up the forest before slamming into the monster. But to his shock and horror, the spells just bounced off it while leaving behind a scorch mark. What? How aren't they slowing it down? He exclaimed with wide eyes as memories started returning to him. During his earlier years of studying, he had learned a little about these creatures from the monster compendium that the Veilthorn family owned. Just like their namesake, its horn was extremely sharp and could slice through trees like a hot knife through butter. One thing that caught his attention was the thick, rugged hide on the monster's massive frame could withstand most attacks. That's why his spells did nothing to it. Panic surged through him as the realization hit. Neither his magic nor his blades would harm the beast. Desperation clouded his mind as he thought, my spells won't do a damn thing against this thing. Maybe I can lose it somewhere. When thinking that, he noticed its pitch-black eyes locked onto him, radiating pure hatred as its movements were shaking the ground. Moments later, it started letting out a roar that shook everything around him and nearly forced his body to stop moving. Rhaegar could tell the monster's fury was genuine and he couldn't blame it, as there were baby versions of it when he stumbled upon them. I fucked up. I shouldn't have continued down that path, he internally panicked. Moments later, the beast was uprooting trees and flinging them in his direction. He yelped before using flash step to dodge the massive projectile that flew above his head and crashing nearby. That's when he soon realized the monster wasn't just defending its territory. It wanted him dead for intruding on its home, accident or not. The sheer hatred in its relentless pursuit sent a chill down his spine. Realizing he couldn't overpower it, Rhaegar stopped attacking and broke into a sprint, weaving through the underbrush. Branches scratched at his skin, but he didn't stop until he burst through the tree line, only to find himself at the edge of a cliff. Below him stretched an endless expanse of forest, the drop steep and unforgiving. Seconds later, the Razorhorn appeared a few meters away from him. With a smug gleam in its eyes, it stopped, knowing he was trapped. Time felt like it was slowing down as Rhaegar's head snapped to the monster, who was getting ready to charge. He quickly thought as his heart hammered. I need to jump and use the blades to slow my fall. The Razorhorn unleashed a deafening roar as it burst forward with terrifying speed. Rhaegar's instincts screamed at him, and he leapt to the side, barely avoiding the beast, but slipped off the side. Oh, fuck, he thought while gritting his teeth, steeling his nerves as he drew his daggers and drove them into the stone, sparks flying as they bit into the rock, slowing his descent. He gritted his teeth, his breaths ragged as he glanced upward. The Razorhorn stood at the edge of the cliff, its black eyes locked on him with a predatory glare. It let out a huff, as if dismissing him, before turning and vanishing. Following that, he continued to fall as the jagged rocks scraped at his boots, every second feeling like a lifetime. The wind howled around him, and he had only a moment to adjust before it leveled out, hurling him into the thick treetops below. Rhaegar crashed through branches, the leaves whipping past him in a blur, until he landed hard on the forest floor, breathless but alive. As he staggered to his feet, he froze. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Oh no! Where am I now? He asked himself in a low voice. The air felt heavier, charged with an ominous presence. Glancing around, he realized too late he had stumbled straight into the heart of a monster's nest. Massive, twisted trees stretched high above him, their trunks gnarled with age. In the shadows, he could just make out the glint of eyes watching him. Hundreds of them. Rhaegar's muscles tensed as he readied his blades, as every instinct screaming in anticipation while the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. From the shadows, a massive spider lunged at him, its monstrous fangs gleaming in the dim light as it surged forward with unnatural speed. Without hesitation, Rhaegar deflected the attack with a sharp metallic clash. His muscles strained, causing him to think, fuck. These things are powerful. The spider hissed in fury at its failed attack, but before it could strike again, he unleashed his strongest spell that slammed into the monster, Lightning Fire Blast. A violent explosion of searing flame and crackling lightning erupted from his hands, sending the spider flying across the forest floor, its body crashing through trees and rocks in a whirlwind of destruction. But as the creature writhed, chaos erupted around him, other monstrous shapes emerged from the darkness. When Rhaegar saw this, he gulped, as there were so many, even if they were tier 1 monster. "I need to get out of here," he muttered just as another spider lunged at him. Rhaegar's body moved quickly as he sidestepped the oncoming arachnid, his daggers flashing in the dim light. With a blur of motion, he slashed the creature a dozen times, his blades cutting through its thick hide, sending its legs scattering in every direction. Before he could fully recover, another spider lunged at him, its fangs snapping dangerously close. Without missing a beat, Rhaegar hurled one of his daggers, sending it flying with deadly precision. The blade sank deep into the creature's face, piercing its monstrous eyes, and it collapsed to the ground with a final, sickening thud. This gave Rhaegar a chance to rush out of the nest with a trail of monsters chasing him. An enormous spider appeared on the path he was taking, forcing him to throw the second dagger into its head just before casting stormfire bullets that burned holes through the creature's carapace. His heart pounded as the horde of spiders surged forward, their legs scraping against the ground. The air thickened with the stench of venom and decay, but he wasn't about to let them close in. With a burst of speed, he sprinted through the dense forest, the underbrush tangling at his feet as the monsters continued chasing him. His breath was sharp, his mind focused only on survival. "I need to get to a river or something," he thought while casting more spells into the monsters. Minutes later, Rhaegar spun, tossing his daggers into the air, each blade finding its mark in the twisted bodies of the spiders. Their screeches filled the air as they crumpled to the ground, but the horde was endless. More kept coming, their eyes burning with bloodlust. He didn't wait as his daggers flew back into his hands. He cast a quick glance behind, only to yelp as a spider was right there. "Oh shit," he exclaimed. Without thinking, he cast lightning fire blast into the monsters that sent both of them flying in opposite directions. Rhaegar landed on his feet before using flash step to get ahead of the horde. 10 minutes later, he felt his ether running low, which put a strain on his body just as he stopped at the banks of a raging river. He turned around only to see the treetops shaking because of the numbers of monsters. Rhaegar's heart raced as he activated flash step, vanishing just as a massive spider slammed into the spot he'd just abandoned. He reappeared on the opposite bank, but the momentum sent him crashing against the muddy slope. His feet slipped beneath him, and the slippery mud threatened to drag him back into the river. Desperation fueled him. With his fingers digging into the wet earth, he clawed his way up the bank, every movement a battle against gravity. "Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Chapter 21, That's Where the Best Meat Is. The spiders let out an enraged screech from the other side, its eyes gleaming with hunger, but Rhaegar pushed on, driven by the raw need to survive. Finally, he hauled himself over the edge and collapsed onto his side, gasping for breath. His body burned with exhaustion, but for a moment, the only sound was the river rushing beside him. While lying there, he summoned his daggers that appeared in his hands, causing him to smile. "At least I can't lose these," Rhaegar muttered with a tired smile. "The enchantment is worth the gold." 10 minutes later, he climbed to his feet before scanning his surroundings and noticed it was just more forest. "It's like something out of the dinosaur books back on Earth." But that's when his eyes landed on a massive tree with thick branches, causing him to climb up to one of them. Once he was off the ground, he noticed there was ample space between the branches to set up his tent. "I'll rest here for now and gather ether after I've eaten," he thought while staring at it. A few moments later, Rhaegar grabbed several large stones and stuffed them into his magic bag before climbing the tree, ascending until he reached a branch at least 20 meters above the ground. Once he reached it, he set up the tent Griffin had given him. "This is big enough for one person," he thought with a smile. "Now, to collect some wood." Rhaegar spent some time gathering sticks before returning to the tent. He arranged the stones into a ring, then stacked the wood in the center. Using the remaining ether, he ignited the pile and slumped down in front of the growing fire, letting its warmth wash over him. 10 minutes later, he sat up, pulled out a smaller bag, and began rummaging through it. To his delight, he found the bag filled with food. Rhaegar chose a loaf of bread that smelled heavenly and eagerly ate, savoring each bite. As he ate, Rhaegar gazed out over the forest, his ears catching the distant echoes of monster noises that reverberated through the trees. A primal feeling stirred within him as he savored the sweetness of the bread, his mind wandering. I wonder what creatures are nearby, he thought, the sounds heightening his curiosity. Following that, Rhaegar put more wood in the fire before pulling out the monster compendium and went to the southern part, where he searched for the spiders he fought. A while later, he found out they were forest widows and the nests were full of thousands of angry monsters. This caused him to gulp when finding that out. At least I got out of there in one piece. Rhaegar continued reading until the fire died out, forcing him to crawl into the tent with a cup of tea he made. He set up the everlight lantern and had it dimmed so he could sleep while hidden. The following morning, he woke up to a loud roar shaking the tree he was in. Rhaegar crawled out only to see an Allosaurus-looking monsters passing by. There's a dinosaur. This is awesome, he internally celebrated. After that, he started to gather while falling into deep meditation and filled up his ether pools before packing up to continue trekking through the forest while fiddling with the gold plate Vlad the Vampire King gave him. Where is this Dreadshade Castle? The old man never told me, he pondered, furrowing his brow. Moments later, he shrugged, deciding to figure it out as he went. Just then the nearby bush erupted as forest widows lunged out and started attacking Rhaegar, who yelped. He started dodging their fangs and sharp legs while countering with lightning fire blast that incinerated them. Once the surprise attack was over, he went to work and started slicing the spiders up with his daggers. The black metal carved through the monster's carapaces just before he used Flash Step to clear some space. Rhaegar counted 10 more than they rushed toward him, but he was quicker. He started jumping around like a rabbit while slicing at the forest widows before they all dropped dead when he spammed stormfire bullets into their bodies. As the battle was finished, he suddenly remembered what he read in the compendium: the guild buys the fangs, eyes, and cores while maybe spider silk drops. He moved swiftly, cutting away the materials he needed from the fallen spiders while keeping an eye out for any valuable silk. As he searched, his gaze landed on 2 crystal-like objects, each about the size of a tennis ball. Their shimmering surface reminded him of mana cores from the games he used to play back on Earth. Curious, he picked them up, rolling them in his palm before deciding to store them away for later. Turning his attention to the Tier 1 monster core, he recognized its faint brown glow, feeling the energy pulsing within. Earth ether, he muttered before throwing it into his bag along with the loot. Now let's continue. Days passed by as he battled with the forest widows and fled from the bigger ones that came. To him, it seemed like the nest now held a grudge against him. By the 5th day, he was growing tired of killing spiders, but they soon stopped chasing. He was sitting on a branch overlooking a giant lake in the middle of the forest while eating some smoked meat that Griffin had given him. Rhaegar felt his ether pools were getting full, which forced him to extend them when he got the chance. Tonight, I need to hunt some monster meat before resting, he mused while finishing his snack. While sitting there, the water below came to life as a crocodile monster breached the surface and snatched a flying bat. Following that, Rhaegar jumped up with glowing eyes as the beast sunk down. Swamp crocodiles, he muttered while being careful not to fall in. The book says they're Tier 2 monsters, but they are too strong for me. Afterward, Rhaegar continued traveling through the forest until coming to a clearing where he spotted a monster he knew thanks to his years of studying, bramblehares. This could be an excellent source of food if I can kill enough, he internally debated. They were larger than ordinary rabbits, their fur a deep brown and their eyes glowing an eerie yellow. Some cautiously scanned their surroundings, while others nibbled on the grass, looking like the perfect targets. After a moment of consideration, he decided to use his stormfire bullets to take a few down before using his daggers to kill more. A few seconds later, he readied his spell before popping out and casting his spells. A dozen reddish bullets sliced through the air and hit half a dozen bramblehairs just as his blades missed their targets. Rhaegar got angry but calmed down when he saw the 6 corpses he ended up gaining. Well, that was worth it, he muttered before collecting all of them as he remembered a lesson with Saki. Young master. Pay attention now, the older cat woman suddenly said, bringing him back to reality. She gestured toward the rabbit's corpse, carefully explaining which parts were edible and which to discard. Though Rhaegar felt a bit puzzled, he paid close attention, eager to absorb any knowledge that could prove useful in the future. He observed as the maid deftly sliced through the rabbit's hide, her movements deliberate. We need to skin the creature to access the tender meat underneath, she explained. Following that, Saki handed Rhaegar a sharp knife, guiding his hand to the rabbit's belly. Start here, she instructed. Make a shallow cut along the stomach. Too deep, and you'll puncture the organs. We don't want that. He nodded, carefully sliding the blade as she directed, causing the cat woman to smile proudly as she spoke. Good. Now, use your fingers to separate the skin from the muscle. It should peel away if you're gentle but firm. Like this. She demonstrated on one side, her hands steady, then watched as he mirrored her movements on the other side. Not bad, Saki said, her eyes glinting with approval. You've got steady hands. Once the hide is off, we'll cut away the legs. That's where the best meat is. Rhaegar followed her instructions, the process slow but satisfying. This is harder than it looks, he admitted. Saki chuckled softly. It gets easier with practice. Soon you'll be able to do this in your sleep. After storing away the bramblehair bodies, Rhaegar resumed his journey through the forest. Along the way, he successfully hunted a few forest stags, carefully harvesting their skins, meat, and antlers. These resources would fetch a good price at the castle, and he felt a sense of satisfaction at his growing haul as he muttered to himself, it won't be much, but it's free coins, so I won't complain. Rhaegar stumbled upon a massive tree perched near a rushing river and made it to his home base while he continued gathering loot. The location offered both a commanding view and a sense of security. However, his food supply was dwindling, aside from the monster meat he had been carefully storing in his magic bag for emergencies. Chapter 22, Devils Don't Deserve Mercy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Rhaegar sat on the branch, carefully skinning the bramblehairs one by one, as Saki taught him many years ago. The fading light painted the forest in an orange and gold glow. Next to him, a small fireplace he'd built in front of his tent crackled softly, its stone ring keeping the flames contained. The warm glow provided just enough light to work by, ensuring the fire wouldn't spread as he focused. I can keep the skin, feet, and eyes to sell. The meat is mine, but they are only cheap tier 1 monsters. But will get me enough coin to get some food, he thought, carefully sorting the items. Rhaegar placed them neatly into boxes that came with his magic bag. An hour later, he had an enormous pile of bramblehair meat stored away, which would last him for another week, but he needed spices. Once that was done, he pulled out the pile of books Yuki sorted for him and soon realized there was one he hadn't bought. He read the name of the one that caught his eye, Kaldora's Bounty, the Forager's Field Guide. Did she buy it for me? Following that, he took out his dagger and sharpened a stick to piece a chunk of rabbit meat and hung it over the fire to cook before dousing it in moonlit sage, which would make it taste better. He then got comfortable while reading, which taught Rhaegar about dozens of plants and flowers he could harvest for many things. This caused him to think with sparkling red eyes, more coin for me, and these bay leaves sound spicy, so I need to get some of them. Rhaegar kept reading, absorbed in the task, until the mouth-watering aroma of cooked meat reached his nose. Without hesitation, he grabbed the sizzling rabbit meat. He blew gently on it to cool it down, then took a bite, savoring the rich, smoky flavor. Delicious, he thought with a smile. Following that, he continued reading while eating the rabbit steak as the moon appeared, causing its light to shine through the canopy. A few hours later, he was done with the book, but quickly noticed several sounds from below. Rhaegar looked over the edge, only to see an army of creepy-looking ant monsters swarmed past the tree while following the river north. This surprised him as he only seen a few creatures, but that's when his senses came to life, leading to him spinning around. As he did that, 3 ants staring while their mandibles snapped in his direction. He quickly reacted and cast stormfire bullets into the monsters' skulls, causing them to explode as their exoskeleton splattered everywhere. Tier 1, this will be easy if it's only these guys, he thought while a spark deep inside sparked to life. The remaining creature charged at him, its beady black eyes wild with fury. He quickly dodged its lunge, narrowly avoiding its sharp claws. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a lightning fire blast. He got excited as the reddish-yellow flames engulfed the creature in an instant. Rhaegar watched as it was consumed by the flames, its form disintegrating into ash, which then floated away on the wind. When the fight was over, he spotted 3 ether cores, which he added to the 10 tier 1s he gathered so far. Rhaegar let out a yawn before returning the tent and crawled into the sheets, only to fall asleep seconds later. The following morning, Rhaegar woke to the rhythmic sound of rain tapping against the tent. He sighed, momentarily frustrated by the wet start to his day, but quickly pushed the feeling aside. Determined to make the most of his time, he gathered some ether and began focusing on expanding his pools, eager to improve his abilities despite the weather. An hour later, he collapsed to the floor of the tent. I can't expand them, he internally fumed. What am I doing wrong? I'm doing one at a time like the instructions said, but it's useless. Rhaegar was following the Ether Chronicle guide to ether gathering, but he was doing something wrong. Well, they are full at least and I can still use magic, he muttered before eating the last of his sweet bread. His mood soured even further, but he pushed the feeling aside and began brewing some tea to calm himself. However, his moment of peace was shattered when an explosion rocked the tree beneath him. Rushing outside, he peered across the river and saw a chaotic battle unfolding. A group of 3 vampires were outnumbered and clearly losing, fought desperately against a group of armored devils. The enemies appeared almost human, but they wouldn't fool him, with 2 horns protruding from their foreheads and wings sprouting from their backs. Their assault left the vampires at a severe disadvantage. Rhaegar's grip tightened around the handles of his daggers as he watched the carnage unfold. I might as well help these people, he muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing with determination. Devils don't deserve mercy. Without a second thought, Rhaegar extended his hand toward the branch, unleashing a fierce lightning fire blast. The explosion sent him hurtling through the air, crossing the river in an instant. As he descended toward the devils, he braced himself and crashed into their ranks with force, sending them into disarray. Shaking off the impact, Rhaegar's body surged with energy as he activated his enhancement magic, his movements becoming a blur of speed. Each step he took created a sonic boom, the air itself trembling with every strike. His blades tore through the devil's armor as if it were paper, their cries of agony drowned out by the chaos he unleashed. He was a whirlwind of destruction, moving faster than they could react, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. In the middle of the forest, Rhaegar slew the surprised devils with ease as he surprised them. When only a few enemies remained, he unleashed a barrage of stormfire bullets, each one tearing clean through their torsos with precision. Moments later, the lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Rhaegar scanned the area for the vampires, but they had vanished without a trace. Where did they go? He muttered before shrugging. He continued on through the forest and ended up fighting more forest widows that surprised him while thinking, are they tracking me? They're spiders, though. After dispatching the remaining foes, he moved on, only to encounter the next challenge, creatures that would become a source of frustration. They looked like baboons but were as large as humans, their size and menacing presence enough to test his patience. As he continued down the monster trail, Rhaegar noticed them stalking him from the shadows. They fancied themselves stealthy hunters, but their clumsy attempts at sneaking didn't escape his keen eyes. They're hilarious, he mused as the monkeys circled him. Let's see if they can fight. Moments later, the creatures made their move, Rhaegar sprang into action, unleashing a relentless barrage of stormfire bullets. Explosions erupted across the monster trail, echoing like rolling thunder. The creature's pain-filled screeches and howls filled the air just before they launched their attack. They charged at Rhaegar, their massive forms bounding toward him. One leapt, claws outstretched, but he spun to the side, narrowly dodging. As he swiveled, a dagger flew out of his hand, embedding itself in the creature's throat. Another lunged from behind, but Rhaegar dropped low as the beast's claws swiped through empty air. Within seconds, he hurled a second dagger, the blade piercing its chest with a sickening thud. The remaining monsters snarled and surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with feral rage. Rhaegar's movements were quick as he sidestepped their attacks, his daggers finding their marks with deadly accuracy. One by one, the monsters fell, their howls fading into silence as the last one dropped dead. He stood on the trail, panting, his chest rising and falling with exertion. With a flick, he summoned his blood-streaked weapons back to him. Taking a moment before crouching beside the creatures and began looting. Seconds later, Rhaegar carefully plucked the ether cores, their faint glow pulsing in his hands, and took some of the meat as well. Following that, he continued walking while cleaning off the daggers before checking on his inner pools. Most are full, expect fire and lightning, he mused. Rhaegar climbed across another river, but this one gave him the creeps. When he got close, something launched itself at him. He yelped before using flash step to dodge the sudden attack. Without hesitation, Rhaegar unleashed a stormfire bullet, the blazing projectile streaking through the air and piercing straight through the creature's head. It let out a final, guttural groan before slumping lifelessly to the ground. Only then did he inspect the attacker, realizing the monster was a massive eel-like creature with sleek, dark blue scales that shimmered. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give. Chapter 23, Fresh Food. Rhaegar knew the creature as a river eel and they were rare in the Dawnfire Empire. He shook his head before mumbling, I know merchants by the scales. The guild takes the teeth and meat. With a grunt, he seized the massive eel creature and began hauling it out of the river, its slick, heavy body resisting his efforts. Water cascaded off its dark blue scales as he dragged it onto the shore, his muscles straining against the weight. Once the creature was fully out, he wasted no time, drawing his blade and harvesting its valuable materials, from its shimmering scales to the rich ether core buried deep within. Tier 1 again, he pondered with glowing red eyes. If I collect enough, I'll earn a decent amount of coin. Rhaegar continued his journey, roaming through the wilderness while gathering herbs and flowers he encountered along the way. Days blurred into weeks as he fought savage creatures, harvested their remains, and collected many rare materials. Now, he stood perched on a branch high above the forest floor. This place had been his makeshift home ever since his battle with the devils. The view stretched far and wide, the dense canopy glowing faintly under the moonlight. It's time to travel to Dreadshade Castle to sell my loot, he muttered, his eyes lingering on the bulging magic bag at his feet. There were ether cores, rare herbs, and other spoils of his relentless efforts. Beside it lay a neatly stacked pile of river eel skins, fangs, and shimmering scales. He'd taken a liking to hunting the creatures, not just for their valuable parts but also for their meat. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the cooking food nearby. The air was filled with a mouth-watering aroma, spiced to perfection thanks to the seasonings he'd foraged along the way. Rhaegar sat down by the fire, carefully turning the eel meat to ensure it cooked evenly. The golden-brown surface sizzled, its aroma making his stomach rumble. Once the meat was perfect, he extinguished the fire with some water. Gathering his magic bag and the rest of his loot, Rhaegar stood and slung them over his shoulder. With ease, he leaped from the tree, landing on a lower branch. From there, he descended until his boots touched the forest floor. I have to follow the river south, he mused before trekking through the Bloodfong forest. Rhaegar moved through the forest, his boots barely stirring the soft earth beneath him. With a quiet focus, he called upon his enhancement magic, and his body shimmered, enveloped in a faint otherworldly glow. It took hold, and his steps became lighter, each movement effortless as he pushed forward, leaping over downed trees and bushes. A little while later, he crossed the river and entered a clearing, only to dodge when a wave of shoddy arrows flew in his direction. He let out a sharp yelp of surprise, his head snapping toward the source of the threat. To his shock, 24 goblins emerged from the underbrush. Rhaegar chuckled, his grin widening as he drew his daggers, ready for the oncoming charge. "Let's get some more cores," he thought with an excited gleam in his eyes. Without giving the creatures a chance to react, he surged forward with speed as lightning rushed over his body, leaving the attacker stunned in his wake. His blade sliced through the neck of a creature before he hurled the other at a nearby goblin. The blade struck its target, sending the goblin crumpling to the ground in a single just as he started casting Stormfire Bullet at the remaining monsters, causing the clearing to be lit up as screeches rang out. After the fighting stopped, he let out a quiet sigh, his breath steadying as he wiped the blood from his blades. With practiced precision, he turned to the fallen goblins, moving steadily as he cut out their ether cores. Rhaegar knew their ears held value as well, so he harvested those, stowing them carefully in his pack. Satisfied with his work, he set his sights on the path ahead, ready to continue his journey to the castle. Hours later, he stepped out of Bloodfong forest, the beaming sun blinded him, causing him to cover his eyes. "Fuck, that hurts, the canopy usually blocks this out," he muttered before spotting a road in the distance. Without waiting, Rhaegar headed toward it, only to see merchant caravans passing by. The guards stared at him like he was a weirdo, but he ignored them and started walking until he saw a massive castle in the distance. "Looks like I can buy some fresh food," he thought with a smile. "I need to add something to the meat before I get bored with it." Following that, Rhaegar approached the river crossing, where he spotted a long queue stretching to a stone bridge that was guarded by Nytherian soldiers. While standing in line, the wind swept through the tall grass, sending ripples across the golden sea. "This place seems peaceful, but it feels off," Rhaegar thought, his gaze drifting toward the distant hills. A subtle unease prickled his senses as the hairs on his neck stood on end. "It feels like something is watching the fortress." He turned his attention to the Nytherian castle that stood out against the surrounding landscape of rolling hills and lush grasslands. Rhaegar noticed its wall, stood at 30 feet tall and resembled the fortresses back in the Dawnfire Empire. It reminded him of the grand fortresses from medieval Europe, though on a far more grand scale. Its towering walls stretched higher than he'd ever seen, and war machines lined the ramparts, ready for a fight. His admiration was short-lived as the line of travelers ahead of him moved. Soldiers, stern and watchful, ushered the procession forward, their eyes scanning the crowd as they pushed them along. When it was Rhaegar's turn, the Nytherian commander stepped forward while speaking in a firm tone. "What brings you to Dreadshade Castle?" "I'm here to sell my loot from Bloodfong Forest," Rhaegar replied as he reached into his pack, pulling out the gold plate King Vlad had given him. "Here," he said, handing it over, "the king gave me this to show the guards." The commander's already pale face grew even whiter as he laid eyes on the plate. Without a word, he motioned sharply to the surrounding soldiers. "Secure the bridge," he ordered, his voice tight with urgency. "I need to talk to this boy." Rhaegar's confusion deepened, and his hand hovered over the hilt of his blades. The older man quickly reassured him. "You're not in trouble," he said, his tone softer now. "If you're who we think you are, you'll be fine." Following that, he was led to a nearby shack and held the door open for him. They stepped inside. "Do you want some tea, boy?" "It looks like you've been through hell," the commander said with a chuckle. "Yes please," Rhaegar answered, while slumping in a nearby chair. While sitting there waiting for the water to boil, the man suddenly turned to him and introduced himself. "I'm Cause Hawk, commander of the Nytherian bridge guards out here in the sticks." "Raegar Blackwood," he replied respectfully as his mother's lessons kicked in. "Nice to meet you, Cause." The vampire man smiled, nodding slowly. "Ah, so you're the blonde demon's grandson. The king mentioned you're a much more polite human than most of your kind." Blonde demon? He questioned with a raised eyebrow. Caius nodded with a laugh. Griffin Veilthorn, he's helped our kingdom so much that the people refer to him as a demon because when he fights nothing can stop him, he revealed. He was surprised, but before he could respond, an alarm rang out. The older man quickly rushed toward the door, speaking over his shoulder. Stay here, young master. I'll see what's happening. Rhaegar nodded in silence, his attention shifting as he pulled out one of the many cores he collected during his stay in the Bloodfong forest. He studied it intently, fascinated by the brown glow emanating from within. Earth ether, he mused, with a gleam of curiosity in his eyes. As Rhaegar examined the ether core, a flood of memories surged through his mind. He remembered the cores were for replenishing a mage's pool, enabling them to restore their energy depending on what tier the monster was. He also remembered how people used them to power machines, harnessing the energy for various advancements. Most notably, ether engines were the heart of the aircraft that the Empire used to transport the wealthy. Should I collect them and sell them when I have thousands? Rhaegar mused before putting the core away. Seconds later, Caius returned with a relieved expression as he got back to preparing tea. He looked at the man and questioned, what happened out there? Forest widows tried attacking some merchants on the road, the man revealed. We dealt with them, though. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give. Chapter 24, How much can I get? When Rhaegar heard Caius's words, he gulped while thinking, they're still following me. What the fuck is it with these creatures? I thought I dealt with them a week ago. The older man handed Leo a steaming cup of tea, his expression calm but his eyes sharp with intent. As he sipped, the man gestured toward him. May I see the gold plate the king gave you? Rhaegar handed it over, and after examining it briefly, the man nodded in acknowledgement as he revealed. This is the real deal. I can feel the king's aura all over it. Some fakes we've seen out here would shock you. Caius smiled before handing it back before continuing, the royal family has sent us instructions to grant you full access to any of our services. However, I feel obligated to warn you. His voice lowered slightly as he continued nervously. Devils have been sighted on the northern road and within Bloodfong forest. Travel with caution, young master. It's no longer safe to go alone. Okay, thank you for telling me, Caius, Rhaegar replied before taking a sip of the tea, which he liked. I'm being serious, the older man reiterated with a worried expression. We've lost many patrols over the past week and some have been found ripped apart along the border of the forest. Now we're waiting for the devil hunters to arrive from the capital. He looked at the commander before speaking in a confident tone. I've fought and killed several of them already. Grandfather said I was a hunter but have taken no tests until I join an academy when I turn 16. When Caius heard this his eyebrows rose in shock. You are. That doesn't surprise me since you're related to the blonde demon. Rhaegar started laughing as he offered with a knowing smirk, I can look for your soldiers when I return to the forest, but you'll have to pay me. The older man started laughing before answering, I'll give you 2 gold coins to bring back anything that helps us solve their disappearance. Okay, deal, he replied while sipping on the tea. Following that, the two of them continued talking until another alarm went off, causing the commander to jump up and speak in a hurried voice, try not to cause trouble as it will be on my head, and do not get involved with the gangs that infest the city. Gangs? This is a fortress, not a city, he pondered with a confused expression. Caius chuckled when seeing his reaction but spoke with a smile, you'll see what I mean when you cross the bridge, young master. Moments later, the older man hurried out of the shack while shouting orders to the surrounding soldiers as war machines started firing, prompting Rhaegar to step outside and head toward a nearby bridge just a few meters away. It led to yet another wall that was heavily guarded by the vampire soldiers. What the hell? 2 defensive walls. Is it truly that bad out here? He muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. A group of guards allowed him to cross when motioning. As Rhaegar reached the other side, he flashed the gold plate, which surprised the onlookers, but soon enough he stopped in his tracks, stunned by the sight before him. It was a bustling, compact city, alive with activity. He glanced around, his eyes widening as he took in the sight. The city resembled a Victorian-era town from Earth's past. Ether lamps adorned the fronts of buildings made from dark grey stone. "Why does it remind me of old London?" he mused. Rhaegar saw all kinds of stores and stalls, from blacksmiths, general stores, magic shops, which interested him. Moments later, his gaze landed on a building he knew as an adventurer's guild. "Finally, I can sell some of this stuff and free up some space in my bag," he thought before approaching it. When getting close, he noticed dozens of men and women hanging around the front while sitting at the tables as bar staff brought out drinks while taking the people's coin as they were slurring their words. As he approached the guild, a few people glanced his way, their expressions betraying curiosity or mild amusement. Dressed in basic leather armor with no helmet, he stood out among the more seasoned adventurers clad in elaborate gear. "Grandfather said I don't need better armor because I'm fast," he thought when noticed the gazes the older people were giving him. Rhaegar paid no mind to their looks, brushing off the silent judgment as he stepped through the doors. Inside, his eyes took in the lively atmosphere. The hall buzzed with chatter, the clinking of tankards, and the rustle of paper as people pored over some boards. There were several with quests posted on them. On the other side was a counter with 6 men and women waiting for adventurers to approach. The place looked like any guild from the novels he used to read back on Earth. Did someone from this world get reincarnated back there? How come it's all so similar, he pondered. Rhaegar approached the reception desk, where a blonde woman sat organizing a stack of papers. Noticing him, she looked up with a friendly smile before greeting him warmly. "Hello, young man. I'm Mary. How can I assist you today?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Where can I sell monster materials? I have a lot of stuff that won't fit on the counter." Mary's face lit up with a curious expression as she replied in a professional voice, "Follow me. There's a room in the back that the guild uses to appraise everything brought in." Rhaegar nodded and started following her after she spoke to another member of staff. 5 minutes they stepped into a large room that was free from any furniture and had a few stacks of boxes. She turned around and motioned for the floor. "Deposit the materials there while I go get the appraiser to check it out." "Okay," he replied before dumping out the eel's scales, teeth and other stuff alongside the goblin ears and ether cores. By the time Rhaegar finished dumping out his magic bag, Mary's jaw dropped open as she muttered, "How did you kill the river eel? Those monsters are tier 1, but some are as strong as tier 2 creatures." "That thing? It tried to attack me after a group of weird ape-looking monsters," he replied with a sigh. "But those forest widows hold a grudge which I have to deal with when I return to the forest." Mary's eyes widened even more. "You're hunting in the Bloodfong forest?" "Yes," Rhaegar replied before asking, "How much can I get for all this?" The young woman gave a nod and pressed a nearby button, her voice calm as she replied, "You'll need to give us a little time. I've called for the appraisers. They should arrive shortly. Why don't you wait in the bar in the meantime?" Rhaegar nodded silently and exited the room while heading for the bar. Moments later, a man and a woman stepped inside. Mary immediately turned her attention to them and began speaking. When stepping into the busy place, he looked for a table and found one in the corner. He sat down and got comfortable while waiting for his coins. While sitting there, an older man approached him. "Hello there, I'm Marcus. You look like you've been in the wild for a while, young man. Would you like a hot meal?" the stranger spoke. He looked up while answering, "I haven't got a coin to my name. I'm waiting for Mary to finish sorting out my haul with the appraisers." The older man smiled as he offered, "Just give me a silver when she returns." "Thank you, Marcus," Rhaegar replied with a surprised expression. Following that, Marcus walked back to the kitchen while he started people watching. He noticed there were several adventurer groups that were tier 3, while the rest was tier 2. Their aura gave them away as Rhaegar could sense their strengths. While sitting there, he pulled out the book that his grandmother bought for him called The Last Chronicles, Techniques for Controlling Aura. Maybe I can hide my aura, like she suggested all those years ago. That could fool people and give me the upper hand, he mused, with glowing red eyes that sparkled with mischief. Rhaegar began reading while he waited for Marcus to bring the food he had offered. As he did that, he discovered that a person's aura reflected their overall strength. The more powerful the mage, the greater their aura's influence. After a while, the aura could affect those nearby, forcing the mage to exercise control when around ordinary people to avoid overwhelming them. As Rhaegar continued reading, he tried to test it out moments later. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give. Chapter 25, Sounds good to me. Rhaegar closed his and started focusing on the aura radiating from his body, which was on par with the Tier 2 adventurers that littered the guild hall. This surprised him, as he found it easy to control but tiring. I can keep this up as it drains little ether and should slowly expand it over time, he mused while waiting for his food. After some time, he quickly reeled in his aura to make himself appear as a Tier 1 beginner. While doing that, he remembered something his grandmother said about it during one of his many training sessions. Rhaegar had just finished a touch training session with Griffin, who pushed him to the limit and didn't hold back on his attacks, as the old man believed he needed to feel genuine pain to learn how to handle it. Covered in lacerations, bruises and broken bones, Alicia crouched down next to him with a sweet smile. Seeing you growing stronger makes this old lady happy, but it's not enough, she said. You must hide it to fool your enemies into thinking you're weak. He grew curious when hearing this and asked while sitting up, why is that, grandmother? There are many powerful people out there who will try to take advantage of you, but if you can get the drop on them by hiding your aura. She stopped speaking and smiled at him full of mischief. Wouldn't it be fun to surprise the attackers? Rhaegar chuckled, yes it would, but I don't know who is more of a menace, you or that old man, he said. Alicia booped him on the head while giggling, you're a mouthy gremlin today aren't you? Let's just say Griffin was normal when we met and I sort of rubbed off on him over the decades. You two are silly, he said just as she started healing. Now come get some food, I've made something delicious for you, Alicia said while walking back to the manor as she explained the basics of aura control, which Rhaegar intently listened to. Moments later, he returned to reality as Marcus returned and set down a plate piled with succulent boar meat and creamy mash, accompanied by a mug of ale which made his mouth water. Here you go, Rhaegar. Grassland boar meat with elvish mashed potato, he said with a grin. His stomach rumbled when the delicious aroma hit his nose, causing him to speak. Thank you, Marcus. Don't worry about it, the older man replied while dismissing him. Come find me when Mary appears. It's 1 silver, remember? Yes, I won't forget. There were a lot of monster materials, so it should take some time, he said before trying some of the ale. When the sweet liquid rushed down his throat, he felt refreshed, causing him to let out a sigh. So good. Better than drinking tea and water constantly, he mused while drinking more. Following that, Rhaegar dug into the juicy meat, the rich flavors hitting a spot he had almost forgotten amidst the bland meals he'd survived on during his time in the forest. As he savored each bite, more adventurers trickled into the guild. To his surprise, a few of them made their way straight to his table, causing him to think with a sigh while thinking as he chewed on a piece of meat, here we go. The usual boasting adventurers start on a lone person. 3 adventurers approached and took a seat around the table, 1 man and 2 women who gave off a sickly aura, which caught his attention. Why do they feel like they are deathly sick? Strange, he pondered. Moments later, Rhaegar turning to the man who appeared to be in his early 30s, with brown hair and yellow eyes. He waved down a server to some order drinks before turning his attention to Rhaegar. Sorry for bothering you, boy. Did you come from the Bloodfong forest? The stranger asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? He replied cautiously. This time, one of the women spoke with a friendly expression that was over the top, which made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. We saw you leave the tree line while camping. As you're so young, I grew curious as our quest is to take some medicine to the village deep inside the forest. He grew intrigued but wouldn't be swayed as the three looked too friendly, which set off his alarm. Rhaegar looked at the woman who had long blonde hair with big blue eyes, but something was off with her. When he didn't answer, the man spoke again. Would you like to earn 3 gold coins? We need someone who can handle himself in the forest, and it looks like you can by the way you handle yourself. Why are you approaching a 15-year-old? He questioned with a suspicious expression. But I'll decline your offer. It seems dodgy to me. The adventurers exchanged offended glances, but before they could speak, Mary reappeared, a pouch in hand. She motioned for him to come over, and he stood up, glancing back at the group as he made his way toward her. Rhaegar could feel the stranger's eyes trailing him as he made his way to the blonde woman. She handed him a small pouch and said, "For gold and 60 silver for everything." "Thank you, Mary," he said, taking the pouch and slipping it into his magic bag. "I'll be going now. I need to pick up some supplies before heading back to the forest." Following that, Rhaegar left the guild behind after giving a silver to Marcus and wanted to buy some food from the general store. He walks through Dreadshade and noticed there were more soldiers patrolling the streets. What's going on here, he thought while walking toward the general store. Stepping inside, the layout of the place surprised Rhaegar, as it looked like it came straight out of an anime. Shelves lined with all kinds of good, causing him to scan them only to see canned food and other rations. While scanning the store's inventory, Rhaegar grabbed a selection of spices, some flour, sugar, and other basic ingredients, just what he needed to prepare proper meals back at his camp along with a metal skillet. Satisfied, he gathered the items and made his way to the counter, where an older man sat, his grizzled face softened by a warm, if tired, smile. "Morning, boy. What can I do for you?" the man asked, his voice carrying the weight of years, but in a friendly tone. "I'd like to buy all these please," Rhaegar replied while placing it on the side. The shopkeeper stood up and started going through the things before asking in a curious tone, "Camping it seems, if you have the funds I can suggest a few others bits." "Okay, that sounds good to me," he answered while the man started picking up stuff and adding them to the pile. 10 minutes later, he stood before a neatly arranged pile of goods as the older man carefully rattled off each item before concluding, "That will be 30 silver coins, young man." Without hesitation, Rhaegar handed over the coins, the clink of silver marking the exchange. He quickly stored everything in his magic bag and, with a polite nod, turned to leave the shop, ready to continue his journey. When stepping outside, he felt the atmosphere had changed, but put it down to being out in the wilderness. Following that, he started exploring Dreadshade until spotting a weapon and armor shop. "Maybe I could buy some better gear." Rhaegar pondered while staring at his stained cloths, causing him to nod. Forget about the old man. He hasn't got some angry spider queen chasing after him. Rhaegar stepped into the shop, the faint hum of conversation filling the air as half a dozen people browsed and made purchases. Weaving his way through the crowd, he approached the armor section. While he examined a lightweight chest piece, a girl, a couple of years older than him, approached. She carried herself with a professional air and spoke in a polished tone. "I assume you're a speed fighter. May I suggest the ashen-bound armor? Does it offer good protection against fangs and piercing weapons?" Rhaegar questioned. The worker nodded, a hint of pride in her tone. "Yes, it's one of the best light armors we have in stock," she revealed. Intrigued, Rhaegar stepped closer to examine the armor. Its design was sleek yet durable, crafted primarily from strong, reinforced leather. Thin metal plates were lined beneath the surface, offering extra protection without sacrificing flexibility. He ran his fingers over the stitching and quickly noticed the face covering it came with, which he liked the look of. Seconds later, Rhaegar shook his head before questioning, "How much?" "Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Chapter 26, Crazy Idea. Rhaegar watched as the young woman checked something on the armor stand before replying in a cheerful tone, "For gold." "Okay, I'll take it," he replied while thinking, "it may use up most of my coin by those spiders will be an issue." Afterward, she led him to the counter and cut something off it, which caught his attention, causing her to explain while handing him the armor, "Mana tags. Dreadshade's gangs are a pain in the ass and will take anything they can grab." Rhaegar nodded, handing over the coins before slipping the item on. It fit perfectly, letting him move with ease. He gave the young woman a grateful smile. "Thanks for the help," he said. Following that, he left the armor shop and started heading back to the forest while enjoying the sights of the city. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the southern gate and passed through just as an alarm rang out. The merchants and other people waiting to enter rushed inside when the guards waved them through, but Rhaegar ignored the shouts. He started traveling across the grasslands only to see a large horde of forest widows and other Tier 1 monsters rushing toward him. "Here we go," he thought as his smile grew. His eyes burned with unrelenting focus as he drew his daggers and ignited them in a blaze of lightning fire, the flames crackling with raw energy, sending arcs of power surging through the blades. The surrounding air shimmered, the daggers vibrating with ether. Seconds passed and without warning, he hurled the daggers forward, they cut through the air like streaks of lightning. Rhaegar's red eyes gleamed the moment they struck the monstrous horde. An earth-shattering explosion went off, an inferno of crackling flames and lightning obliterating the first wave. The force of the blast sent shockwaves across the grassland, shaking the very ground beneath them. As the last echoes of the explosion faded, Rhaegar summoned his weapons with a single thought. In the blink of an eye, Rhaegar surged toward the oncoming horde. His body moved like a predator, every ounce of his training put to the test as he dodged the frenzied swipes of the monsters. His armor absorbed the blows that slipped through his defenses, the shock reverberating through his bones. The air crackled with tension as more of the grotesque creatures emerged from the shadows. He now knew their name, Hollowfang apes. Fast and deadly, like shadows with fangs. His pulse quickened as one of them vaulted toward him with terrifying speed, claws bared at his throat. Without hesitation, Rhaegar leaned back, the beast's claws grazing the air where his chest had been only a second before. With a snarl of defiance, he cast Lightning Fire Blast, a violent wave of energy crashing into the ape with explosive force. "Oh shit! These things are faster than I remember," he thought when feeling the wind hit his face thanks to the blast. Rhaegar watched as the creature screamed as it was blasted backward, but Rhaegar knew this was more coming. The flames sent the monster flying while he attacked the rest, but soon realized he was being overwhelmed. Without giving the horde time, he pointed at the ground and cast Lightning Fire Blast that sent him soaring into the sky. "I should have trained this crazy idea more when I had the chance," he thought while flying toward the ground. When Rhaegar got close, he cast Stormfire bullets and forced them to explode to slow down his descent. It was enough as he crashed into the side of a hill with a sickening thud, causing him to lie there dizzy. "That was fun, but now my body will ache for days," he muttered while climbing out of the small crater. One thing he was grateful for was that the horde was now attacking Dreadshade Castle, causing mana explosions to wipe them out. Rhaegar sighed when seeing this and headed back to his camp. A few hours later, he finally stumbled back to the tree he'd been calling home. Rhaegar clambered up the trunk, making his way to his usual branch, then nearly jumped out of his skin when he spotted one of the forest widows was perched above. "It's trying to ambush me," he internally panicked with wide eyes. "Are these things intelligent? Must be." He readied himself for a fight and took out one of his daggers before throwing it at the spider. When the blade slammed into the monster, he quickly summoned it and crossed them just as another creature lunged from the shadows. This made Rhaegar let out a yelp as it crashed into his body. The impact threw them from the tree as he protected his head from the spider's fangs, hitting the forest floor with a thud. The monster became baffled, allowing him to stab it as his heart raced. Moments later, the forest widow collapsed onto him, and he yanked it off in a huff, muttering angrily, "Damn spiders are ambushing me now. I'll end up hunting their queen down at this rate." Rhaegar stood, brushing the grossness off himself with a disgusted grimace before scaling back up to his branch. He tossed the second body aside, then slumped by the fire, using the flame-kindle stones to spark a blaze that would keep him warm. The flames crackled to life, casting a warm glow on the branch. He pulled out his water skin and took a hearty gulp of cold water, feeling a little more human. Once refreshed, he reached for his rations from the general store, eager for a snack. Rhaegar pulled out flour, sugar, and other ingredients before making some bread dough while admiring the surrounding forest as monster howls echoed out. After that was done, he put the skillet on the fire, along with some oil. Now to eat some tasty bread, he thought while putting the dough on it. Following that, he waited for his food to be cooked, and while that was happening, he went around setting up ether traps for the forest widows. Afterward, he started eating as the bread was done. "This is delicious," he muttered while enjoying the fresh bread. Days passed like that with him hunting the forest widows, hollowfong apes, and some river eels that he tricked out of the water. During Rhaegar's hunting, he came across the razorhorn once again. The moment it spotted him, the creature roared and slammed into the tree he was hiding in. Rhaegar barely escaped, using flash step to dart across a ravine. No way was he sticking around for that fight. It was way out of his league for now. Following that, the days turned to weeks, which turned to months. By day, he fought off the wild creatures that roamed the land, and by night, he tried to gather ether and expand his pools, with zero luck. Rhaegar sat outside his tent, lost in the pages of his book, when a disturbance in the air made him pause. His eyes narrowed as he looked up to see a swarm of forest widows descending, their bodies shimmering in the fading light. "They think they're sneaky," he thought with a smile. With a slow chuckle, he raised his hand and fired a stormfire bullet at the trap he'd set. The fiery projectile slammed into it. In an instant, it roared to life, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that ignited the air above him. The blast turned the advancing spiders into nothing more than ash and embers. Without missing a beat, Rhaegar shot into the air, his speed a blur as he slashed through the remaining creatures with. Each swing was a deadly arc, leaving a trail of dismembered limbs and spider carcasses in his wake. When the last of the forest widows fell, Rhaegar took a moment to catch his breath. But the reality hit him. This was just the beginning, as he knew the spiders would keep coming until he moved. He quickly set to work, collecting every core he could find before packing up his tent with practiced speed. He glanced at the horizon before casting enhancement magic, his body pulsing with ether. Without hesitation, Rhaegar leapt off the branch, landing on the lower limbs of the tree. In a blur, he exploded through the forest, leaping from tree to tree with effortless grace. His balance was perfect, every jump perfectly timed as he soared through the canopy. A few hours later, he came across the road that led to Dreadshade Castle and further south with a caravan traveling past. Rhaegar came to a stop as he sensed a dozen auras coming from the east. "Bandits maybe? They're not devils," he mused with glowing red eyes. "Maybe I can get some experience fighting humanoids." Following that, Rhaegar traveled in the aura's direction only to notice half a dozen bandits closing in on the merchant caravan. Perched above the unsuspecting men, he drew his daggers, preparing to attack. "Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Chapter 27, You're Victoria's son, aren't you? Rhaegar watched the scruffy-looking bandits pass under him, causing him to think with a chuckle, "They look like your standard outlaws. This world is amusing." Following that, he quickly recast enhancement as he felt it running out and jumped down before creeping up on the last man. While doing that, his mother's words sounded in his head as the nerves started taking over. "We are the highest and they the lowest. It is our duty to lift them up as high as they will go. Anything less is simply not worthy of our name," she said. "Bandits, outlaws, criminal and monsters deserve no mercy, my boy." He steeled his growing nerves when hearing her words, his grip tightening on the daggers as he internally hyped himself up. "I've fought plenty of people before, but never with death this close. This is it, the leap I need to take to become a stronger ether mage." His pulse quickened with fear, but also determination. It was do or die, and he wasn't about to back down. Without waiting, he rushed up and slashed the bandit, which brought him down with a scared yelp. This caused the others to spin around and spot him standing there, giving them an eerie smile that made them stop moving. Rhaegar chuckled when seeing this before ramming his dagger through the man's skull, only to feel the skin, bone, and brain matter through the blade, which made him retch. No time to feel sorry for him. I need to act, he thought as the bandits launched their attack, forcing him not to think about his first human kill. Rhaegar moved like a blur, his daggers flashing as he deflected the man's attack. The enemy thrust a spear at his stomach, but he battered it away only for it to be followed by dozens of attacks with practiced skill. Minutes later, they were slow, their strikes almost sluggish compared to his lightning-fast reflexes honed over many years of tough training. Each movement flowed into the next, his speed overwhelming them as he weaved through their attacks with ease. A confident smirk tugged at his lips. They're not as strong as the father or the old man. This will be easier than fighting that razorhorn beast, he thought, twisting his hand to make one man drop his sword. When seeing this, Rhaegar stepped close and slashed the shocked bandit across the neck, causing blood to spray all over him. Following that, the others attacked, and when their blades connected, sparks exploded as he blocked the attack. The force staggered him back under the relentless barrage of strikes, his feet carving deep grooves in the earth. His daggers gripped tightly as he steadied his breath, his heartbeat pounding like a war drum. Breath like grandfather taught me, he thought while blocking the swing of a sword and dodging a beefy axe that passed over his head. Then it hit a chilling prickle down his spine. Two more auras, closing in fast from behind, planned to attack him from behind. Danger surged in his mind. Just as their attacks were about to land, he vanished, flash step propelling him out of harm's way in an instant. Rhaegar reappeared in a flash and slashed across the backs of the two men's legs, sending them crashing to the ground in agony. Wasting no time, he unleashed stormfire bullets that ripped through their leather armor, leaving smoking holes in their chests. 2 down. 2 left, he mused as blood covered his arms and blades. He readied himself as the remaining bandits charged him, their screams of rage echoing through the forest. The first swung wildly, but Rhaegar sidestepped with ease, his blade finding its mark as it drove deep into the man's chest. The bandit coughed up blood while staring into his eyes and muttered before the light faded, "You're a skilled warrior, boy." Without missing a beat, Rhaegar turned to the last bandit, his free hand crackling with energy. He unleashed a devastating lightning fire blast, the spell igniting the bandit in a roaring inferno. The crackling flames consumed the bandit's last screams, leaving Rhaegar standing in the aftermath of his victory, but his blood-covered hands trembled, and his breath came in uneven gasps. "Fuck, I feel sick," he muttered before doubling over and retching violently, but something deep down woke up. He wiped his mouth with a trembling hand, his gaze fixed on the ground. The weight of his actions pressed heavily on him. This felt different from the journey to his grandparents, as it was deeply personal because the horrible pain and worry for Yuki weren't there. "I can't believe I killed someone," he whispered, his voice cracking. Then, as if trying to convince himself, he muttered, "They were scum who would have hurt the merchants. They didn't deserve to live, but I ended their lives." The nausea returned in waves, and he retched again until there was nothing left. Gasping, he pulled out his water skin and took a long gulp of cold water, hoping to steady himself. But the memory of the man shook him once again. Rhaegar remembered the fear, the desperation, flashed in the man's eyes, hitting him like a dagger to the gut. His stomach twisted, and he bent over once more, consumed by the weight of his first kill. "It's not like before when I wasn't paying attention," he whispered to himself. 10 minutes later, he felt better and started looting the bandits of anything valuable, like the loot goblin he had become. A while later, he had found 2 gold, 12 silver and 20 copper coins, along with some health and mana potions. "This will be useful in the coming weeks," he mused. Afterward, Rhaegar sank down, his body heavy with exhaustion. The weight of his first proper fight with humans had drained him more than he expected. He leaned back, his chest rising and falling as he took slow, deep breaths, trying to steady himself. While sitting there, catching his breath, he made a silent vow to himself. "I'll start working out every morning and night," he thought, his mind already set on the goal. He spent some time there and ate some monster meat before heading toward the road to see how the caravan was holding up after the attack, where he spotted a few carriages surrounded by adventurers. When the men spotted him appearing from the tree line, they pointed their weapons at him until a deep voice rang out. "Stop where you are, young man," a large man dressed in plate armor said as he stepped out from the crowd. "Were you fighting the bandits?" Rhaegar stopped short when seeing the stranger who had dark skin, orange hair, and tiger ears that twitched in all directions. He shook his head as it was the first time he'd met a tiger demi-human and answered, "Yes. There were 6 trying to attack you from this direction. I killed them all a little while ago." When the tiger man heard this, his green eyes lit up with interest as he questioned, while motioning to some adventurers who rushed into the tree line, "What are you doing wandering around in the Bloodfong, young one? It's dangerous out here." "Training, it's something the young people do in my family and tell me about it. I've been getting chased around by a nest of forest widows with a grudge," he answered as the caravan started packing up. "Family? What's your name?" "I'm Randhar Crowhust, captain of the Silver Spear Guild," the stranger introduced himself while holding his hand out. He returned the gesture with a firm grip. "I'm Raegar Blackwood." The tiger man's eyes widened in shock, then he burst into laughter that echoed across the forest. "What a small world we live in, little Blackwood. I'm a friend of your parents. I used to adventure alongside them when we were younger before becoming a caravan guard." Rhaegar stood frozen, his mind racing at the situation, as it was weird to him because he didn't know this man. He hadn't expected this and didn't know what to say in response. Before he could gather his thoughts, Randhar bellowed, "Sister! Get your tail over here, now!" Moments later, he spotted a tiger woman approaching them while dressed in leather adventurer's armor. His breath caught in his throat as he took in her beauty. "Oh wow, her ears look soft," he thought. Her wild orange hair cascaded around her face like flames, catching the light with every step she took. He found her mesmerizing. Her facial features were flawless, with a small, elegant nose, captivating eyes, and plump lips. Rhaegar couldn't help but admire the smooth, dark brown skin that glistened in the afternoon sun, glowing like rich bronze. The woman's tiger ears twitched, and her tail flicked from side to side. When her vibrant green eyes met him, they widened in surprise before speaking with a knowing smirk. "You're Victoria's son, aren't you? Little Raegar Blackwood." This caught him and Randhar off guard, while they were trying to think about where they met. An early memory popped into his mind when he was first born. "Oh, it's her," he thought with wide eyes. Chapter 28, Why Is It Always Spiders? For the first year of his life, Rhaegar was restricted to his crib because he would wander when out of it, forcing his mother and maids to watch him, unable to do much more than crawl because of his legs. He spent his days flipping through books he couldn't read, the pages offering only images and words he couldn't make sense of. One day, while he sat there, quietly absorbed in his attempt to escape his prison, someone entered the room. It was a beautiful young tiger woman he had never seen before, but the stranger's ears caught his attention, her presence commanding yet warm. She was a close friend of his parents, her green eyes sparkling as she bent down to greet him. "Hello there, you're a handsome baby, aren't you?" the woman said with a bright, welcoming smile. "You look like a little version of Victoria, with her white hair and big blood-red eyes. It's so adorable." With gentle hands, she reached into the crib and lifted him up, cradling him close. Rhaegar's eyes widened, unsure of the sudden shift, but there was something soothing in her embrace as he melted into her arms. The woman chuckled softly before introducing herself in a bubbly voice. "Little Blackwood. I'm Elara Crowhust, a close friend of your parents. It's a pleasure to meet you after so long." He wasn't listening as his eyes found her twitching ears while becoming fascinated with them, which made Elara giggle before lowering her head. "Go on, touch them, only you can do this though," she happily said. Without hesitation, he reached out and began stroking one of them, drawing a laugh from the woman. Her laughter was infectious, but before he could enjoy it for long, she countered by pouncing on him, her fingers mercilessly tickling his belly. Oh no! Why is she doing this? He tried to speak but only baby jabber came out. Seconds later, Rhaegar erupted into uncontrollable laughter, his voice echoing through the air as he squirmed beneath her playful assault. He folded over, wriggling like a trapped worm, desperate to escape her relentless attack. Elara finally relented, a triumphant grin on her face, as he gasped for breath, tears of laughter in his eyes. Did you like that little one? I love your smile, it's so cute, she said in excitement. That memory burned brightly in his mind, a fleeting moment of joy. After that day, he only saw her once more before the years passed by, which was annoying, but thanks to his training, he forgot. Rhaegar shook his head with a smile. Hello Elara, it's been years since I've seen you and I haven't forgotten about the tickling I suffered, he said in an amused voice. When the tiger woman heard that, her green eyes widened while explaining. You remember that? Wow, your memory is excellent Blackwood. Following that, Rhaegar commented while scanning the tree line, bring the boy with us sister, we're headed for Dreadshade Castle before making the long journey to the Dawnfire Empire. Elara nodded just as the caravan started moving. She turned to him with a smile. Would you like to travel with us? Rhaegar agreed, but had to warn her he wasn't leaving this place. Yes, but I won't leave the forest as I'm training, he replied before joining her. The road cut through Bloodfong forest and made from cobblestones long ago, its stone surface now cracked and worn by time. The wilderness had slowly crept in, nature reclaiming the Nytheria kingdom. Weeds and vines, like the fingers of the forest itself, reclaimed by pushing through the cracks. As the caravan wound its way through, their wheels crunching over the uneven road, they passed by an abandoned travel station. The wooden structure, once bustling with merchants and travelers, now stood silent and decaying. The roof had caved in on one side, leaving a gaping hole through which the sky peeked. Rusted metal remnants of old signs hung limp from rotting beams, while the faded remnants of paint told the story of a place once full of life, now consumed by time and neglect. Why did they abandon that? He asked Elara. She glanced at the buildings before revealing. I believe the Nytherian royal family pulled them back to Dreadshade Castle because of the constant attacks. While walking, he noticed the tiger woman's tail swaying side to side, which made her laugh as she teased him. I see you're still obsessed with my ears and tail. Of course, he answered with a chuckle. Yuki let me stroke her ears years ago, but when I've tried recently, she pulled away. Elara chuckled softly, her eyes dancing with amusement. So, she's the cat maid who was always hovering around when I was near. Honestly, I could have sworn she thought I'd drop you at any moment. Her grin widened mischievously as she added, but to answer the question, you're too shy to ask. Leaning in closer, her voice dropped to a playful murmur. When a demi-human lets someone of the opposite sex touch their ears, it's their way of saying they've accepted them as their lover. Rhaegar's face flushed, and Elara couldn't resist bursting into laughter at his reaction. Well then, she teased with a sly smile, still feel like touching my ears? One day, he muttered, causing the tiger woman to beam. I look forward to it, little Blackwood, she replied in a cheery tone. Now, are you joining the academy when you're 16? You know I'm gonna be teaching next year but yet to choose one as I've been offered spots at 2 so far. When Rhaegar heard this, his eyes widened as he nodded, yes I am. Grandfather is picking me up from here a couple days before the academy tests, he revealed. The conversation flowed easily between them until Rhaegar suddenly recalled her book. His expression turned thoughtful as he asked, I've read your book and it was amazing. It helped me with my speed, but no matter how fast I get, I can't seem to deliver a strong enough blow. When the topic shifted, it surprised Elara. She nearly stumbled, forcing him to steady her by the waist. His firm grip kept her upright, and for a moment, she froze, her tail flicking slightly before she recovered. Regaining her composure, she gave him a sly smile, her golden eyes glinting with amusement. "It seems Victoria's been teaching you some of her charm," she teased. The older woman shook her head with a knowing smile before explaining, "There are a few ways to improve this. One of them is refining your technique. Work on it consistently, improve bit by bit, and you'll see results, but it takes time and patience." Rhaegar nodded as he absorbed her words. Satisfied with his attentiveness, she continued, "Another option is to use the ground. Think of it as a springboard to generate power. It can help you deliver a stronger blow, but it's risky, especially depending on who you're up against." "Interesting," he replied with a nod. "I'll work on it when I fight more monsters." Afterward, Rhaegar continued his journey with the caravan, their path winding ever closer to the edge of the Bloodfong forest where they found a peaceful lake to rest beside. By the time they arrived, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the treetops. Randhar raised a hand, signaling the caravan to halt. "Set up camp here," he commanded, his voice boomed. The group began unloading supplies, but just as the first tents were being pitched, a series of deep, guttural roars echoed from the forest's shadowy depths. The sound sent a chill through the group, freezing them in place. He instinctively reached for his weapon, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the tree-line. Even the seasoned guards exchanged uneasy glances, their movements slowing as tension hung thick in the air. Elara unsheathed her sword just as a horde of forest widows erupted from the underbrush. Their chittering cries filled the air, their many legs skittering toward the caravan like a tide of nightmares. Rhaegar let out an exasperated sigh, his fingers already crackling with energy while muttering as he burst forward. "Why is it always spiders? Stormfire bullets," he roared, hurling blazing projectiles into the swarm. Reddish-yellow bolts streaked through the air like falling stars, each one detonating on impact. Explosions lit up the forest, sending scorched spiders tumbling in all directions. With a sharp intake of breath, he vaulted into the chaos, moving with impossible speed. Rhaegar bounded between the creatures like a bramble-hare, his daggers flashing as it carved through chitinous legs and fangs. One spider lunged at him, but he ducked low, driving his blade upward. The forest widows surged around him, but they couldn't keep up with his relentless movements. He danced through their ranks, every slash of his weapon accompanied by the sharp hiss of burning magic. "Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Chapter 29, This is Awesome. Rhaegar started throwing the daggers that hit the spiders just before he used lightning fire blast while summoning them back as he struck more of the beasts just as the spells slammed into their targets, burning them to ash. Elara, standing back to cover his rear, couldn't help but smirk as she watched him rush around the battlefield killing dozens of forest widows like some speed freak, which she found amusing. "Show off," she muttered before stepping forward to join the fray, her own blade sparking to life. His breaths came in ragged gasps the longer he fought, sweat dripping down his brow as he felt exhaustion settle over him. His reserves of ether were almost gone, already strained from the battle with the bandits earlier and hiding his aura. Each swing of his daggers felt heavier, his movements just a fraction slower than before. Realizing he was pushing his limits, Rhaegar leapt back with a sharp pivot, narrowly avoiding the lunge of a spider's fangs. He skidded to a stop just as another wave of the forest widows began closing in on him. Seconds later, a loud battle cry rang out when the adventurers surged forward like a tidal wave, their weapons gleaming in the fiery light of the setting sun. "Thank God for them being here or they'd overwhelm me," he thought with a relieved sigh. Swords, spears, and spells tore into them, scattering the monsters in all directions. One warrior smashed through the line with a thunderous blow from his warhammer, sending chitin flying, while a mage unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed the creatures. Rhaegar's gaze locked onto Elara as she faced off against a giant spider, easily twice the size of the others. Its legs sliced through the air, trying to impale her. She sidestepped with a confident smirk and retaliated with an upward slash, severing one of its legs. The creature shrieked and stumbled in pain as the tiger woman was too much for it as she was at least a tier 3 warrior. He watched as she didn't give it a moment to recover. Elara surged forward, causing the ground below to shatter. Moments later, her blade flashing as she took off 2 more legs in quick succession, leaving the beast writhing helplessly. Rhaegar chuckled as the giant spider reared back in desperation, but it was too late. Elara closed the distance in a single leap, driving her sword straight through its head. The creature let out a final, ear-piercing screech before collapsing into a lifeless heap at her feet. The tiger woman gracefully flicked the blood off her blade before putting it back in its sheath. Following that, she turned to Rhaegar and revealed her sharp canines just as she spoke. "That," she declared, her voice brimming with pride and a touch of challenge, "is how you use the ground, little Blackwood. Master that technique, refine it, and you'll be tearing through monsters like never before." Rhaegar nodded, a newfound understanding in his eyes. "I saw what you did, and it makes a lot more sense now. I'll practice it in my next fight," he said, a confident smile playing on his lips. The tiger woman's face lit up with a warm grin. "Would you like to stay the night? I know you prefer the forest, but we could fit in some extra training if you're up for it." After that, Elara started setting up her tent while Rhaegar sat in front of the lake and gathered ether. He started filling most of his inner pools thanks to the fires, earth, water, and other energy around him. Red, brown, blue and green are prominent, but the other elements are there, he pondered while watching all this. There's even chaos there thanks to the battle. An hour later Rhaegar filled up the fire, earth, water, and light pools. After that thought crossed his mind, he drew his weapons, deciding to start with fire. Taking a steady breath, he closed his eyes, focusing on his ether before sending it into the blade. Moments later, he felt his daggers awaken, vibrant red flames curling around the blades and casting a warm, flickering glow over his surroundings. Rhaegar stood still, the fire slowly dying down as he prepared for the next element. With a focused breath, he called upon the water. The surrounding air cooled as his weapons shimmered with a gentle blue aura, droplets of water cascading down the blades. "Oh wow! This is awesome," he thought with glowing red eyes. Next, he focused on earth. The daggers hummed, their steel darkening as green energy spiraled around them, cracks of stone appearing beneath his feet. A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes as he turned to lightning. His daggers crackled with raw energy, arcs of brilliant lightning leaping between them and filling the air with a sharp, electric crack. Taking a steady breath, Rhaegar's thoughts turned to wind ether, eager to experience its power. In an instant, the blades hummed with a soft vibration as a swirling gust of wind whipped around him, causing the daggers to glow with ethereal light, the air itself seeming to dance in response. While doing that he heard someone approaching him. Rhaegar turned around only to see Elara standing there holding 2 bottles. She offered him one with a warm smile. "Do you want some southern mead?" He nodded while taking it as he thanked the older woman. "Thank you. What were you doing just now?" "I saw many colors," she asked, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. Rhaegar didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised his hand, and 8 small orbs of light appeared, each glowing in the distinct colors of the ether elements. Elara's eyes widened in surprise, a stunned expression crossing her face. "Are you a tetrarch mage, Blackwood?" she asked in a voice full of disbelief. "No," he shook his head before answering, "I'm a tetrarch, according to my grandmother." When Elara heard this, a confused expression appeared as she spoke. "Never heard of it, but it sounds mysterious." Rhaegar laughed as she challenged him to a fight with an excited gleam in her eyes. "Let's train and you can show me your fighting style." Following that, the two of them faced each other as the tiger woman commented with a knowing grin, "I won't use enhancement magic, but you're free to." Without a second thought, Rhaegar drew his daggers and lunged at her, charging forward with a grin. Elara let out a playful giggle, clearly amused, until he vanished. Her eyes went wide with surprise as he used Flash Step. "Oh, little Blackwood. You're full of surprises," she exclaimed with an excited smile. In an instant, he reappeared behind her, blades raised to strike. But Elara spun with shocking speed, blocking his attack effortlessly, a wide grin on her face. Speedy, huh? But not fast enough, she teased. Before Rhaegar could react, Elara's leg shot out, landing a powerful kick that sent a jolt of pain racing through his body. He slammed into the ground, stunned for a moment. As he quickly scrambled to recover, he saw her fist coming straight for him. With a quick roll to the side, he barely avoided the blow, and without missing a beat, he unleashed a lightning fire blast right at her feet. The ground erupted in a flash of fire and crackling lightning, sending sparks flying as Elara jumped back with a surprised laugh. "You're full of surprises," Elara said with a smirk, her stance shifting as she prepared to attack. "Now keep up, Blackwood." Rhaegar braced himself for the fight as adrenaline coursed through his veins, just in time to see the tiger woman explode forward. Her sword came crashing down toward him in a deadly arc. He reacted swiftly, deflecting the blow with a quick twist of his daggers, sending her blade wide as he shot a stormfire bullet straight at her chest. But Elara was faster. She ducked low, avoiding the blast, and in the same motion, her fist slammed into his stomach. Pain exploded through Rhaegar's core as he dropped to his knees, coughing hard. "Oh fuck, she got me good," he thought, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Elara stood over him, her smile still playful but knowing. "That was a good block, and your instincts with magic are sharp, but you're not there yet, boy." She extended a hand, helping him to his feet. "I must admit, you're far more skilled than your parents were at your age." "Thank you," he replied while taking her hand and getting lifted to his feet as he continued. "Were you there training with them? Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Chapter 30, I Miss the Forest. "Yes, your father and I were childhood friends in Erinder City when we were both commoners decades ago," Elara revealed with a smile. "You and he are nothing alike." The old fox was more outspoken and would flirt with every woman he saw. Rhaegar chuckled, a confident glint in his eye. "I don't have time for girls, well, except for Yuki. But she gets it. She knows I'm focused on getting stronger and mastering my magic," he said, his voice laced with determination. The tiger woman started laughing when hearing that, before teasing, "Wait until you start an academy. I bet you'll have a gaggle of girlfriends by the end of the year." He felt his cheeks go red at the thought of having a girlfriend, let alone more than one, causing him to shake his head before replying, "We'll see what happens. The only person I like is Yuki, and I haven't had the chance to meet many girls my age." "That's understandable," Elara said, stirring the fire as they sat around it, the flames casting a warm glow over them. "Your mother told me a few years ago that you love to study and spend most of your time training." She paused, looking at him thoughtfully. "Not much has changed, I assume." Rhaegar shook his head, "No. I still love it, but I came to a roadblock and need to attend an academy to increase my powers," he revealed. "Well, you could do without going to one, but it will be hard to gain access to the dungeons and Aether gateways that dot the continent," Elara answered, causing him to contemplate. He knew about the dungeons as he read a book about them back at home, but the gateways caught his interest. Rhaegar asked in a curious voice, "Can you tell me about these?" Elara looked at him with a surprised expression as she giggled, "I thought you'd know about it. Most young ones want to join the Gatekeeper's tournament these days, which is dangerous but also worth it if you can find a rare treasure." Rhaegar's eyebrows shot up at the mention of the tournament. A spark of interest flickered in his eyes. "A tournament, huh?" he muttered, his mind already racing. "I'll look into it when I get back home," he said, his tone filled with excitement. "You should," Elara said, her gaze steady as she pulled out some rations. "The gates have birthed many noble families that are still around, though most fade away once the wealth dries up." She paused, eyeing him with a knowing smile. "But I can see the treasure is secondary to you. It's the fighting that interests you, isn't it?" Rhaegar looked at the tiger woman and nodded, "Yes, I've seen my grandfather's power and want to grow even stronger so I can finally beat him in a fight." Elara started laughing when hearing that, which caught him off guard, before she asked in an interested voice, "So you just want to beat the Lion of Dawnfire in a fight?" What other goals have you got? He took a moment, his thoughts gathering before he spoke with unwavering determination. Well, I want to explore Caldora, maybe even the other continents. And, of course, I plan to become the strongest Aether mage in Sylvara. His voice was resolute, the fire of ambition igniting within him, burning brighter with each word. Elara beamed at him, her eyes sparkling with approval. She nodded thoughtfully and reached for her pack, pulling out some salted meat. With a smile, the mature woman offered it to him, and Rhaegar gratefully accepted. Thank you, he thanked her. You're welcome, she answered. Following that, the two of them continued talking until Elara got tired and said her farewells as she stood up and stretched. Good night, make sure you get some rest as I won't be here to protect you tomorrow. Shut up, he retorted with a smile while throwing a ball of water at the tiger woman. Elara smoothly dodged the attack, a sly smile crossing her face as she stepped inside the tent, leaving him alone. Rhaegar didn't hesitate. He quickly retrieved his gear, setting up beside the water's edge. Once his tent was in place, he sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes and entering a deep meditative state. As his breath slowed and his focus sharpened, the peaceful rhythm of the water lapping up against the shore nearby. The ether seemed to aid with his recovery as it seeped into his body before flowing toward his inner pools and started filling them up. Following that, Rhaegar continued gathering until he stopped when he felt tired. Why can I only do it for an hour before getting tired? He pondered while staring at the calm lake as a flock of birds flew above. Rhaegar let out a tired yawn before crawling into his tent, wrapping himself in blankets. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, he stirred with another yawn, blinking awake as the sounds of a bustling camp filled the air. Voices, clanking metal, and rustling tents shattered the peaceful silence he was used to. So loud. I miss the forest, he muttered groggily, pushing himself up and stepping out of the tent. He shook his head before taking in the scene around him as adventurers and caravan guards went about their business. While standing there, a booming voice rang out, which made him jump out of his skin. Morning, my new friend Blackwood. Rhaegar greeted him in a cheerful tone. Rhaegar turned around to see the giant tiger man smiling down at him. I see you prefer the quietness of the forest. Are you sure you're not a demi-human boy? Nope, I'm human, he replied while scratching his head. You know my parents are as well. The older man chuckled before giving Rhaegar a hearty slap on the back. I saw your fight yesterday, and then you spar with my sister, he said with a grin. You move like those leopard tribesmen that roam the southern deserts, always ready to strike at any moment. He glanced up at the giant man, about to respond, but before he could, Elara's voice called out from behind them. Morning, you two. Rhaegar, can you check the tree line? I thought I heard some howlers watching us last night. Rhaegar's gaze shifted to his new friend, noticing how Ranther's tail stiffened at her words. His expression darkened as he rumbled, they're here too. I thought we lost them in the woods further south. Unfortunately, they are migrating north for their usual hunting periods, Elara revealed with a worried expression. And you've heard the reports of the constant attacks against travelers that the guild master told us back in the last city. After speaking, Rhaegar strode off to scout the perimeter, his heavy steps fading into the distance. Elara turned to him, her expression serious. Do you know what howlers are? You shouldn't. They're beasts the guilds put bounties on, reserved for only the strongest warriors. Rhaegar's curiosity flared. Are they strong? He asked, his eyes gleaming with interest. Tier 2s and 3s, the tiger woman answered, but quickly noticed his excited smile, causing her to continue. Try not to fight them, they can become overwhelming. Okay, he replied before the caravan started packing up to head for Dreadshade as the tiger woman went to help. Half an hour later, Rhaegar and Elara returned, their footsteps crunching against the earth. The older woman looked at him with a knowing smile. Are you sure you don't want to join us? We're heading towards Southwood City, she offered. Rhaegar shook his head, a confident grin on his face. No, I'm going deeper into Bloodfong. I want to fight more monsters and push myself. I need to expand my ether pools. Randhar chuckled, his deep voice filled with warmth before he reached out and ruffled his hair. Well, little Blackwood, I hope our paths cross again. It was good meeting you. I'm sure we will, he replied to the tiger man, who walked off seconds later. As the caravan rumbled forward, Elara cast one last smile his way. Take care of yourself, Rhaegar, she said, her voice carrying both warmth and confidence. I hope we meet again. I do, too, Rhaegar answered before dashing into the tree-line as the caravan vanished. Following that, he was rushing through the underbrush and was heading for his previous camp when he had to come to a halt, seeing a swarm of forest widows and other creatures all over the tree. He gulped when seeing this while thinking, oh fuck. They have allies and their tier 2 death stingers. They were massive scorpions with dark carapaces to help them hide among the underbrush. Rhaegar knew this monster as he read a lot about it, but that's when a loud chittering noise echoed out as the scorpions spun to face him with their beady little eyes. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give. Chapter 31, Don't Think. Act. Rhaegar didn't know what to do as the tier 2 creature could easily kill him thanks to being stronger. Plus, there were too many monsters to fight head-on, as he wasn't capable enough to do such a thing. What should I do? Run, he wondered, scanning his surroundings. That could be an option. As his eyes darted around, he caught sight of a smaller spider hiding inside the bush just as it launched itself toward his thigh. His instincts kicked in, and with a surge of panic, he unleashed a lightning fire blast at the creature. It crackled through the air and slammed into the monster before burning it to ash. The sound was enough to draw the attention of every lurking monster. They spun as one, their eyes locking onto Rhaegar, their bodies coiling in unison. Dozens of excited hisses filled the air when the horde of beasts spotted him. The sound echoed from every shadow, reverberating through the trees and shaking the very ground beneath his feet. Oh fuck, he muttered. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted in the forest. Rhaegar quickly noticed a dozen deadly projectiles whistling through the air toward him. His instincts roared to life as he pulled out his daggers, every ounce of his training kicking in. Here we go, he roared while his ether exploded. Rhaegar slashed and slashed with lightning-fast reflexes, deflecting the death stinger barbs mid-flight. Sparks showered the ground around him as steel met poison-tipped spines, his arms burning from the strength of the enemy attack. But the danger was far from over for him as even more enemies poured out of the brush. A sudden screech signaled the next wave of monsters. Forest widows rushed in, their spindly legs skittering across the battlefield. They lunged at him, fangs bared and venom dripping, ready to put him down. He barely dodged the attack before retaliating with a slash. His blades carved through chitinous legs, severing limbs as he danced across the battlefield. There's way too many to keep fighting, he muttered while deflecting several attacks. Moments later, Rhaegar realized he was surrounded but steeled himself as he was still undeterred. He gritted his teeth, adrenaline surging through his veins as he continued fighting with the spiders. While the monsters encircled him, the death stingers joined the battle, forcing him to use ether on the blades. Flames and lightning crackled along his daggers before he launched himself toward the largest forest widow. The beast couldn't see his movements as he closed in on it, causing the beast to panic. At the last second, he dropped low, skidding beneath the creature. With a powerful slash, his blade tore through its exposed underside. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Rhaegar channeled more ether into his blades. In an instant, a blast of sparks and flames engulfed the scorpion. The beast let out a shriek as its body convulsed in agony before crumbling into a smoldering heap. Following that, his heart dropped as a colossal shadow engulfed him, blotting out the light. A chilling presence loomed overhead, crackling with raw power. Rhaegar gulped when noticing it was a giant scorpion, its pincers slicing through the air, aiming to cleave him in two. Reacting in an instant, he thrust out his hand and cast a spell. Stormfire bullet. He watched as the blazing projectile sliced through the air and collided with the limb in a crackling explosion that sent it reeling off course and slammed into the ground. The impact sent the beast staggering back, its strike missing him by mere inches. "So close," he mumbled when feeling the wind pass by him. Rhaegar tensed, ready to leap back into the fight, but before he could react, something slammed into him from above. A razor-sharp pain ripped through his arms as jagged limbs pinned him to the ground. In a flash, the monster's fangs plunged deep into his flesh, injecting a venom that burned like molten lava. A raw scream tore from his throat as blistering pain surged through his veins, scorching him from the inside out. It felt like liquid fire seeping into his very soul, every nerve igniting in unbearable agony. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to move, but his limbs refused to obey. His vision blurred from the shock, his breathing ragged. Hovering above him with a victorious gleam in its intelligent eyes, a sleek forest widow loomed, its beady black eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. The monster had him, trapped, helpless, and at its mercy. Pain from the poison pulsed through his body as warm blood trickled down, but he refused to give in. Gritting his teeth, he locked eyes with the spider, his glare burning with defiance and determination. Then, like a spark in the darkness, a memory surfaced, one of his father's grueling training sessions where he was beaten under the orders of his grandfather, which he hated but finally understood why they did it. "Pain is temporary, but hesitation will kill you, my boy," his father's voice echoed. "If you ever find yourself outmatched or on the verge of death, don't think. Act." In the blink of an eye, the forest widow thrust down, its fangs aiming for Rhaegar's throat. A wicked smirk curled on his lips. "Fusion overdrive," he roared, his voice resonating with power. Suddenly, the ether surrounding him exploded into chaos. Energy surged like a storm, burning away the poison coursing through his veins and knitting his wounds back together, but also making him tired. His senses sharpened, his muscles rippling with newfound strength as the world slowed to a crawl around him. With a primal scream, Rhaegar unleashed a fusion punch at the monster, pinning him down, the force of the blow rippling through the air. When his fist struck the forest widow's body, the impact echoed like thunder. The creature was launched into the air, crashing through the trees, and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Rhaegar sprang to his feet, ready to fight, his body brimming with ether, but before he could fully steady himself, a death stinger shot forward, its razor-sharp stinger aimed straight for his chest. He quickly sidestepped the sudden attack and struck out with another powerful spell. Fusion smash. His fist tore through the air before it collided with the creature's hide, the force of the blow sending a shockwave rippling through the earth, which sent the giant scorpion crashing through the trees and into the dense underbrush. Rhaegar's red eyes burned with fury as he watched the spectacle before unleashing a barrage of stormfire bullets at a group of spiders that were closing in on him, reducing them to nothing more than ash and splinters. Following that, he went to work and started punching any monster that got close while letting out a roar as he cracked exoskeletons with his strength. Rhaegar was struggling with the death stingers, as they were stronger than the spiders. "Now it's time to go or I'll grow fatigued in the middle of the swarm," he thought while glancing around, but exhaustion suddenly hit him. "Oh fuck, not now." Seconds later, Rhaegar spotted an opening and started sprinting through the forest, his feet pounding the earth as he dashed through the trees. He glanced behind him and noticed one of the forest widows was right behind him. He yelped but quickly threw a dagger into the creature's face before hitting it with a lightning fire blast. Thanks to fusion overdrive, Rhaegar escaped the horde. After some time, it had already taken its toll on his body. "Shit, I need to rest. I feel like I'm going to faint," he thought while jumping over a river, only to land on something. As his feet hit the opposite side, it gave way. Rhaegar let out a sharp cry before falling for a few minutes and hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Pain exploded through his body as darkness swallowed him. An unknown amount of time passed as afternoon turned to night and the forest above came to life. When he finally stirred, his vision swam before settling on the vast, star-strewn sky above. His breath was heavy as he lay there, but something caught his eye, a translucent barrier shimmering overhead, pulsing with an eerie, otherworldly glow. Where am I now? He thought while sitting up and rubbing his head, but pain shot through his entire body. I forgot I used fusion overdrive again and this time the aftereffects are worse. I need to rest before continuing, he muttered. Rhaegar's gaze darted around, his heart pounding as he took in his surroundings. Before him stretched a dark, foreboding tunnel, its walls rough and ancient, eerily resembling the dungeons he had only read about in books. Seconds later, a bell tolled, its ominous chime reverberating through the cavernous space. When controlling the worry, he took out his daggers in a flash, his grip tightening as a sinister, echoing laughter slithered through the tunnel. The sound crawled under his skin and making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. While staring into the darkness, several shabby arrows flew out of the shadows, causing him to block the projectiles. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give. Chapter 32, You Better Not Go Inside. Rhaegar deflected the arrows just as a group of goblins rushed out of the darkness and charged in his direction while letting out wild screams. This caused him to think while his body screamed in pain, Tier 1 monsters, not too bad, but I need to end it quickly. When one of the green humanoids got close and let out a wail as it went to stab him with a shabby-looking spear, he parried the attack before slipping into the monster's guard and ramming his blade into its head. Seconds later, Rhaegar hurled the other blade, striking a goblin archer just as it raised its bow to fire. Before he could catch his breath, a horde of creatures swarmed him, their guttural snarls closing in from all sides. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a few lightning fire blasts from his depleted ether pools, the explosions of crackling energy and searing flames tore through the attackers, sending charred bodies flying. As the dust settled, he summoned his daggers. Rhaegar's breathing was heavy as his body screamed out for rest, but he pushed himself forward and started attacking the goblins by throwing his blades at them while using stormfire bullets. He fought relentlessly, his blades slicing through the horde until the last monster fell with a lifeless thud. As the battlefield fell silent, his strength gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, his chest rising and falling in ragged breaths. But the growing pain made every movement agonizing. Clenching his teeth, yet the ache refused to be ignored. Soon enough Rhaegar fell asleep after pulling out a blanket and wrapping it around himself. What do you mean, more dungeons are opening up all over Caldora? I'll fly to the palace to see the Empress myself, Griffin demanded as the messenger trembled. The man saluted before leaving the Veilthorn Manor, while the older man stared at him before a soft voice reached his ears. Do you have to keep terrorizing Dahlia's servants? You're going to stain your reputation more than you already have, you old git. My dear wife, do you always have to insult me? He teased, turning to the smiling woman with mischief in her eyes. She giggled softly, her voice warm with affection. Of course, it's my way of showing you that I still care, she replied playfully. Griffin let out a chuckle before his expression grew more serious. I need to see the Empress, he said, his tone shifting. If dungeons are popping up across the continent, it could cause serious problems. He looked at the blonde woman, concern flickering in his eyes. When Alicia heard this, she questioned with a worried tone, what about Rhaegar? He's in Bloodfong Forest. What if one opened there? Oh shit, Griffin thought as his mind raced to his grandson. Without hesitation, he responded, I'll contact Vlad and have him send someone to check on him. With that settled, the older man turned to his wife, sharing a brief but meaningful glance before bidding her farewell. Then, without another word, he soared into the sky. The wind rushed past him as he made his way toward Dawnfire Palace. Half an hour later, Griffin landed in the courtyard when he saw the Imperial Guard guarding the carriage that had stopped. The door opened, and a woman stood there with a knowing smile as she stepped out. What brings the Lion of Dawnfire to the palace? The old man is resting out back with his wives, she said with a giggle. It doesn't surprise me with him, Griffin said with a smile. It's good to see you, Dahlia. I've been hearing about you all across the Empire. It seems Alexander's decision to make you Empress over the first prince was the right one. Dahlia's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Thank you for the kind words, Griff," she said warmly. "But tell me, what brings you here? What's the plan about the dungeons popping up? And do you know if any have opened in Bloodfong Forest?" he questioned, with a concerned glint in his red eyes. The Empress picked up on his worry and answered honestly, "I believe there were half a dozen rank A and B dungeons that have opened across the Nytheria kingdom. I've sent an army to help them contain the threat." Griffin's face paled. "Rhaegar. You better not go inside one of them, you little shit. It will kill you," he thought. Dahlia noticed this, only to remember some news she heard weeks ago. "So it's true, you sent him into Bloodfong," she stated with knowing amber eyes. He wanted to go there himself and was even excited about the prospect of fighting monsters all the time. "The boy is relentless about growing stronger," he replied with a sigh. "I hope he doesn't enter one because he isn't ready for it. The monsters there are different compared to the ones outside." She nodded in agreement before offering, "Come help me clear the southern S-rank dungeons. They are causing many problems for the Duke down there and he won't stop complaining." Griffin nodded and joined Dahlia in the carriage as she questioned, "So your grandson is the first tetrarch, which caused waves among the nobility, but his vanishing made them forget, just like the fickle creatures they are." Following that, the two of them continued talking as the Empress said they could go check out Bloodfong Forest as it's in between the Dawnfire Empire and Nytheria. He was excited to clear the S-rank dungeon as it's been years since the last one. In the meantime, Rhaegar stirred awake, letting out a deep yawn. His body still ached, but the pain was far more manageable than before. "At least I can fight more," he mumbled as he pushed the blanket aside. Moments later, he rose to his feet, stretching his sore muscles before glancing around, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. "Where am I?" he wondered, but shrugged when coming up with nothing. Rhaegar closed his eyes and sensed the pure ether in the more potent air than the energy outside, causing him to mumble, "Am I in a dungeon? It explains where the goblins came from." He scanned the floor and noticed several Tier 1 cores scattered around. Bending down, he picked them up, rolling one between his fingers as a thought crossed his mind. "If I collect enough of these, I can trade them for gold." After that, he quickly gathered the remaining cores before sitting down and closing his eyes. He focused inwardly, drawing in the surrounding ether. The energy flowed into him like a steady current, replenishing what he had lost. Rhaegar's body tingled as the power slowly built up, restoring some of his strength, as he couldn't gather much. Following that, he started walking down the tunnel while readying his daggers and soon came across a chamber with goblins milling about as others ate. A smile appeared on his face as he charged one of his blades with the remaining lightning ether. When the dark metal started vibrating, he threw it into the center of the place and a blinding explosion erupted. The monsters recoiled in shock as Rhaegar dashed forward, his blade slicing through the air. With seamless movements, he unleashed a barrage of stormfire bullets into the horde, each shot erupting in fiery explosions that sent goblins screeching in agony. Smoke and embers filled the chamber as he tore through the monsters. Their cries echoed through the chaos, but Rhaegar remained relentless, cutting down anything that dared to stand in his way. Blood drenched the dungeon floor by the time the last goblin collapsed. Rhaegar took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as the adrenaline slowly faded. Surveying the aftermath, he pieced together the strength of the monsters he had faced. A rank E dungeon, just a beginner level 1 with tier 1 monsters inside, he thought with a sigh of relief. While the fight had been intense, Rhaegar knew he wasn't up against anything stronger, eased his tension. With that in mind, he straightened up and readied his weapons before looting all the ether cores littering the floor. By the time he had moved on, he had collected 14 cores, which made him happy. "No wonder I used to loot everything when I gamed," he mused while holding the faint brown orb. Moments later, Rhaegar absorbed the tier 1 monster core, curious to see how much ether it would add to his reserves. As the energy seeped into his body, he frowned. The increase was barely noticeable. "Not worth it," he muttered, shaking his head while thinking. "I can gather ether quickly on my own, but how do I reach vapor? I need to join Drakenwood to grow stronger and explore gates and dungeons. Following that, he continued traveling through the dungeon while fighting dozens of goblins, and improving his skills. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give. Rhaegar continued traveling through the dungeon and only ran into goblins, which were driving him crazy. After an hour of walking, he saw daylight, only to realize he had fallen into ancient ruins. Thank God for that. I'm not sure if I can fight a boss, he mused. When stepping out of the cave, the sun blinded him, but the sound of rushing water reached his ears. Rhaegar smiled before approaching it while muttering. At least I can wash myself now. I feel grimy. 5 minutes later, Atlas reached the river, the sound of rushing water filling the air. He scanned the surroundings, ensuring everything was secure before he removed his armor, piece by piece. The weight of the battle and the day's chaos seemed to lift with each motion. He stepped into the cool water, feeling the refreshing chill wash over him. Slowly, he scrubbed away the dirt and grime of battle, letting the river cleanse both his body and his mind. Rhaegar could feel the tension in his muscles melt away as the water ran clear, and by the time he finished, he felt lighter, invigorated, and fully refreshed, his body renewed. 10 minutes later, he climbed out and started getting ready. While doing that, a noise reached his ears, prompting him to spin around, and he noticed it was deeper in the forest. It sounds like a battle going on, he thought. Seconds later, Rhaegar activated enhancement magic and started running toward it so he could hunt more monsters. When arriving at the scene, he noticed it was a group of forest fire ants and forest widows. Spiders again. When will I get a break from these things? He internally exclaimed while lining his blades with lightning ether. The daggers trembled in anticipation, humming with lethal energy as they prepared to strike. With a primal roar, Rhaegar lunged forward, explosive and swift, slashing through the air with brutal precision. He danced across the battlefield like a bramble hare, cutting down the monstrous spiders that dared approach him. As the creatures sensed the rising storm of fury, they converged on him with predatory intent, but Rhaegar was ready. With a roar, he leveled his blade toward the horde. Lightning fire blast, he bellowed, and in that instant, arcs of crackling lightning streaked from his blade, followed by a ferocious wave of flame. The explosion and searing fire obliterated the monsters in a violent storm of destruction, leaving nothing but ash and smoldering remnants in their wake. Rhaegar began collecting the monster cores. But then, a sudden shift in the air made his senses flare with warning. Dripping with something dark. The deep red eyes, hollow and endless, seemed to bore into him from the page, glowing with an unnatural hunger. Rhaegar glanced up, his breath catching. A chilly wind swept through the trees, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment, he thought he saw the shadow of a monstrous figure lurking in the distance. This one was unlike the others. It was muscular, its massive form standing just outside the reach of the torchlight, eyes glowing with murderous intent as it fixed its gaze on Rhaegar like it was memorizing his face. What is this thing doing? He thought with a raised eyebrow. His heart pounded as he shook his head in disbelief, then quickly cast a stormfire bullet. The spell whizzed through the air toward the monster. But the creature was faster. It dodged with inhuman agility, vanishing into the shadows without a sound. He exhaled sharply, his body tensed as he approached the fire pit. With practiced ease, he tossed a bundle of wood into the flames and sparked a fire, watching the embers flicker to life as if seeking comfort in the warmth. Rhaegar set to work, his hands moving swiftly as he kneaded dough and roasted the monster meat. The sizzling aroma filled the air, mingling with the rich scent of warm bread baking over the fire. He smiled while drizzling honey looted from a bee monster in the dungeon over the bread, the golden liquid shimmering in the firelight. The first bite was heaven. This stuff is delicious, he mused, savoring the perfect blend of flavors. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give. Rhaegar felt the bread melt in his mouth, and the monster meat was tender, a stark contrast to the dangers of the night outside. For a moment, the world felt quiet, just the crackle of the fire echoed throughout the clearing. While sitting there, something told him to move just as several knives landed in the spot he was just in. He looked around, only to notice Zorana standing there with a big smile on her pretty face. "Come on, Ray. Let's fight. Father told me you're skilled and I need to test them," she exclaimed. Rhaegar noticed the short sword and knife she held, causing him to summon his daggers that appeared in his hands as she got into position to fight. "Well, I'm always looking to improve my skills, so why not?" he answered with a smile. With those words, the orc woman exploded forward. He braced himself, but in a blur of speed, she sidestepped at the last moment and struck. Rhaegar's blade met hers, the clash sending a shockwave of force through his arms. He felt the power behind her blow. It was like stopping a boulder mid-roll. His stance faltered, forcing him to skid backward and barely regain his footing. But the moment he steadied himself, he vanished. Rhaegar dashed forward with such speed that even Zorana, sharp-eyed as she was, didn't see him coming. He ducked beneath her sudden slash and, before she could react, his fist slammed into her gut, the impact echoing like thunder. The orc woman skidded across the ground, dirt and debris flying as she came to a stop. For a moment, Zorana lifted her head, her eyes glowing an intense blue. He was right. "But I won't take another punch, so prepare yourself, Ray," she declared, her voice crackling with excitement. Rhaegar swallowed hard. Before he could react, she vanished. His instincts screamed, causing him to spin just in time to see her reappearing behind him, her blade already swinging. He barely raised his daggers in time, the force of the clash reverberating through his arms. But before he could counter, Zorana hit him with a vicious headbutt, knocking him back with a jolt of pain. Stars burst in his vision as he staggered, realizing too late, she had baited him perfectly and moved like a storm. Her blade flickered in and out of his defenses, forcing him to parry desperately. Every strike carried raw strength, each clash sending vibrations through his bones. Then, in a heartbeat, she fainted left. Rhaegar reacted, shifting to block the attack, but it was already too late as her fist collided with his ribs, a monstrous punch fueled by pure power. The impact sent a shockwave through his body, lifting him off his feet before he crashed into the dirt, the world spinning. Zorana loomed over him, smirking. "You're strong, Ray. But you're not stronger than me yet." Following that, the two of them chatted for a while with the orc woman telling him about the town in Bloodfong, and he found out the vampire kingdom was protecting it from the other realms and monster waves. Once it got late, Zorana stood up with a smile before asking with a glint in her blue eyes. "Why not become an adventurer like me? You can join my guild and we can get to know each other more." Rhaegar felt heat rise to his cheeks, but he quickly shook it off and answered with determination. "I'm joining the academy. I need to grow stronger, conquer dungeons, and push my limits. Adventuring sounds great, but my goal is to become the strongest gatewalker." The orc woman giggled, then gave a nod of approval. "That's a shame, but I wish you luck and look forward to hearing the tales of the white-haired mage conquering the world and charming all the ladies." Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she cracked her knuckles. "So, want to get in a few more fights before you leave this place?" Rhaegar chuckled. "Yes, that sounds good to me. You're tough, but I'll beat you one day, Zorana," he said with a grin. Following that, Zorana bid him farewell and strode off to the train, leaving him alone. The moment she disappeared, his stomach let out a loud growl. Sighing, he got to work roasting more meat and baking another round of bread. The rich aroma filled the air as he devoured his meal, savoring every bite. Satisfied but exhausted, he stumbled toward the shack, barely making it inside before collapsing onto the bed. Rhaegar curled up under the sheets before falling asleep with a full stomach, and when he woke up the following morning, he felt refreshed. He got out of bed only to notice the sun hadn't risen yet. "I wonder what time it is," he mused while stepping outside. Weeks passed in a brutal cycle of training, pain, and progress. Rhaegar pushed Rhaegar to his limits, crafting a relentless workout regimen that left him sore and exhausted every single day. Also, Zorana never let up, constantly dragging him into sparring matches that tested both his endurance and skill. At first, it was grueling, every muscle ached, every breath felt like fire, and covered in bruises. But as weeks passed, he adapted to the challenging training, but he enjoyed it. He grew stronger. Faster. Sharper. Now, standing waist-deep in the river, he washed away the sweat and grime of another day's training. "I can feel the ether flowing through him better now," he muttered. The water's surface mirrored Rhaegar's transformation, his gaze tracing the powerful contours of his sculpted form. He flexed, a surge of raw energy pulsing through his veins, his ether pools brimming. Strength had not come at the cost of his speed, he managed to get a perfect balance of both, a testament to the brutal, unyielding training of the Blood Axe family which put him through his paces, but he loved it. "I have to thank the Blood Axe family. They've been helpful in my training," he thought while stretching his arms. Rhaegar started putting his clothes on only for the town's bell to ring out, which alerted everyone of an incoming monster swarm, causing him to rush toward his shack while summoning his weapons and grabbing his magic bag. He tore down the path just to reach Rhaegar and Miriam's home. Chaos erupted, Tier 2 mountain trolls loomed over them, their monstrous forms poised to strike. With a flash of power, Rhaegar cast his enhancement magic. The surge was instant. He became faster than the wind, deadlier than a storm. The trolls never saw him coming, only felt the agony as his blade cleaved through their legs, sending them crashing to the ground with earth-shaking force. One roared in fury, swinging its massive club in desperation. But Rhaegar was already airborne. He twisted through the air, his blade a streak of silver, carving deep into the troll's wrists. The beast bellowed as its weapon slipped from its grasp, crashing into the dirt. Rhaegar landed, his eyes burning with the promise of battle yet to come. He continued attacking and ensuring to keep them distracted. Without hesitation, Rhaegar roared like a battle-hardened beast and launched himself at the second troll. His forehead slammed into the creature's skull with bone-cracking force, the impact reverberating through the air. Seizing the moment, Miriam lunged like a bolt of lightning, her movements swift and precise. Her relentless strikes hammered into the troll's knee, shattering it with a sickening crack. The beast roared in agony, collapsing under the assault. "These two are something else. I knew Rhaegar was strong but not Miriam," he wondered. Rhaegar blinked in surprise before a grin spread across his face. As the dust settled, the orc woman turned to him, her expression filled with urgency. "Can you watch the house while we help the town? The wave is sweeping through the homestead." He nodded, channeling crackling lightning and searing fire ether into his weapons. The energy surged through the blades, illuminating the area with a fierce glow. The display left the two orcs momentarily stunned. Rhaegar's eyes widened in disbelief before he finally spoke. "You can use 2 elements." Rhaegar smiled at the couple without answering before they rushed off toward the town as growls and hisses echoed from all around him. He knew that hiss which made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. "Damn widows are here," he thought just as a spider lunged from the darkness. Without hesitation, Rhaegar ducked beneath the monster, driving his blade deep into its underside. In an instant, he unleashed a lightning fire blast, the explosive force ripping through the creature's insides and launching it skyward. As more beasts lunged at him, their fangs flashing in the dim light, Rhaegar met them head-on, deflecting their strikes with practiced precision. But there were too many. The relentless assault pushed him back, his arms growing heavy with strain. Each parry and counter took more effort, his muscles burning as the horde pressed in, threatening to overwhelm him. "Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Rhaegar killed dozens of forest widows, who were charging out of the shadows surrounding the homestead as they destroyed the outbuildings. He was alone and the explosions coming from the town were getting more intense as the battle went on. Thanks to all his training, the Tier 1 monsters weren't a threat to him, but when Tier 2 ones appeared, he started growing nervous. Even when using Flash Step, more Death Stingers and Bloodwings attacked from all directions. "Fuck, what are these giant flies doing here?" he thought when ducking under a sudden swoop. The creature's stinger shot toward him, aiming to impale him, but a lightning fire blast erupted from his palm, scorching the air and deflecting the deadly strike before it could reach him. His eyes flicked around the field he was fighting in, determining the growing threat. More monsters surged at him from every direction, their numbers swelling. Rhaegar gritted his teeth while thinking. If Rhaegar doesn't show up soon, I risk being overwhelmed. Following this, he switched to magic as too many forest widows, death stingers and bloodwings swarmed him. Stormfire bullets tore through their exoskeletons while he bounced around the battlefield. Thanks to his incredible speed, Rhaegar evaded most of the incoming attacks, weaving through the chaos like a ghost. But luck wasn't always on his side. One scorpion landed a grazing hit, its venom-laced stinger slicing across his arm. "Fuck, that hurt," he hissed. Rhaegar gritted his teeth, ignoring the sharp sting, and activated Flash Step, teleporting away to get some space. But the moment he reappeared, his breath caught in his throat. His face paled while thinking. My pools are nearly empty. Panic flared in his mind as he realized the dangerous truth. His thunder and fire ether had been draining energy from his other elements at an alarming rate. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay calm, but the weight of exhaustion was already settling in. Without too much time to think as the horde of monsters converged on him when he stopped using magic, he started fleeing into the forest with the forest widows and bloodwings on his tail. While running, Rhaegar muttered to himself as he got deeper into Bloodfong forest. I'm sorry Rhaegar, but I couldn't hold them back anymore. Rhaegar slammed a hammer down on a forest widow just as his wife killed the last troll. The orc man stood there breathing heavily as the remaining townspeople and devil hunters killed the last monsters. We should head back to the homestead, Miriam said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her breathing was heavy, but her gaze remained sharp. She glanced toward the battlefield, her expression tinged with concern. Rhaegar should be dealing with the stragglers. Rhaegar agreed with a nod before the couple rushed home, and when reaching the trail, they saw dozens of monsters lingering around. His eyes widened, but shook his head and charged the creatures. The two of them started butchering the death stingers and bloodwings until they reached the homestead 10 minutes later. When the orc man saw the scene in front of him, his blue eyes widened in shock. In the meantime, Miriam panicked as she rushed toward the corpses. We need to see if he's here or escaped. Rhaegar gulped, as there were too many monsters to escape from, but he still followed his wife and started looking for the human they came to enjoy having around. After an hour of searching, the duo stopped. While catching his breath, Rhaegar scanned his surroundings, his sharp gaze locking onto something in the distance. His eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he pushed himself up and followed it. Miriam noticed his sudden movement and quickly trailed behind. Just as she caught up, he spoke, his voice edged with urgency. The boy's alive, I think, but he's headed south, into the swamplands. At his words, Miriam's face paled, dread settling over her features. Before she could respond, Zoranna emerged from the house, casually wiping blood from her blade, her expression unreadable. Have you guys seen Ray? She asked in a cheerful voice. I want to see if he's okay after the monster wave. Rhaegar turned to her with a sigh before revealing. I don't think he'll be back. A pack of forest widows, death stingers, and bloodwings chased him south. If I know him well enough, he'll lose them before heading west. When Zoranna heard this, her eyes widened in shock as her head snapped south, but Miriam spoke up. We need you until the vampire reinforcements get here, Rana. The young orc woman nodded with a sigh and looked into the forest while mumbling. I hope we meet again, Raegar Blackwood. Rhaegar was casting stormfire bullets that slammed into a forest widow's torso, causing an explosion to erupt. This gave him enough time to get ahead of the swarm and had to stop when reaching a river. The swamp stretched endlessly before him, its murky waters thick and uninviting. Twisted roots jutted out like skeletal fingers, and the surface rippled ominously, hinting at unseen dangers lurking beneath. Just then, a massive tree trunk drifted past, carried by the current. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped onto it, only for a death stinger to lunge at him, its venomous stinger slicing toward him in a deadly arc. Rhaegar's eyes widened in shock as the death stinger hurtled toward him, its venomous stinger gleaming in the dim light. Instinct took over, he dropped low, narrowly avoiding the strike, and thrust his palm forward. Lightning fire blast, he cast his strongest spell. A surge of crackling energy erupted from his hand, slamming into the creature and sending it skidding backward across the water. The force of the blast sent waves rippling outward, the air thick with the scent of burned chitin. Rhaegar grabbed a branch just as the tree shot past the horde that screeched at him. He slumped down and let out a breath while mumbling. "Well, that was close, but I got away for now." Following that, he traveled down the river while looking for a place to jump off. Soon enough, the landscape changed, and he ended up in swamplands, which made him panic as something exploded from the water. He tried to cast Flash Step, but before he could vanish, a monstrous crocodile lunged from the depths, its massive jaws clamping down on his arm with crushing force. A sharp, agonized scream tore from his throat as the beast yanked him beneath the murky water. Panic surged through him as his vision blurred, and his lungs burned, but he refused to go down without a fight. Summoning a dagger in desperation, he drove the blade into the creature's thick hide. Again. And again. The water churned violently, stained with swirling ribbons of blood as he fought like a cornered beast, determined to survive. With a final, savage stab, the beast shuddered and loosened its grip. Seizing his chance, Rhaegar ripped free and kicked off the creature's body, breaking the surface with a desperate gasp. His limbs screamed in protest, but he forced himself forward, clawing his way through the muck toward the shore. The moment his feet hit solid ground, he didn't hesitate and cast Flash Step to reappear high in the trees, his breath ragged, his body dripping with water and blood. Rhaegar slumped down and started taking off his armor. He let it drop onto the branch and tore off his shredded shirt, only to gag at the sight of his injuries. Deep lacerations, nearly an inch deep, crisscrossed his skin, raw and vicious. Blood seeped from the wounds, staining his torso with streaks of crimson. Gritting his teeth, he reached into his magic bag, pulling out the medical supplies he had stored. He had some weave bandages that Rhaegar gave him and other cleans that his grandfather put in the kit. Rhaegar fumbled with the disinfectant, uncapping it and pouring it over his arm. The instant the liquid made contact, a searing pain shot through him, and he let out a guttural scream, the burn nearly unbearable. But after what felt like an eternity, the pain subsided, leaving only the dull throb of his injuries. With a shaky breath, he grabbed a healing pad, covering it in healing salve before slapping it onto the worst of the lacerations. He secured the pad with ether weave. The material slowly seals the injury tightly. As he finished, he glanced down, realizing with a frown that his remaining bandages would only last a few days. "It'll have to be enough for now," he muttered to himself, bracing himself for whatever came next. The pain still lingered, gnawing at him relentlessly. Rhaegar's body trembled with the strain as he fought to steady his breath. "Damn it," he muttered, reaching into his pouch. His fingers brushed against the small, familiar pill his grandmother had given him, a gift wrapped in stern advice. "Only take it when things are bad," she'd said, her voice stern and unwavering. "Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Rhaegar stared at the small pain pill in his palm, hesitating for only a moment before tossing it into his mouth and swallowing it dry. A faint warmth spread through his body, dulling the sharpest edges of his agony, but the exhaustion still weighed heavily on him. Gritting his teeth, Rhaegar reached into his magic bag, pulling out his tent with unwavering resolve, determined to set up shelter despite his battered condition. Every movement felt like a battle. His wounds throbbed painfully with each pull and tie, and his muscles screamed in protest, making every task a struggle. By the time he was done, nearly an hour had passed. His ragged breathing and aching body cried out for rest, but the tent was finally standing. "Fucking crocodile and its sneak attack," he muttered. Rhaegar looked over the edge only to see a pair of black eyes staring at him with hatred radiating from them. He gulped before muttering. It's bad enough with the forest widows, but now there's this thing. Moments later, the monster's aura hit him, only for his eyes to go wide and forget about the mind-numbing pain. A Tier 3 creature, he internally panicked. He backed away from the edge and climbed into the tent to get some sleep, but he started feeling hot and bothered. After an hour of struggling to rest, the pain increased despite the pain pill. Rhaegar pulled out his lantern and pulled away the bandages, only to gag when a nasty smell hit his nose. That smells horrible. Is it infected? But how? He muttered. Following that, he pulled out the monster compendium and started searching for the crocodile monster that attacked him. 10 minutes later, he found the culprit in the Tier 3 section. A venom-jaw crocodile, he muttered when looking at the beast. They say these bites rot adventurers' limbs and destroy their organs from the inside out. Only a Tier 2 healing mage can help me. Frustration simmered within Rhaegar as the pain from his injuries became too much to bear. Realizing he couldn't go on in his current state, he decided to head to Dreadshade Castle in the morning. He covered himself in blankets before finally falling asleep while cradling his arm. The following morning, a roar woke him up as it shook the tree. Rhaegar shook his head, but his arms started hurting even more. Let's make my way to Dreadshade, he thought while climbing out of the tent and putting it away. Rhaegar jumped down from the tree and when hitting the ground, the water exploded, making him yelp. He cast Flash Step only to dodge the crocodile and got away from the creature and started heading toward the city. When he reached the road through the forest, sweat drenched him, and the pain intensified, yet he continued. Rhaegar didn't hear or see the approaching caravan. "Young man," a woman's voice reached his ears. He turned around, causing the stranger to gasp as she screamed. "Jonas! Pick the boy up and take him to the bridge now." "What?" he muttered, but something picked him up and started running. "A monster bite has infected you, boy," a man's voice sounded. "I can see it was an enormous beast. Was it a greenslet viper?" "Crocodile," Rhaegar mumbled as the pain started burning and the infection started spreading to his organs. It was too much and knocked him out as his Aether tried fighting it, but it overwhelmed his defenses. Jones kept running with the unconscious boy in his arms and only stopped when coming to the Nytherian bridge that guarded the road to the fortress. When he got closer to the gate, a vampire soldier stepped out while holding the hilt of his sword while demanding, "Why are you running like that and what happened to the boy?" Before Jonas could answer, a booming voice rang out. "Bring the boy to Miranda at the temple." The guard snatched the white-haired boy and rushed toward a carriage that just pulled up. He stood there watching as a Nytherian commander spoke. "Where did you find him, adventurer?" Jonas shook his head and looked at the vampire, who was staring at him before he answered. "He appeared from the forest and my leader ordered me to bring him here." "Good," the commander said with a concerned expression. "That is the grandson of the Dawnfire Lion. Our king ordered us to look after the boy whenever he appeared." Not long after, the caravan caught up with Jonas, and the Nytherian guards led them through, their presence a welcome relief. The soldiers offered their thanks for the help they'd given to the boy. "Where are you taking him?" Marlene asked when she suddenly appeared beside Jones. He shook his head with a smile just as the Nytherian commander answered. "The Blood Temple. The priestesses there are the best healers in the city and some of our best men are guarding it. Follow me and I'll take you there." Jonas watched Marlene's face light up before she told the caravan to rest as they set off into Dreadshade City. While Rhaegar was unconscious, he was reliving one of his fondest moments when he was 8 and Yuki was 18. He had overdone it with his training and collapsed in the garden because his legs felt like jelly. Rhaegar believed he was alone, but the gentle sound of footsteps approached. He looked up to see the beautiful cat woman, Yuki, crouching in front of him, her blue eyes filled with concern. She gave him a sweet smile and softly spoke, "Young master, stop pushing yourself so hard. There aren't any monsters to fight or princesses to save." Rhaegar chuckled softly, the tension easing from his shoulders. He shook his head, his gaze softening as he teased, "I'd save a maid, not a princess, Yuki." Yuki burst into laughter, her smile widening as she teased, "Such sweet words, young master. But get up and go take a bath, or would you prefer I carry you?" His cheeks burned a deep crimson at the thought, and he forced himself to stand, only for his legs to tremble unsteadily like a newborn fawn taking its first steps. Just as he was about to collapse, Yuki moved, catching him before he could fall. Without hesitation, she scooped him into her arms, cradling him against her warmth. Her fingers wove gently through his hair, each stroke melting away his tension, her touch as soothing as a lullaby. "Just rest, young master," she whispered while tracing his cheek in a tender caress. "I'll take good care of you." Following that, he felt something wet on his face, causing his eyes to shoot open, which made someone yelp. Rhaegar's head started hurting, but he sat up only to see a vampire woman sitting there holding a cloth. She had long, silvery gray hair with blood-red eyes, just like others of her race he'd seen during his trips to Dreadshade City. "Where am I?" Rhaegar asked, his voice hoarse and raspy, his throat dry from exhaustion. The woman handed him a cup before answering. "You're in the Blood Temple in Dreadshade City, young master." He furrowed his brow, rubbing his head in confusion while speaking. "Isn't that the vampire goddess's healing house?" "Yes, you're right in one way. It's also a temple to our goddess that travelers use on their journey," she replied with a calm smile before introducing herself. "I'm head priestess Rowena. I've been caring for you for the last 4 days while you've been unconscious." Rhaegar's eyes widened in shock, prompting a soft giggle from Rowena. "Yes, the venom-fong crocodiles are deadly creatures. Honestly, I'm amazed you escaped. If you don't mind me asking, how did you get away?" He took a sip of the water she handed him before replying, "I cast a spell into its eye, which made it let go, and I swam back to shore. After that, I retreated into the trees while it waited for me." Rowena's expression shifted from amusement to admiration. "That was incredibly brave, and reckless," she mused, shaking her head with a gentle smile. "Just like the lion, when he and the king stirred up so much trouble across the kingdom," she continued. "Please be more careful out there, young master. Devil sightings are increasing, and the royal family is growing more paranoid by the day." Hearing this, Rhaegar gave a solemn nod, understanding the gravity of her words. Rowena stood, preparing to leave, but stopped. "Stay here for at least a day to recover," she said gently. "And I'm sorry, but the scars will need to be treated by a stronger healer. The infection caused too much damage." "Thank you for your help, Rowena," he said in a grateful voice. The older woman smiled before waving him away while replying, "It's my job. Just get some rest, young master. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Rhaegar spent a few more days in the Blood Temple but planned to leave so he could do more hunting in the forest. He wore his armor and hood, as the weather was getting cold. "This should keep me warm. I can go sell more of my loot to Mary," he thought. While standing at the window, Rowena entered the room with a smile. "Ready to leave, young master? We normally would have let you stay here, but many of the people have been getting ill because of winter," she said. "I understand," he replied while putting on his magic bag. "The citizens need the temple more than ever, as they'll get ill during the bitter days. I'll be leaving shortly, just going to make some bread." Rowena looked at him and giggled. "Come this way. You can use the kitchen, young master," she offered. Following that, they walked through the temple's halls where priestesses tended to their duties. Most greeted him with a smile, while others whispered. The older woman reassured him it was because of his white hair and red eyes. The duo stepped into the kitchen, and Rhaegar wasted no time getting to work. The high priestess watched in quiet fascination, her eyes following his every movement as he expertly kneaded the dough. His hands moved with practiced ease, shaping dozens of perfectly round pieces before swiftly tossing them into the heated pan atop the stove. The scent of fresh bread soon filled the air, warm and inviting, as the golden crust formed. As Rhaegar worked, Rowena couldn't help but comment, "Why does such a simple dish look so delicious?" He chuckled, reaching into his bag and pulling out a jar of honey. With a small flick of his fingers, magic melted it until it flowed like liquid gold. Carefully, he drizzled it over one of the freshly baked pieces of bread before handing it to her. "Here, try this," he said with a grin. "It's called honey bread. I practically live off this stuff in the forest." Rowena took the offering, eyeing it with curiosity before taking a hesitant bite. The moment the sweet honey blended with the warm, fluffy bread, her eyes widened in surprise as she let out a moan. His smile grew wide just as he ate some himself and stored the rest in his bag while speaking. "I'm going to head to the guild to sell some stuff before picking up some supplies." "Have you got the medical stuff I gave you?" the head priestess questioned. "Yes, it's packed away," he replied as the older woman led him outside. When arriving at the entrance, the rain was battering Dreadshade City, causing Rowena to sigh as she muttered, "I hate this time of year. It gets too cold." Following that, the two of them said their farewells as Rhaegar started making his way through the quiet streets. Some people were rushing around trying to get out of the rain, but he ignored them and continued toward the guild. When the building appeared, adventurers were gathering outside, which caught his attention. "What's going on here? Is it a mission?" he pondered. He shrugged and headed inside, only to spot Mary free at the counter. When the young woman spotted him, a smile appeared. "Rhaegar. I'm glad to see you're okay. I heard from Commander Cause that you were injured in the forest." "I feel much better thanks to Priestess Rowena. She healed my wounds," he replied before asking, "What's going on outside?" Mary quickly answered as some guild staff rushed outside. "A rank C dungeon named Greenslet is about to break and we're gathering people to fight." Hearing this, Rhaegar's mind flickered to the familiar comparisons he had heard among adventurers. Tier 1 mages can handle rank E dungeons alone, as long as they're skilled enough. But for rank C dungeons, they'll need at least a group of Tier 2 adventurers by their side and a Tier 3 to stand any real chance. Following that, he nodded before asking, "How can I join this job? I want to fight monsters." Mary smiled at his response and slid a form toward him with a smooth motion. "Fill this out," she said, her voice firm yet professional. "Since you're not a registered adventurer, you'll be a contractor for the guild. Payment of 5 gold coins will be issued once the dungeon is stabilized and you successfully emerge from it." Rhaegar nodded and filled it out before handing it back. "It said the dungeon is half a day's journey south of Dreadshade. It borders the Bloodfong swamp, correct?" The young woman nodded. "Yes, you're correct. The caravan will depart soon, so go buy some food, water, and other supplies," she suggested. "Thanks, Mary," he responded before turning around. "Be careful out there. Dungeon breaks are dangerous and the monsters can be unpredictable," she warned with a sweet smile. Rhaegar nodded in agreement as he left the guild while heading toward the general store to pick up some supplies. Half an hour later, he was making his way back to the caravan that groups of adventurers from Dreadshade gathered. He pulled out a piece of bread, tearing off a chunk as he watched the guild staff bustle around, loading supplies into a nearby carriage. The clatter of crates filled the air, but everything paused as a giant of a man stepped forward. "Must be the group's leader," he mused while staying out of the way. His broad shoulders and towering frame made him impossible to miss, even among the adventurers. Long brown hair cascaded down his back, and his glowing green eyes seemed to pulse with ether, setting him apart from the rest of the crowd. There was a certain intensity in his gaze, a fire that reflected both wisdom and battle-worn experience. Rhaegar watched as the man scanned the gathered crowd with a stern gaze before his deep voice boomed, cutting through the noise. "I'm Theodore, the leader of this mission. We're heading to the Greenslet dungeon, south of here," he declared, his words carrying the weight of authority. "Get ready to move. Let's hit the road." With a collective nod, the adventurers gathered their gear, the sound of armor clanking and weapons shifting filling the air. They moved with a silent understanding passing between them as they made their way toward the southern gate. The anticipation in the air was obvious, each of them mentally preparing for the fight that awaited them beyond the city's walls. The massive gates creaked open, revealing the wild unknown beyond. Rhaegar hung back, keeping a steady pace behind the caravan, leisurely munching on his bread as the group moved forward. The road was long and dusty, and the steady rhythm of their footsteps created a comforting, almost meditative backdrop. But despite the calm, a sharp ache pulsed in his arm, a lingering reminder of the battle he'd fought earlier. He clenched his teeth and ignored it, his mind more focused on the journey ahead. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his daggers. They materialized in his hands with a soft shimmer, though now they were covered with mud from the crocodile attack back in the forest. "Lucky that old man put the runes on it," he muttered just before noticing two adventurers approaching him. They were wolf demi-humans, their distinct features marking them immediately among the adventurers. The man stood tall and imposing, his dark blue hair slightly unkempt, and his piercing yellow eyes gleamed with sharp intelligence. A jagged scar ran down his face, a testament to battles hard fought. His posture and the way he carried himself spoke of a seasoned warrior, someone accustomed to life on the front lines. Beside him, the woman's chestnut-brown hair was pulled back in a ponytail, her ears twitching slightly as her blue eyes sparkled with knowledge. To Rhaegar, she appeared to be a skilled mage. In her hands, a finely crafted staff shimmered, its crystal tip pulsing with ether. Moments later, the man spoke with a friendly smile. "Are you alone, boy? Why aren't you a part of a party?" "I prefer to work alone," he answered. The wolfman laughed before extending his hand in introduction. "I'm Lycaon Valderson, and this is my wife, Nymeria. We are adventurers in the Iron Fong Guild." Rhaegar clasped his hand firmly. "Raegar Blackwood," he replied. "Why don't you stick with us?" "We could use a speedster to help in the dungeon," Lycaon suggested. The woman nodded in agreement, causing Rhaegar to agree. "Okay." Following that, the wolf couple started walking next to him and he noticed Nymeria looking at him, causing him to question. "What's wrong?" She shook her head before answering. "It's not every day you see a white-haired person down south." Rhaegar was confused, but shrugged as he responded. "It's a family trait. My mother has white hair while my father has blue." "Interesting," Nymeria said with a fascinated expression. "Much like our daughter, who has the Valderson's dark blue hair." Following that, the three of them continued to speak while they traveled down the southern road that would lead the caravan to the dungeon. "Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Rhaegar stood by a lake while watching the caravan set up a tent while Theodore spoke to the Nytherian guards who were protecting the dungeon's entrance. He was eating some bread as Lycaon approached. "What are you eating?" he asked while sniffing the air. "It smells divine." "Camping bread," Rhaegar answered before taking another two out of his magic bag. "Try it and give some to Nymeria." The older man's smile grew wider as he accepted the food. "Thanks, Rhaegar. I might have to ask for the recipe if we like it." "That's okay, I don't mind sharing," he answered before returning to the lake. Lycaon walked off after saying goodnight and went to his tent. Following that, Rhaegar started a fire so he could cook some monster meat. While waiting for it, Nymeria appeared with a sweet smile. "Do you mind if I join you, young one?" she asked. Rhaegar nodded as he offered. "Would you like some meat? I believe it comes from a forest bull I killed a while ago." She accepted, and the two started eating before the older woman commented while looking at the night sky. "What are you striving for in life? Power? Wealth? A title?" Without turning away from the fire, he spoke. "I don't have a particular goal in mind, but I want to grow stronger and I'm achieving that while being out here." Nymeria nodded with a smile. "That's understandable, you're still young. There are many years to decide on a goal." As their conversation continued, Rhaegar was surprised to learn that they hailed from the eastern region of the Dawnfire Empire. The revelation caught him off guard, but before he could dwell on it, the older woman regarded him with a concerned expression. "Be cautious in Greenslead," she warned, her voice laced with urgency. "The monsters there are sudden, always lurking, always ready to strike." Rhaegar nodded before replying. "Thanks for the warning, Nymeria. I'll be wary when inside." Following that, the wolf woman made her way back as it got later. Once he grew tired, he crawled into his tent and quickly fell asleep after avoiding sleeping on his left arm because of the pain. The next morning, Rhaegar woke up to Theodore's voice. "Young one. Can you come out here, please?" Confusion clouded his mind, yet he shook his head, stepped outside rubbing his eyes, and found the leader standing there. The older man smiled before speaking. "Lycaon tells me you're a spellblade that uses speed?" "Yes," he answered. Theodore nodded as his smile grew wider. "Good, would you be able to enter the dungeon with 2 of our scouts? You don't have to fight, just explore the surroundings, and if you encounter anything, just run." Rhaegar's eyebrow rose before asking. "You know I'm a tier 1 mage that hasn't got out of vapor yet?" The older man narrowed his eyes, studying Rhaegar intently before speaking. "Yes, you may still be tier 1 and have yet to reach the 2nd level, but you're suppressing your aura, something only those a tier above you can do. And you survived Bloodfong Forest. That tells me you're more skilled than you let on." Upon hearing the man's words, he chuckled. "All right, I'll do it." Without further hesitation, Theodore led Rhaegar to the scouts, a man and a woman, who greeted him with friendly smiles as they waited outside the entrance, which was being protected by a small fort. That's when he saw the entrance, which was a blue doorway that was glowing. However, Theodore wasted no time and gave the trio their orders. "Move out, all of you. We need to clear this dungeon before it becomes a threat to the city. Report back on the amounts of monsters and what types." The man and woman stepped forward, vanishing into the darkness as Rhaegar took a steadying breath. With a flick of his wrists, his daggers materialized in his grasp, their edges gleaming with lethal intent. Steeling himself, he followed them through, only to emerge just behind the pair and appear in a deserted city, which confused him to no end. The moment he took a step forward, a wave of dread crashed over him, cold and suffocating. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. "Get out. Now," he barked, his instincts screaming danger. Barely a heartbeat later, he raised his blades just in time to block a swipe, the force of the impact reverberating through his arms. The woman reacted swiftly, diving aside, but the man wasn't fast enough. A sickening noise filled the air. His head separated from his body, spinning through the shadows before thudding to the blood-stained ground. When the woman saw this, she screamed. "Thorn!" Rhaegar spun toward the entrance, his sharp eyes narrowing as the portal flickered erratically. A sinking feeling settled in his chest while thinking. Fuck, it's closing. Wasting no time, he activated Flash Step, his body blurring as he surged toward the exit. But just as he was about to pass through, the portal pulsed, shifting to a deep, ominous red. He slammed into it with force, pain jolting through his body like a shockwave. Staggering back, he gritted his teeth and fought as the creatures rushed out of the surrounding streets. They resembled humanoids but weren't and reminded him of ghouls from a game back on Earth. Rhaegar used lightning fire blast to clear some space so he could get to the woman who was fighting her way to the man's body. When he got close enough, he asked, "What's going on with the dungeon?" The woman looked at him with pure fear in her green eyes as she revealed, "This is a C-rank dungeon, but it's overflowing, and the extra mana has raised its rank to B. The entrance won't open unless we reduce the monster numbers." He was just about to reply, but a massive snake lunged from the nearby bush and bit her in half, which made him jump back in shock. Rhaegar quickly cast a dozen stormfire bullets that slammed into the monster's torso. To his shock, his attack left nothing but scorch marks on the creature's scales. It barely even flinched. The beast slowly turned its gaze toward him, its glowing yellow eyes locking onto him like a predator sizing up its next meal. Now that he had a clear look, he felt his stomach tighten. It was a massive cobra-like monster, its dark green body coiled with terrifying power. Then it hit him, this wasn't just any creature. This was a high-end Tier 3 beast. Rhaegar gulped, his survival instincts screaming at him. Without hesitation, he spun on his heels and bolted into the forest, his heart pounding like a war drum. Oh shit, this is bad, he thought while fleeing. Behind him, a sickening gulp echoed through the trees as the snake devoured the woman's body whole before chasing him. Thanks to Flash Step, he got a head start but couldn't use it as it was draining his ether. He quickly abandoned it, pushing forward with renewed speed. But just as he gained momentum, a pack of ghouls lunged at him, their jaws snapping. Rhaegar reacted instantly and vaulted over one, driving his blade through its skull. While his other hand unleashed a crackling lightning fire blast, incinerating another in a burst of electric flame. The fight was far from over as more ghouls appeared around him like a swarm. Rhaegar moved like a force of nature, evading every vicious strike while countering with slashes and stabs, but couldn't dodge every attack as a claw scrapped across his back, causing him to fly forward. He landed on his feet with a skid and was getting annoyed by all the monsters that were swarming him and sent a surge of lightning fire ether through his daggers, crackling with raw power. Moments later, he leaped back into the fray and used everything he learned from the training in his younger years. While fighting, he didn't see a creature charging at him from behind just as a claw swept through the air, and Rhaegar ducked just in time, feeling the rush of wind above him. Without hesitation, he drove his dagger deep into its heart, the creature's life snuffed out in a single, flawless thrust. Following that, Rhaegar stood at the heart of the carnage, his daggers slick with the blood of fallen ghouls as corpses surrounded him. They were relentless, a sea of twisted, snarling faces closing in from all sides. I need to get out of here, he internally panicked. His eyes flashed with worry, and with a roar, he cast lightning fire, scorching the nearest ghouls into ashes. But for every one that fell, 2 more took their place. He cut through the masses, slashing, stabbing, his movements a blur of steel and fury. Another ghoul lunged, but Rhaegar's blade found its throat before it could even scream. Yet even as they fell, the horde pressed on, growing ever thicker. He continued killing the creatures until his arms grew tired. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give. Realizing the tide was turning, Rhaegar's pulse quickened. He spun around, eyes scanning for an escape. The ghouls were closing in too fast. With a final, brutal slash, he cleaved through a creature's skull and sprinted. His boots pounded the earth as he bolted into the woods, the relentless horde chasing after him, hungry for more. He rushed through the dungeon while avoiding the monster attacks that threatened to bring him down. As he sprinted across a shallow stream, a blur of movement crashed into him, knocking him off balance. Instinct took over, and his blades flashed, stabbing into the creature's flesh before he unleashed a lightning fire blast at point-blank range. The explosion sent the beast hurtling backward, but it quickly scrambled to its feet, its hollow eyes locking onto him with predatory hunger. Wendigos. They're at the peak of Tier 1, he muttered, gripping his weapon tighter. His heart pounded, but a smirk tugged at his lips. I can take this thing. Rhaegar dashed forward as the Wendigo went to swipe at him, but he skidded under the creature's arm while slicing into its lower leg and brought it to one knee just before he cast Stormfire Bullet at its skull. The monster ducked under the spell and lunged at him while trying to bite his arm. He pulled back and kicked at the creature before casting Enhancement. Rhaegar felt his body strength, but his mind grew tired. Fuck, I've used too much ether. Only got enough for one more spell, he thought just before dodging another claw swipe. The Wendigo let out a blood-curdling screech, its skeletal frame twitching unnaturally as it lunged. Rhaegar didn't hesitate. He sidestepped the attack, feeling the rush of cold air as the beast's claws barely missed his throat. With a spin, he drove his blade into its ribcage, twisting it deep before ripping it free in a spray of dark blood. The creature staggered, but it wasn't done yet. It lunged again, its jagged teeth snapping inches from his face. Rhaegar ducked low, channeling the last slither of ether into his palms and cast lightning fire blast. Moments later, crackling flames and electric fury. The spell struck the Wendigo square in the chest, sending it hurtling backward with a shriek that echoed through the night. It writhed on the ground, smoke rising from its charred flesh. Rhaegar didn't give it a chance to recover. He dashed forward, his blade arcing through the air before cleaving straight through the Wendigo's neck. The severed head hit the forest floor with a dull thud, its lifeless eyes still locked in an eternal hunger. Breathing heavily, Rhaegar wiped his blade clean and turned toward the forest. He had no time to linger, more creatures lurking nearby. Without another glance at the fallen beast, he sprinted into the shadows, weaving through the towering trees. His body ached, exhaustion creeping in, but he pressed on, scanning for a resting place. Finally, he spotted a hollow beneath the roots of an ancient tree, hidden from view. It wasn't much, but it would do for the night. He collapsed against the trunk, gripping his weapon tightly as his vision blurred with fatigue. Just a few hours, he muttered to himself, his breath steadying. Then I move again. Rhaegar soon fell asleep as the adventurers outside were panicking. Why hasn't the portal opened? Nymeria exclaimed, frustration laced in her voice. The boy is alone. He'll be slaughtered. Theodore's face paled as dread settled in his gut. Clenching his fists, he took a sharp breath before barking out an order. Roger. Bring me his contract, now. A man rushed off from the fortress toward the camp as the Nytherian soldiers rushed around in a panic. Nymeria stood by the entrance as Lycaon approached her. Looks like it will be a few days before the dungeon reopens or the boy kills enough monsters, he said while cleaning the blood off his sword. I know, she said while noticing Theodore's became red in the face as he exclaimed. Why would the guild allow him to join us as a guard? Nymeria and Lycaon grew curious before she asked. What's wrong? The older man wiped the sweat off his brow and answered. He's the grandson of the Dawnfire Lion and guest of the King Vlad von Karstein. When the wolf couple heard this, their eyes widened in shock as Lycaon muttered. So he's a noble. He doesn't act like one. It says he's to be left alone unless it's an emergency, Theodore revealed before turning to the dungeon gate. Pray that he comes out alive or that demon will kill us all for his death. My darling, Nymeria said while tugging her husband's sleeve. We will be the first ones in and you'll drag him out. Lycaon nodded. You got it, why the sudden interest in the boy, he asked with a curious expression. The elements gravitate toward him as if they favor him, she revealed while rubbing her chin. I haven't seen anything like it. Following that, the adventurers waited for a few days until the portal started shaking before turning blue once again. Nymeria and Lycaon were the first in, followed by the rest, only to hear explosions followed by rage-filled roars. The boy is fighting something stronger, the wolf man commented while sniffing the air. He's injured and is being beaten in the battle. When Nymeria heard, she and her husband rushed toward the scene, with the other adventurers following. What they saw shocked them. Rhaegar was fighting a massive snake. One day this boy will become the strongest spellblade on Caldora, she thought. Rhaegar woke up hours later and felt slightly better as he checked his ether pools which were empty, causing a fatigue to settle across his body. He sat up and shook his head before gathering the surrounding energy. Moments later, it poured into her body like a wave, which slowly filled up the bigger pool before it slowly trickled to the smaller ones. An hour later, each one was full up halfway and couldn't go any higher. Good, at least I'll be able to fight the Wendigos, but my arm is still aching, he muttered while stretching his arms. Following that, Rhaegar jumped out of the branch and landed with a thud while summoning his blades just as a nearby bush rattled. He snapped off a stormfire bullet into the creature that lunged at him. The bullet tore through the Wendigo's skull, sending the beast collapsing to the ground with a crash. There was no time to bask in victory as shadows surged forward and more monsters poured from the underbrush, their claws slashing toward him in a whirlwind of death. Sparks erupted in blinding bursts as Rhaegar deflected each strike, twisting and weaving through the chaos. After dodging one attack, he drove his blade into the nearest creature's face, its shriek cut short as it crumbled. Without hesitation, he unleashed a lightning fire blast, a blazing inferno of crackling electricity and searing flame that roared through the battlefield, consuming everything in its path. Rhaegar moved like a bramble-hare, leaping from tree to tree with uncanny speed, his blade flashing through the dark like a streak of silver lightning. He twisted midair, severing a monster's throat before carving through the rest of the attackers in a dance of death. Then, a thunderous roar split the dungeon, a sound so deep it rattled his bones, causing him to mutter. "That damn snake has found me." There was no time to hesitate. Power surged through his veins as he cast enhancement, his body igniting with raw energy. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, just as a colossal beast crashed into the spot where he had stood, its impact splitting the ground like a meteor strike. Rhaegar rushed in while sending fire and lightning to his blades before trying to stab the snake, but he only cracked the scales before using Flash Step to vanish back into the forest just as the snake became enraged. He darted through the dense wilderness, his mind racing as he searched for the perfect place to turn the hunt in his favor. The beast was too strong for a head-on fight. Rhaegar needed strategy and the element of surprise. For half an hour, he led it through the twisting forest, weaving between trees and leaping over jagged rocks, until he found the perfect battleground. Now, he crouched high above a ravine, his breath steady, his grip tight on his weapons. The monster would have no choice but to pass through this narrow choke point to continue its pursuit. Rhaegar waited until the ground shook and the snake burst out of the trees and rushed down the ravine. "Here we go," he thought while sending fire ether onto his daggers that burst into flames as the monster passed under him. "Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Rhaegar leaped from the branch, descending like a phantom. The wind howled around him as he plummeted toward the monstrous serpent, his eyes locked onto his target. "This attack won't kill the beast, but it should slow down at least," he muttered. As he closed the distance, he channeled wind ether into his blades, the weapons humming with raw, untamed power. Then his blades pierced deep into the serpent's hide, and in the same instant, he ignited the fire ether. The fusion of elements triggered an explosion, a roaring detonation of flame and wind that erupted from the wound like a storm breaking free from its cage. The force sent shockwaves through the ravine, splitting stone as the monster shrieked in agony. Rhaegar quickly stepped out of the shockwave's radius, but the blast still sent him flying. The snake let out an earth-shaking roar that nearly paralyzed him. He shook his head before sprinting into the trees while it started searching for him with a massive gash on the side of its body. Moments later, he had to jump to the side as the side lunged at him, causing a dust cloud to erupt as it crashed into the ground. Rhaegar dashed toward a nearby mountain and started using Flash Step to get up the peak. When arriving at the top, he spun around and noticed the snake passing him by, which made him sigh in relief. He shook his head and summoned his daggers before putting them away as he scanned his surroundings. "Looks clear, at least I can rest for a while," he pondered before starting a fire in a small opening that would keep him warm as the cold weather moved in. Rhaegar sat by the crackling fire, the scent of sizzling monster meat mixing with the warmth of freshly toasted bread. His body ached from the chase, muscles burning from the brutal clash, but he knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Tearing off a piece of bread, he muttered to himself while eating, "Is that thing the dungeon's boss? Now it hates me with a passion, and it will find me." He shook his head and continued eating while waiting for the meat. Moments later, the snake's roar echoed in the distance, which made him smile as he thought. "Now I can kill some monsters to open the entrance." Rhaegar devoured the last of the monster meat and bread, and his hunger finally sated, though the weight of his situation never fully left him. As the night sky descended above, he felt a strange sense of disorientation. The stars flickered overhead, almost too perfect, and the cool night air seemed unnervingly real. Confusion clouded his thoughts for a moment, then it hit him. This damn dungeon, he muttered under his breath. It mimics the outside world. He looked at the sky above, the rustling wind, and the faint sound of nocturnal creatures. It was all an illusion designed to trick the mind. Sighing, he pulled out some blankets from his pack and wrapped himself in them, making his makeshift camp. The dungeon did not need sleep, but Rhaegar knew better than to press on without rest. Even the most relentless mage needed to pause. Soon enough, the exhaustion overtook him and he fell asleep. Thanks to the crevice, he found none of the wandering monsters could find him. While sleeping, small amounts of ether poured into his body and started filling his pools as his body recovered. When Rhaegar woke up the next morning, he felt refreshed before standing up and drinking some water thanks to his dry mouth. He wiped his lips while muttering, "Let's go kill some monsters." Following that, he traveled around the forest for days, killing any creature he could find and avoiding anything above tier 2 as some of them he could kill, while others were much stronger. Rhaegar would hide when the sun went down and the powerful monsters came out to hunt. During one rough night, he witnessed a Bigfoot-like creature taking on a group of Wendigos and tearing them apart with ease. Many creatures were stronger than him, but he would ambush them using fire and wind to injure the monsters until dying. This became the go-to tactic when dealing with tier 2 beasts, which worked well. Days blurred together as Rhaegar stalked through the dungeon, hunting in the shadows, constantly on edge. His latest prey, a pack of dire wolves, had barely registered before the ground beneath him trembled. "What is that?" he thought while looking around. Rhaegar instinctively reached for his weapon as he turned around. The monstrous serpent was lunging at him with a deafening roar, its jaws snapping open. Time seemed to stretch as his heart pounded, but he unleashed a lightning fire blast beneath his feet. The spell launched him to the side just as the snake's head collided with the earth in a thunderous impact, sending debris flying in all directions. "Fuck! Where did this thing come from?" he snarled, barely catching his breath. Without hesitation, he snapped his fingers, and a dozen stormfire bullets shot from his palms, whistling through the air toward the serpent's exposed eye. The barrage of crackling energy slammed into the creature. The serpent's pain-filled screech echoed through the forest, but Rhaegar wasn't giving it a chance to recover. In an instant, he flash-stepped behind the creature. "Now it's time to show it what I can do," he thought with a nervous smile. He coated his daggers with a layer of fire and drove them deep in between the scales of the creature. The heat ignited its flesh, causing his smile to grow. Before it could react, he activated wind ether. This unleashed a devastating explosion that tore through the snake's body, sending shockwaves rippling through the ground. The beast's roar of agony was almost deafening, but it wasn't done. With a savage flick of its tail, the serpent swung it with brutal force, catching Rhaegar square in the chest. The impact sent him flying, cracking his ribs and shattering bones as he crashed through the trees, his limbs rag-dolling in the air. The world spun around him as the stinging pain of broken ribs rushed through his body, causing him to grit his teeth, but his mind remained focused. He crashed to the ground with a sickening thud. "Damn, that hurt," he muttered before climbing to his feet. Rhaegar's instincts screamed at him to move, but by the time he reacted, it was too late. The serpent's colossal head shot toward him like a speeding boulder, its jaws snapping open to swallow him whole. He barely had time to brace before the force of its strike slammed into his side, sending him careening through the air. His body twisted uncontrollably, spinning wildly before crashing into a massive tree with a sickening crack. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs, and for a moment, all he could hear was the ringing in his ears and the pounding of his heart. His body ached in ways that felt like it would never end, but he fought through the pain, scrambling to his feet. "I need to get up before it attacks again," he mumbled. Just as he stood, the serpent lunged at him again, its maw wide open, ready to swallow him whole. But luck was on his side for the moment. The tree he had crashed into stood like an immovable wall, blocking the serpent's attack by mere inches. Its jaws snapped shut around the trunk, sending splinters flying as the ground trembled beneath them. Rhaegar smiled when seeing this and quickly stabbed the roof of the mouth of the monster. While doing that, he pointed his hand down its throat and cast lightning fire blasts inside before using flash step to appear on the branch above as the explosion erupted, which sent the snake into a wild fury. The serpent's body writhed in agony, thrashing violently as the pain from Rhaegar's attacks overwhelmed it. Its massive form twisted and flailed, uprooting trees and splintering rocks in its fury. But then, its eyes, those burning, hate-filled eyes, shifted to Rhaegar, locking onto him with a murderous focus. "Shit," he yelped, barely leaping off the tree as it lunged at him with terrifying speed. The serpent's head hit the trunk, causing the ground to quake and snapping the tree in half as if it were paper. Before he could regain his balance, a massive tail whipped toward him, a crushing force that would splinter his bones. His heart raced as he instinctively poured used wind ether to push himself out of the way and dodged the attack by mere inches. The tail carved through the air where he'd been standing, sending gusts of debris flying. But the snake was no fool. It was faster. As Rhaegar landed, he barely had time to react before its tail whirled back at him again, and this time it came at him even quicker. "What's going on?" he thought in a panic. "It's getting faster. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Rhaegar attacked the giant snake with more spells, but it was useless because the monster disregarded its safety. The monster wasn't stopping until he was dead, which made a chill run down his spine. "I'll try to run," he thought while watching the tail of the monster crushing all kinds of creatures during their fight. He avoided most of the attacks because of his size, but the creature's tail struck him with force, sending him crashing through the forest once again. Intense pain surged through his body as lacerations tore into his skin and broken bones added to the torment. Without wasting time, Rhaegar jumped up while ignoring the agony that plagued his body and started running, but the snake caught up and flung him into the air by crashing into the ground. As he was in the air, a wave of spells slammed against the monster. He was stunned by the sight, quickly casting flash step to reappear on the ground below. As he regained his footing, he noticed adventurers charging toward him, attacking the snake with spells. Finally. "They're here," he thought with a tired smile. "I can get out of here." That's when he noticed Lycaon charging at the monster, greatsword in hand. The Wolfman closed the distance quickly, unleashing a flurry of deadly strikes that shattered the snake's scales as if they were paper. Rhaegar's eyes widened in disbelief. He must be a tier 6 warrior to take down that creature so effortlessly. Following that, a stream of fire flew above him and slammed into the snake, which was curling up thanks to Lycaon's attack. He sighed when realizing he wouldn't have to fight it anymore. Moments later, Rhaegar fell to the ground with a thud as the injuries took their toll, but he smiled as he survived a rank C dungeon. While lying there, Nymeria appeared above him with a joyful expression. "I knew you'd survive," the wolf woman said before casting healing magic on him. He felt the wounds close and bones mend as they snapped back into place, which made Nymeria frown as she spoke. "Fighting the swamp titan and coming out alive is amazing. Not many mages could do such a thing." Rhaegar chuckled, nodding in agreement. "I was lucky, but I collected plenty of ether cores while I was here. The rest of the loot wasn't worth hauling around." The wolf woman heard this and giggled, playfully ruffling his hair. "Get some rest while we finish up. Theodore will still pay you. After all, you took down a lot while we were stuck outside." He was about to reply when he noticed a tier 1 cave spider was creeping up on them, causing him to throw a dagger into the monster's face before answering. "I'll stay with you for now. There are thousands of monsters here." "What about the pain?" she asked with a concerned expression. Rhaegar waved her off with a confident smile. "The injuries only bring aches, but I can still use magic and throw my daggers. It's no problem." When the older woman heard this, her blue eyes sparkled, and a warm smile spread across her face. "Such a gentleman," she said with a playful glint. "I'll take you up on that offer, so I can keep an eye on you." The adventurers then cleared out the dungeon, a task that took another full day. When Lycaon saw Rhaegar, a smile spread across the wolfman's face as he exclaimed, "What did you do to that beast? Your attacks really weakened it." Rhaegar was about to respond when Theodore's booming voice echoed from the entrance. "Everyone, gather up. The dungeon is stabilized, and we're moving south." "South?" he asked. Nymeria nodded. "Yes, we have another job in the Forgotten Wastes. It's been planned for months now and we're meeting the rest of our guild down at Sahakar City," she informed him. "I've read about that place," he replied while cleaning his daggers. "Endless dunes with ruins of the ancients dotting the land." The wolf woman smiled when hearing this. "Yes, it is, but we've been exploring for many years alongside our guild." After ensuring the area was secure, the Nytherian soldiers escorted them outside, as most of them were exhausted. Once everyone was safely out, Theodore started paying everyone, handing Rhaegar 7 gold coins. "Here you go, boy," the older man said. "There's 2 extra for what you went through, but this is where our contract ends." "Thank you," he said, slipping the coins into his bag. Afterward, the adventurers were resting at the camp outside the dungeon, planning to head further south the next day. Rhaegar sat by his tent, gathering his thoughts. He attempted to reach Mist, but his efforts were in vain, stirring frustration within him. Still, he pushed it aside as Lycaon and Nymeria approached. The wolfman had a big smile as he asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Going to keep hunting in Bloodfong Forest and wait for my grandfather to come get me for the academy test," Rhaegar answered while throwing some wood into the fire. "The more I fight, the better I'm becoming, and that's why I'm out here." When the couple heard this, they chuckled before Nymeria responded. "I can see the fire in your eyes. It's unusual for a young man to be so determined to grow stronger. Most unlock their magic and think attending the academy is enough. Especially nobles." Rhaegar chuckled, raising his hand as a fiery dagger materialized, hovering just above his palm. "I plan to go even further than the academy can take me," he declared, his voice brimming with confidence. "I will conquer the gateways and become the strongest spellblade Sylvara has ever known." Lycaon grinned, his eyes gleaming with approval. "And when your light shines, it's brightest, boy. We will be there to witness it." "That's if we meet again," he answered the wolfman while stoking the fire. Nymeria giggled before ruffling his hair. "I have a feeling we will Raegar Blackwood, grandson of the Dawnfire Lion," she said. "Did Theodore tell you?" he replied with a smile. "I bet it was Vlad warning Dreadshade City about me being there." The couple looked at him with wide eyes before Lycaon warned him. "Be careful, boy, the Nytherians are very uptight about their king and the respect given to the royal family." Rhaegar waved him away. "They can't hear, and even if someone did, it doesn't matter. I'll just hide in the forest until my grandfather comes for me," he said. They looked at him before Nymeria started laughing. "We're going to go get some sleep. I'm tired thanks to using so much ether, but make sure you stick around in the morning. I want to say goodbye." "Of course," he reassured. "I'll be traveling down to the swamp before making my way north again. I want to collect more monster parts and ether cores." With that, they left him alone, and Rhaegar wasted no time. The night was still young, and he seized the moment, drawing in ether with relentless focus. He directed it into the largest pool, watching in awe as it devoured the energy at an astonishing rate. It drank in the power like a bottomless abyss. Unexpected, but he wasn't about to complain. Hours blurred together lost in the intoxicating rush of his gathering. He only snapped back to reality when his senses flared as if something was near. Instinct took over. Without hesitation, he unleashed Stormfire Bullet. The spell ripped through the air, a blazing streak of electric flame, and struck true. A piercing screech echoed through the night as the projectile slammed into a lurking nightcrawler, tearing through the creature. He sprang into action, summoning his dagger in a flash of steel. With lightning-fast movements, he dashed into the heart of the monstrous horde, weaving between them like a phantom. His blades danced through the air, each slash precise and deadly. In mere seconds, the battle was over. The creatures lay lifeless at his feet, their bodies motionless in the dim light as more appeared from the shadows. Once Rhaegar was done, he exhaled, a triumphant smirk crossing his face. I'm faster. Stronger. Now to finish the rest of them with something new, he mused, with glowing red eyes. Dismissing his daggers, Rhaegar stretched out his hands, channeling Aether as he visualized a weapon from his grandfather's armory. A surge of wind and earth converged, forging twin chakras. Each cross, with 4 razor-sharp edges, hummed with ether. Hydra blades, he named them in an instant, the words ringing in his mind like a prophecy. Rhaegar's grin widened as he flung them forward, the spinning weapons tearing through the darkness. Without missing a beat, he exploded, his daggers reappearing in his hands. He weaved through the nightcrawlers like a storm, carving through their ranks. Meanwhile, the Hydra blades danced through the air, slashing and slicing, cutting down the creatures in a symphony of destruction. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give. Rhaegar butchered the closest nightcrawlers while the Hydra blades zoomed around the battlefield. He quickly noticed the new spell was quickly burning through his ether, causing him to grow tired. I need to reach mist to increase the size of my pools, he thought while his breathing grew heavy. He dismissed the Hydra blades before jumping back and flinging his daggers at the last 2 monsters' heads. They dropped dead as he hit the ground not far away. Moments later, Nymeria and some guards appeared with shocked expressions. Rhaegar, what were those weapons you were using? The wolf woman asked as the others went to check the nightcrawler creatures. Huh, he muttered, snapping out of his thoughts while turning to face her. Shaking his head. Just a new spell I came up with, but using it drained me more than I expected. The older woman looked at him with narrowed eyes before nodding in agreement. You look exhausted. Get some rest. We're putting more guards on duty. Rhaegar nodded in agreement, suppressing a yawn as exhaustion finally caught up with him. He crawled into his tent, slipping beneath the warm blankets, his body sinking into much-needed rest. As sleep claimed him thanks to the exhaustion, the adventurers outside remained vigilant, their watchful eyes scanning the surrounding darkness, ready to protect the camp until the first light of dawn. When Rhaegar woke up, he felt much better and got up before packing away the blankets, and then the tent. Once that was done, Lycaon and Nymeria approached him with their bags packed. We're about to leave for Zahakar City, the wolfman commented. If you're ever in the northern part of the Empire, come by the Valderson Manor just outside the Everfrost City. You'll be welcome any time. Following that, Nymeria gave him a piece of paper. This is our address for your visit and I stay safe out here, Rhaegar. Bloodfong Forest is dangerous and full of undiscovered dungeons and gateways. Thank you, he replied to the woman, who pulled him into a hug, which surprised him. They broke apart as Lycaon ruffled his hair before speaking. Until we meet again, boy. After that, the adventurers left the campsite and started traveling on the southern road, leaving him alone. Once they were gone, the dungeon commander approached him with a curious expression. Young master, the vampire said. Would you like to try the dungeon? We've made sure it's back to normal and with your strength, getting to the lower floors will be easy. Rhaegar paused, weighing his options, then gave a firm nod. Yes. I'll gather before going in. I need to recover what was lost during the fight last night. The soldier gave a quick nod before heading back to the fortress, leaving him alone. He sat down and started gathering. Moments later, he felt the energy returning to his pools, which made his body feel better. This feels good, he thought with a smile. Rhaegar felt the 8 pools filling up from the bigger one as the world ether poured into his body like a wave. Hours passed by and he jumped up while feeling refreshed. Now it's time to test out the rank C dungeon. Following that, he approached the gate where he was met by the guards who waved him through. When he stepped into the portal, he felt the ether in the air was back to normal compared to the first time he was in there. He stepped into the treeline only to hear several growls coming from Tier 1 sand wolves, causing him to think. There's a desert around here which is going to be challenging. Rhaegar took out his daggers just as the first monster lunged at him. He sidestepped the attack and sliced down its side before throwing the other blade at the second wolf, who crashed down. More creatures joined the fight, causing him to cast Hydra blades but mixed fire and lightning this time. The blue projectiles appeared before he sent them flying at the creatures while summoning the other dagger back to him. I love these runes, he mused with a gleam. Rhaegar started fighting the monsters, blocking their attacks while countering with stabs and slashes. He continued bouncing around like a rabbit, controlling the projectiles to take out the remaining wolves. Once the last one dropped dead, he dismissed the Hydra blades before looting the monster drops. He found sand wolf fangs, Tier 1 ether cores, and some other junk that he left behind. Now let's see what other creatures lurk here, he muttered. Rhaegar cast enhancement and started sprinting through the forest while hunting sand wolves with ease. His daggers tore through their flesh with ease. An hour later, he came across a group of ghouls. Let's test out the ether cores, he thought with a smile while taking out 3 of them. He absorbed them and felt the big pool fill up as much as an hour's worth of gathering, which surprised him. Without waiting, Rhaegar dashed toward the humanoid creatures and skidded under one of their lunges. When it passed over him, he stabbed upwards while casting lightning fire blast, which turned the foe to ash. Rhaegar quickly dodged more attacks while countering with slices and stabs that brought down dozens of them. This is easier than I expected, he thought as the last ghoul dropped dead. Let's head to the second floor. Rhaegar looted all the cores before heading for the staircase down, but when he got close a horrible aura slammed against his body. His eyes widened while thinking. Tier 4. No, thank you. Feeling overwhelmed by the creature's sheer strength, he retreated to the dungeon's entrance, accepting that he stood no chance. I'm not foolish enough to fight it, he muttered, sliding his daggers back into their sheaths. When he appeared outside, the guards looked shocked when they saw him. The commander came walking up to him and spoke. Young master, didn't you explore the second floor? No, there was a Tier 4 monster lurking down there and I'm not fighting that thing, he answered before leaving the fortress. Rhaegar bid his farewells to the vampire guards and set off toward Bloodfong forest, pulling out some camping bread as he followed the path Nymeria and Lycaon had taken south. He continued until he reached the edge of the swamp. This place looks like it came out of a dinosaur book, he thought. He was standing at the edge of the swamp, his boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. Before him stretched a vast, untamed wilderness, a primal swamp, teeming with unseen life that he could sense. Towering cypress trees, their gnarled roots twisting like the fingers of ancient beasts, rose from the murky waters. Thick mist clung to the surface, shifting with an eerie, ghost-like grace as it wove between the trees. The air was thick with the scent of decay and damp earth, a heavy mixture of rotting vegetation and the stench of creatures lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for their meal to pass by. Strange calls echoed through the foliage, croaks, growls, and the occasional splash of something large moving through the water. Fireflies flickered like wandering souls, their dim glow reflecting off the stagnant pools scattered throughout the marshland. Rhaegar noticed pathways crossing it, which were a mix of dirt and tree trunks, causing his smile to grow as he started traveling across it by jumping from branch to branch only to notice a group of crocodiles. He stopped moving and stared at the creatures and sensed that they were Tier 2, causing him to leave them alone. Rhaegar continued moving cautiously through the swamp, his boots sinking into the damp, uneven ground with each step. The thick mist curled around his legs, and the distant noises of creatures echoed through the twisted trees. Waterlogged roots jutted out like skeletal fingers. As he pressed forward, the surface of a nearby pool rippled. Its movement was subtle, almost imperceptible, but Rhaegar's instincts flared. In an instant, a massive shape lunged from the murky depths, a colossal frog, its mottled green and brown skin blending seamlessly with the swamp. The creature's wide, bulbous eyes gleamed hungrily as it lashed out its thick, slimy tongue with the force of a whip. He reacted in a flash. With a twist, he spun to the side, narrowly avoiding the appendage as it slammed into the tree behind him, sending bark flying. Rhaegar landed lightly on his feet, his daggers ready to strike. The frog retracted its tongue with a wet snap, its throat bulging as it prepared for another strike. He smirked. "You'll have to be faster than that." The Tier 1 swamp frog lunged at him, but with a swift flash step, Rhaegar vanished, leaving the creature to crash headfirst into a tree trunk. Before it could recover, a dagger struck true, embedding itself in its eye. "Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Rhaegar continued fighting with the swamp frogs while his daggers plunged into their eyes before being summoned back. He continued jumping across the branches as the monsters tried to chase him. With a chuckle, he waved his hand and cast stormfire bullets that peppered the beasts just as more creatures ambushed them. When he saw this, his smile grew wider as he noticed the monsters were giant Tier 3 insects. Time to escape and train some more, he thought while using Flash Step to get away. Months passed by and Rhaegar continued fighting all across Bloodfong Forest. After a challenging fight with 2 cave bears, he was sitting on a log, catching his breath once he looted the bodies. Following that, explosions echoed across the forest causing him to vanish into the treeline but soon come across a village deep in Bloodfong Forest that was being attacked by some Bigfoot-looking monsters. When Rhaegar spotted the creatures, he was crouched on a branch. They are big and seem to be in the late stages of Tier 2, he thought just as his gaze landed on a group of vampires fighting them. He shrugged before leaping off the branch, moving like a specter as he drew his daggers. In one fluid motion, he hurled a blade toward a lurking Bigfoot that had crept too close to the defenders. The weapon struck home, piercing straight through its eye. A pain-filled roar tore from the beast's throat as it clutched its ruined face, its remaining eye locking onto him with a murderous fury. But Rhaegar was already a step ahead. With a flick of his fingers, his dagger vanished, resummoned into his grasp. The enraged monster charged, its massive footsteps shaking the ground, but he only grinned, his red eyes gleaming. Fire and wind ether swirled around his blades, the air crackling with lethal energy. With a snap, he launched the first dagger. It whistled through the air before burying itself in the Bigfoot's knee. The force shattering bone and sending the beast crashing down with an agonized howl. Before the others could react, he sent his second dagger hurtling toward a cluster of 3 more. A sudden explosion ripped through them as the combined elements reacted, a violent burst of fire and wind consuming the monsters into ash. When the smoke cleared, 4 of the powerful creatures lay lifeless on the battlefield. For a heartbeat, silence hung in the air, then a thunderous cheer erupted from the defenders. The vampires, once wary, now roared in exhilaration, their morale soaring. Rhaegar stood there before noticing a few more beasts rushed out of the treeline. When he saw this, he cast Hydra blades, the crimson ether blades materializing in his grasp before he hurled them forward. They whistled through the air, tearing through the battlefield. The first slammed into a Bigfoot's leg, slicing clean through muscle and bone, sending the massive beast toppling with a crash. Another found its mark, impaling a second monster's knee and forcing it to the ground with a grunt of pain. But the last one, the largest of the trio, bellowed in rage as it plowed into the vampires. Its rampage scattered the defenders, killing some instantly while others escaped, causing him to react. Rhaegar cast enhancement and felt the boost as he dashed forward like a rocket before moving behind the Bigfoot and sliced through its ankle. Moments later, it tried to crush a woman who let out a terrified scream, but the monster buckled. He spun around and hit it with the 2 Hydra blades coming from different directions, and overpowered the surprised creatures. The ether weapons decapitated the creature causing its body to drop to the ground. Once the fight was over, Rhaegar dismissed the spells while letting out a heavy breath because using Hydra blades still put some strain on him. Using that spell uses up too much ether, he pondered while wiping the sweat from his forehead. As he did that, a man's voice sounded from nearby. "Thank you for the help, stranger. These things have been attacking us for years, but it's getting worse." Rhaegar nodded in understanding before glancing up at the darkening sky. The sun was sinking below the horizon, its last golden rays fading into twilight. A ripple of panic spread through the vampires. Nightfall was upon them. A firm grip on his arm snapped his attention back. The man's expression was grim as he spoke. "Get inside the village. They'll be coming any moment now." "I'll be fine. I want to loot the monsters," he replied while putting his daggers away. Following that, the man didn't fight and rushed off as he warned. "The Dark Ones are fast and deadly. Try to get into the village's boundary before they get you." Rhaegar moved swiftly through the battlefield, his blade flashing as he carved out the Bigfoot's teeth. The only other valuable, the glowing green ether cores nestled within their massive bodies. As he plucked one from a fallen beast, the core pulsed softly in his palm as his body sucked in some of the ether radiating from. What he noticed was that it was casting an eerie emerald glow across his fingers. He studied it for a moment, his mind turning. So this is a tier 2 core. He rolled it between his fingers, watching the energy swirl inside. Interesting how it glows more than the brown ones. Rhaegar continued looting the Bigfoots while storing the stuff in his magic bag, and when reaching the last corpse, something moved behind him. He spun around and threw a dagger, but it hit the ground. A body is gone, he thought while scanning his surroundings. While standing there, a young woman shouted from the village entrance. "They're coming now. Get over here." Rhaegar's instincts screamed at him to move. Without hesitation, he spun on the spot, narrowly avoiding the shadow that lunged at him. In the same motion, he struck back, his dagger tearing through flesh. It let out a guttural hiss, recoiling from the attack. Now that he could see it clearly, a shiver ran down his spine. It was a humanoid, with pitch-black eyes that reflected no light, its face twisted into a snarl, revealing a mouth filled with rows of rotting, jagged teeth. The stench of decay clung to it, thick and suffocating. Rhaegar tightened his grip on his blades, eyes narrowing as more of them appeared from the darkness, only for him to sense that they were tier 2 creatures. "They must be the Dark Ones the vampire mentioned," he muttered, readying himself for the next attack. Following that, chaos erupted as the creatures lunged at him, forcing Rhaegar to use flash step to dart around the battlefield while slicing, slashing and stabbing the monsters, causing some of them to drop. More appeared and tried to surround him, but he used lightning fire blast to clear a path to the village as they surged in his direction. Rhaegar started sprinting while using flash step and passed over the village border. He whirled around just as the Dark Ones came to a halt, their twisted, hate-filled eyes boring into him with murderous intent. Rhaegar wasted no time. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a Hydra blade. The weapon whirling through the air like a storm that shot toward the monsters. Infused with wind and earth ether, it struck with devastating accuracy, razor-sharp edges cleaving through flesh and bone. Several of the creatures collapsed headless, their bodies crumpling before they even realized they were dead. The survivors hissed and snarled, but the sight of their fallen kin sent a ripple of hesitation through their ranks. Rhaegar watched as the Dark Ones vanished into the shadows, their retreating forms disappearing into the night. He let out a quiet breath, his tension easing just slightly as he dismissed the spell, the glowing Hydra blades vanishing. A voice broke the stillness, soft yet relieved. "It's good you survived," the young woman said, her eyes scanning the battlefield with a mournful expression. "They've taken many villagers." He turned toward the dark-haired vampire and asked, "What are those things, and are they in other parts of Bloodfong?" The young woman giggled as she answered, "I'm Vesa, and those things come from a cave a few miles to the north. Our last scout found their home, but he had to flee." Rhaegar looked at her and held out his hand. "I'm Raegar Blackwood. It's nice to meet you, Vesa." She took it with a friendly smile before speaking. "Come on. Father told me to bring you home. He said you'd join us." They made their way through the village, the tension still thick in the air, every step echoing against the silent, abandoned homes. Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the largest house in the center, a stone structure that seemed to loom over the rest, its windows dark and unmoving. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give. Rhaegar turned to the young woman by his side, his voice steady as he asked, "Is your father the leader?" She glanced at him, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her face before she nodded. "Yes. He's the one who makes the decisions around here and keeps us safe." Following that, Vaesa approached the door and entered while shouting before walking up a set of stairs to the left. "Papa. I brought the white-haired boy." Rhaegar chuckled when hearing that, but stopped when he saw the man that first spoke to him. "I can't believe you're still alive. Come in and get out of the cold. Winter is hard this year," he said. He nodded before closing the front door and a vampire woman appeared. "Who's this, darling?" The man looked at him, and he introduced himself. "I'm Raegar Blackwood. An adventurer exploring Bloodfong Forest." "Good to meet ya, boy," the woman said cheerfully. "I'm Miranda, and this handsome man is Theo, the chief of Eldergrove Village. But enough of that, I've just dished up dinner after tending to this lump." Rhaegar bowed his head with a chuckle at her antics. "Thank you for the hospitality. It's appreciated since I've been sleeping in a tent." Theo's smile grew wider as he waved him away with a thankful expression. "You aided the village against the forest men, so a meal and warm bed, if the least, we can do." Following that, they stepped into the dining room, the warmth of the crackling fire offering comfort amidst the storm outside as cold air nosedives causing their breaths to be seen when breathing out. The room was simple but homely, which he liked a lot. "This place is nice. It's different from the Blackwood Manor," he thought with a smile. He noticed wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, and the flickering light from the hearth cast long, dancing shadows across the walls. A rustic wooden table stood at the center, covered with rough-hewn chairs that looked worn from years of use. "Sit down, Rhaegar," Miranda said in a sweet voice. "I've made some bramblehair stew. It's delicious." He accepted the gesture and sat down just as she put a bowl in front of him with some bread as Theo finally spoke. "I know you're training in the forest, but don't you find it dangerous?" "Yes, but I wouldn't get stronger by killing Tier 1 monsters," he explained while dipping some bread and eating it, which he found delicious before he continued. "So I decided to move on to Tier 2 when I came across the forest men and found them easy to kill thanks to my speed." When the vampire couple heard this, their curiosity sharpened. Theo narrowed his eyes, skepticism lacing his voice. "How? You are a Tier 1 mage at best. How can you possibly survive out there?" Rhaegar merely smirked, saying nothing as he let his carefully restrained aura unleash. It crashed into the room like a tidal wave of death, suffocating and oppressive, thick with the weight of slain enemies. The temperature seemed to drop, and a chill of fear crept up the vampire's spines. Theo's confident expression vanished, his face going pale as Miranda took a wary step back. But rather than fear, her eyes glowed with curiosity. "That's not right," she murmured, studying him as if trying to unravel a mystery. Then her gaze sharpened. "Just how many monsters have you killed since arriving here to build such an unusual aura?" Rhaegar's smirk deepened, his eyes gleaming with something unreadable. "Enough that I've lost count," he said simply. As they settled in and began eating, Rhaegar listened intently to the conversation. Although the food was simple but warm, he didn't savor it because his mind was elsewhere. From the vampires, he learned aura wasn't just about raw power. It was forged through experience, battle, and survival. Every fight, every kill, every near-death moment shaped it, making it heavier. But what truly caught his attention was Theo's remark. "Your aura, it's nothing like a normal human's," he said, studying Rhaegar with an intrigued expression. "If anything, it's more like the Dark One's than one of your kind." Miranda nodded, her eyes flickering with curiosity. "It's unnatural, but not in a bad way. Just different." Rhaegar suppressed his aura once more, pulling it back into himself like a beast retreating into its cage. Instantly, the heavy tension in the room lifted, the air returning to normal, almost as if the suffocating presence from moments ago had never existed. But before anyone could dwell on it, a loud bell rang out, its sharp toll echoing across the village like a warning cry. Theo shot to his feet, his expression twisting into one of horror. His sharp gaze snapped to his wife. "Check on Vesa and lock her windows," he ordered, his voice urgent. Miranda didn't hesitate when hearing her husband's words. She was already moving toward the stairs. Rhaegar glanced at the older man and questioned. "What's going on now? More dark ones?" "Yes," Theo replied, his expression weary. "They've broken through the village ruins and are roaming the streets, hunting for anyone they can find." Rhaegar's face darkened with concern, but before he could speak, Miranda rushed downstairs, panic flashing in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she blurted out. "She's snuck out." When Theo heard this, he went to rush out, but the older woman stopped him. "We don't know where she's gone and I need you here when they finally attack." He watched the couple panic before shrugging and walking outside while speaking. "I'll go find her. I'm faster and stronger than you both." Following that, the vampires looked at him like he was crazy, but he waved them away with a confident expression and glowing red eyes. "Don't worry about me. I love fighting creatures like this." "Do you know where she might be?" Miranda nodded. "With her boyfriend. They should be at his house in the southern part of the village next to the butcher's," she revealed. As Rhaegar stepped outside, a dark one lunged from the nearby shadows and attacked him. He jumped over it and cast a stormfire bullet into the back of the skull of the monster, causing it to drop dead. "Easy to kill when I can ambush them, but they're nearly as fast as me," he thought before deflecting several claw swipes. Sparks flew everywhere, but Rhaegar kept dodging attacks while countering with his own as he made his way down the street. He could hear screaming and shouting coming from all around. With a big smile, he tore through the village, his blades crackling with fire and lightning ether as he carved through the monsters. Sparks illuminated the streets with every strike, the air thick with the scent of burning flesh and ozone. As he sprinted down the street, a dark one lunged from the shadows, its twisted form a blur of claws and malice. Rhaegar dropped low, sliding beneath the creature. Even as he moved, his daggers flashed, wicked arcs of steel slicing clean through its body. The beast barely had time to screech before it collapsed in a heap behind him, lifeless. Rhaegar jumped up and found the house Miranda told him about, but he noticed it was being surrounded by the creatures. Without hesitation, Rhaegar hurled his daggers, the blades whistling through the air before burying themselves deep into the skulls of the nearest dark ones, which killed them instantly. Before their lifeless bodies hit the ground, he summoned the weapons back to his hands, their hilts snapping into his grip just as the remaining creatures charged, their blood-curdling screams tearing through the night. As the first lunged, he twisted aside with lightning-fast reflexes. In the same motion, his hand shot forward, crackling with raw power. A surge of lightning fire erupted from his palm, engulfing the creature's face in a furious blaze. It shrieked, writhing as it disintegrated into ash before the wind could carry its last shriek away. The night burned with the clash of steel and claws as Rhaegar cut his way through the horde of dark ones. His daggers danced in his hands, flashing like twin streaks of moonlight as they carved through monstrous flesh. Black ichor sprayed with every strike, every movement was a deadly blur. A dark one lunged at him, its claws slashing through the air. Rhaegar twisted, letting it strike barely graze past him before driving his dagger into its side and slicing down the body of the creature. He continued attacking the beasts while noticing a group of villagers rushing toward a nearby house. Following that, Rhaegar spotted the young vampire woman trying to close a door as a dark one tried to get in. The monster slammed against the door, its excitement mounting at the prospect of a fresh meal. But before it could break through, he charged forward, his blades flashing as he tore into the creatures, cutting down anything that dared stand in his way. "Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give." Rhaegar relentlessly slashed through the dark ones, each strike dropping a creature before he drove his blade through its skull to ensure it was dead as he cleared the house Vesa was hiding inside. "Now they're safe, it's time to cull the numbers," he muttered as more monsters appeared. When other monsters lunged at him, he ducked beneath their wild swings, seamlessly unleashing bursts of stormfire bullets. His spells slammed into the creature that exploded on contact, allowing him to escape them. Chaos engulfed the village as warriors clashed with the monstrous invaders, battling fiercely while the barrier flickered back to life. "Drive them out!" Theo bellowed, his voice cutting through the turmoil. Rhaegar smiled before rushing around and continued attacking the creatures as they tried to attack him, but he was too fast. An hour of straight fighting caused the Dark Ones to fall without a death. He was sitting on a bench while catching his breath before summoning his daggers that were covered in blood. "I need a cleaning spell for this shit," he muttered. Following that, Rhaegar started cleaning the blades as Vesa approached him alongside a young man. The duo as she spoke with a smile. "Thank you for helping us. Those things surprised us." "Don't worry about it, but your parents will be mad at you," he replied while putting his weapons away. When the vampire woman heard that, her face paled, which made him chuckle just as Miranda embraced her. Theo followed behind and nodded at the young man. "Glad you're okay, Jacob. But what were you two doing out last night?" Rhaegar listened to Jacob explain that he and Vesa were out on a walk when the duo saw a forest man destroy the barrier, allowing the Dark Ones inside. When hearing this, he stood up and stretched before speaking. "Can you point me toward either monster's home?" The older man stared at him, eyes wide with concern. "You can't search for them alone. It's too dangerous, plus they're devious creatures. They'll strike before you can even react. If I don't deal with them, the village will keep suffering," he countered. "Plus, I love fighting in the forest. It helps me grow stronger." Theo refused to believe him, but over the following days, the vampire chief was proven wrong. The forest men bombarded the barrier with boulders and other weapons, eventually shattering its defenses. By the time the vampire finally reappeared, desperation lined his face. With a sigh, he offered 5 gold coins for him to rid them of the monsters. When hearing this, he accepted and was pointed in the direction. Following that, Rhaegar left after Miranda gave him some sandwiches, which was surprising, but he continued until coming across signs of the Dark One's clawed feet on the branches above. "Looks like I'm on the right track," he mused before continuing while readying his blades. An hour later, he stumbled upon a cave entrance reeking of decay, its mouth littered with bones and tattered remains. Grimacing, Rhaegar wrapped a cloth around his face to mask the stench before stepping inside, venturing cautiously into the darkness. Once inside, the darkness consumed everything, but his eyes adjusted and he started noticing figures moving around. A Dark One lunged out of the shadows and swiped at him. Rhaegar leaned back just as he struck out while twisting. That was close, he internally panicked. His dagger tore through the creature's flesh and bone just before dropping dead, just as even more monsters appeared from the dark. Rhaegar skidded to a halt and cast lightning fire blast into the crowd. Flames engulfed the Dark Ones, reducing them to ash as he darted through the tunnel, striking down monsters with relentless speed. One after another, they fell, until one slipped through his defenses, landing a sharp blow. The blow struck his armor with crushing force, sending him hurtling backward. Even as he fell, he hurled his daggers at 2 approaching creatures, and both collapsed with a heavy thud. Gritting his teeth, he summoned Hydra blades. 2 glowing blue projectiles materialized in his grasp. Moments later, he unleashed them on the advancing Dark Ones. Their razor-sharp edges sliced clean through several monsters, severing heads and spraying blood across the tunnel walls. Rhaegar continued attacking the creatures by moving quicker than they could, but thanks to the tunnel getting smaller, it was putting pressure on him, as it was getting harder to block the strikes. The Hydra blades soared past his head and took out dozens of Dark Ones as he added fire ether to it, causing the weapons to turn into plasma blades that sliced around the cave, taking out most of them with ease. In a blur of motion, he weaved through the remaining horde, his daggers flashing like streaks of silver lightning and fire. Every slash found its mark. Every strike was fatal. He danced between them, each movement a perfect balance of precision and power. The air filled with the wet sounds of bodies falling, the sickly scent of burning flesh. Within moments, the once crowded tunnel was littered with the corpses of the fallen. Rhaegar exhaled, the surrounding flames dimming. The last Dark One stood trembling, its grotesque form quivering in fear. He stepped forward, eyes blazing as his smile grew wide. "You should have run, but it's too late." With a single strike, the creature's head left its shoulders. The silence that followed was deafening. He shook his head before dismissing the Hydra blabs and searching the cave for any loot and found a bunch of Green's ether cores. Rhaegar collected 20 of them, and when reaching the main part of the cave, he stepped into a large chamber and quickly noticed the piles of rotten corpses of humanoids and monsters. A foul stench seeped through his face protection, hitting him like a wall of rot. His stomach twisted, and before he could stop it, he doubled over, heaving. Minutes passed before the nausea finally subsided. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his water skin, rinsing the vile taste from his mouth. With a flick of his fingers, he used wind ether to get rid of the lingering odor. "That was disgusting," he muttered, shaking his head. As Rhaegar regained his composure, his eyes locked onto something tucked away in the chamber's shadowy corner. Curiosity flared, and he strode toward it, his steps cautious yet eager. Sitting there was an old chest covered in cobwebs. Beside it, several cotton cloth bags lay haphazardly stacked. He brushed them aside, his fingers grazing the rough fabric before turning his attention back to the chest. Rhaegar bashed the lock with the butt of his dagger, causing the lock to fall off, allowing him to open it. Sitting inside were several pouches of gold and silver coins, which made his eyes go wide. A merchant's caravan, maybe. "It's the only thing that makes sense," he thought while glancing around and noticing humanoid bones lying all over the cave floor. Moments later, he took all the coins, then noticed several small boxes full of health, ether, and stamina potions. Rhaegar stored everything in his magic bag before getting ready to leave, when a shuffling noise echoed from behind. Rhaegar spun around, senses on high alert, but the chamber was eerily empty. Unease prickled at the back of his neck as he turned to leave. Seconds later, the creepy growls came. Dark Ones slithered from the shadows, their hollow eyes gleaming with malice as they encircled him. A chill ran down his spine, but instinct took over. One suddenly lunged while trying to bite him, and quickly he dropped low, sliding beneath its outstretched claws. With a burst, he cast lightning fire blast at his feet and propelled himself into the air, soaring over the creatures. As he flipped, his blade struck out, carving through flesh before he landed in a crouch. Bodies hit the ground with heavy thuds. No time to breathe. He cast stormfire bullets that streaked through the air and slammed into the horde like vengeful stars. The cave roared with a series of deafening explosions. Thanks to the sudden action, the ground fractured under the sheer force as the floor gave way. Rhaegar's heart pounded as the cavern crumbled beneath him, revealing a dark abyss eager to swallow everything whole. Panic flashed through him, but he reacted instantly and cast Flash Step. Lightning crackled at his heels as he blinked through space, reappearing just in time to land at the entrance tunnel. Behind him, the last remnants of the battlefield collapsed into oblivion, along with the Dark Ones, who howled in rage. He exhaled, steadying himself. That was too close, he thought while wiping the sweat off his face. Following that, Rhaegar summoned his dagger before leaving the horrifying cave behind as his body ached and ether was low. By the time he stepped outside, it was early afternoon, causing him to find a place to rest. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give. Rhaegar sat on a rocky mountain ledge, gazing down at one of the forest men's camps that was nestled in the valley below, after he was done filling up his ether pools before launching his attack. The monsters were nowhere in sight, so for now, he waited. There was no need for him to strike until they appeared. Leaning back slightly, he tore off a piece of campfire bread, the warm, crisp crust a slight comfort in this horrifying forest. "This is the last bit," he muttered. "I need to cook some more." Following that, he waited for another hour and the Bigfoot-like monsters started trickling into their camp, carrying monster bodies, causing him to think. "Looks like they've just gone hunting. Most of them should be tired." Rhaegar continued to wait and watch as more of the creatures appeared, causing him to stand up and ready his daggers. Once the sun set, he jumped off the ledge before using flash step to appear on a branch. He smiled and did the same thing while approaching a group of 2 forest men standing guard over a lake. When Rhaegar got close, he sensed they were on the weaker side of Tier 2, which would allow him to kill them. Without wasting time, he leaped down and landed between the 2 monsters before throwing his daggers into their wide eyes, causing them to drop dead as he vanished into the darkness as more of them appeared. A rage-filled roar erupted from the place where the 2 dead forest men lay. Rhaegar chuckled before summoning his blades while skidding behind another one and slicing through its ankles. He came to a stop and aimed his hand at the monster before casting a stormfire bullet that pierced through the creature's skull, blowing its brains all over the ground as it let out a death gasp. Following that, he fled into the forest as more of its kind rushed over. When they saw its corpse, they let out roars that caused him to chuckle while crouching on a branch, thinking, "Should I use my speed against them?" Rhaegar nonchalantly shrugged before he decided to fight them and jumped off the branch. While falling, he summoned 2 Hydra blades made from earth ether which he threw toward the monsters. They sliced through the air like homing missiles, aimed directly at the leader, who turned to the whooshing noise. Time seemed to slow as the blades cut through the space between them, the hum of magic vibrating the air. Moments later, they collided with the forest man leader, ripping into his defenses. He staggered back, blood seeping from a shallow wound, but his eyes flared with fury as they locked onto him. Beginning of Tier 3, he mused while gripping his daggers. This is going to be a hard fight. Rhaegar's heart pounded as the leader snarled, clearly enraged. But before the beast could recover, he slashed the air again with a swift motion, sending the blades darting out like 2 swift serpents, striking down 2 forest men. Their headless bodies dropped to the earth in a lifeless heap, their deaths instant and final, which angered the leader. The massive beast charged toward him while letting out a roar to signal the other monsters. Seconds later, the forest man charged forward, its massive fist raised high, ready to hammer down on him with brutal force. But he was quicker and slid between the creature's legs, narrowly dodging the crushing blow. In one smooth motion, he slashed at the monster's ankles with his blades, but the blades only bounced off the thick bone with a sharp ching, as though the creature's very skeleton was forged from stone. Rhaegar froze for a heartbeat, his heart hammering in his chest. The resistance was unexpected. He had never encountered such resilience before. But there was no time for hesitation. He quickly recovered and sent the Hydra blades flying once more, this time aiming for the leader's ankles. The blades struck again and again, each time with an echoing clang, but they couldn't pierce the monstrous hide. This isn't working, he thought, narrowly dodging another wild swing and feeling the rush of wind as it missed him. His grin widened despite the challenge. This creature was tough, no doubt. But he could see the leader was slowing down. Then, in a blur of motion, the monster's arm whipped around before he could react. A heavy kick slammed into his side. The force sent him flying backward, crashing into the ground with a brutal thud. His vision swam for a moment as the monster rushed in his direction while letting out a vicious roar, causing him to cast an overcharged lightning fire blast at it. Rhaegar's spells forced the monster to block, allowing him to use flash step to get out of the way while he controlled the Hydra braids to strike the Bigfoot-like creature in the face, but it moved just in time. The sharp edges left a slice across its cheek, which just enraged it once again. He quickly moved while covering his daggers in lightning and fire ether, but controlled it until striking at the monster's calf. It unleashed the combined elements, causing an explosion that brought the beast to its knees, which made him smile. Following that, Rhaegar used the Hydra blades to distract the monsters while slashing at its muscles. That should slow it down, he muttered with an excited smile. Thanks to that, the forest man leader was struggling to stand just as more of its kind rushed out of the underbrush. He chuckled as one rushed in and went to stamp on him, but he spun while slicing through the creature's leg. The sudden attack brought it crashing down, allowing him to stab it through its wide eyes while sending the glowing brown hydra blades that decapitated the other forest men that tried attack. Rhaegar felt the strain of maintaining the spell, forcing him to dismiss it before hurling a dagger infused with fire and wind ether at another forest man. The weapon struck true, detonating on impact and reducing the creature's upper half to nothing but mist. Before he could catch his breath, the leader charged in, launching a relentless assault. He evaded most of its attacks, but then a strange aura enveloped the creature. Its strikes grew faster, too fast. He used Flash Step to appear a few meters away from the Bigfoot-like monster, who looked confused before its deep red eyes landed on him. Rhaegar smiled and created a giant rod made from the ground using earth ether. While doing this, he felt his pools emptying, but he quickly used wind to send the earth rod into the sky and controlled it using his remaining energy. The forest man leader let out a horrifying roar before charging at him. He aimed his hand at the monster and dropped it down while thinking. Fuck, here we go, but I need to get out of it. Rhaegar pivoted on his heel and sprinted through the forest with the Bigfoot-like creature hot on his trail. Just as he heard a sharp whistling noise, an earth rod slammed into the beast. A heartbeat later, a massive kinetic explosion erupted, shattering the ground beneath them. The force sent debris flying as the terrain collapsed. He instinctively activated Flash Step to escape, but the shockwave caught him mid-stride, hurling him violently through the air, straight into the side of a mountain. Moments later, Rhaegar shook his head, disoriented, and pulled himself out of the crater left by his spell, Titanfall. The impact had left a massive dent in the landscape, but the cost was steep. The overuse of his magic had drained him, leaving his legs trembling beneath him, the ether still rushing out of his body in waves of exhaustion. He shook his head and started looking for a place to rest. I need to gather to fill up my pools, he mushed while approaching a nearby tree. My muscles are aching, but Titanfall will be a useful spell in the future. Rhaegar carefully climbed to a sturdy branch, his body still aching from the strain. He pulled out a few blankets, wrapping them around himself. As the exhaustion from the battle and overuse of his magic finally caught up to him, his eyelids grew heavy. Within moments, he drifted into a deep, much-needed sleep. The following morning, Rhaegar woke with a yawn, the weariness still lingering in his bones. He reached for his water skin, taking a long drink that refreshed him and eased some of the stiffness. Now let's grab the loot and make my way back to Theo for the gold coins, he muttered while jumping off the tree. Rhaegar landed with a thud before approaching the crater where the forest man leader was and noticed a beautiful blue glow coming from the bottom. Drop some power stones, comments, and gifts to help the novel grow. I appreciate all the support you can give.